Thank you for the continued support on my journey into YouTube. Have a good stream. I'll be lurking most of today. "15 months so Yasik Matt Jam Sick Harold Sick Shake."
Hello, chatto, it's Tuesdat, and coming up today on Building a Nation, the MEGASTREAM edition. We have to get through the entire rest of the season today, thanks to Virgin Media screwing me over in the most embarrassing way possible for them, and a little bit for me as well. That's the plan. We've got roughly 30-odd games to get through, most of which will of course be simmed, but nevertheless, there's the other Polish teams in action as well. We're still probably going to make some signings. There's a youth intake, a next-gen day. All of the good stuff will be coming up today on Building a Nation with... I ran out of things to say. It was going so well. I blame the fact that I couldn't hear myself properly. Lawfully, you heard me. Cinema. Except for when the screen collapses on the audience. That type of cinema, yeah? At the death. Oh, that is the epitome of like... I did a little bit. It's... Tell you what it was. I couldn't hear... This is my excuse. Get ready. I couldn't hear the music properly, you see. So I didn't know when the drop was. That was like conceding a 97th minute equalizer from a corner. That was Virgin. Basically, let me just turn it down. That's the reason there was no stream on Sunday. I woke up and I was like, oh, that's a bit weird. My phone's not got any, it's on 5G. And I was like, that's strange. So I went downstairs and the hub was doing hub things. So I thought, fine, no problem. That happens occasionally. Why is my hair sticking up so much at the back? So I restarted it on normal times. And then I was sat there and I was like, wait, hang on a minute. It's still saying it's broken. Let's have a little look. And it was flashing red. So I looked up what that meant. And it basically means that your Wi-Fi is absolutely fine. However, the hub is not receiving any internet signal. I was like, this seems like the beginning of a problem. So I looked onto the Virgin Media outlet or outage tracker thingy. And lo and behold, it said there was an issue. And that the early estimated fix time was 4 p.m. So yeah. Oh, what a lovely morning that was. And of course, that then buggered up the rest of the week by extension, because it then meant that we couldn't just do the normal stream today. It had to be the rest of the season. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a recap video. It's all just a little bit messy and fun, but it provides weird stuff like today. So either way, we're in. Rocket Dan. Thank you very much for the 16 months. Oh, dear. The best part is they fixed it about 1:45, which was even better. What was it actually fixed by? To be fair, they did fix it by like 1:45, which was about 15 minutes before I would have stopped the stream. No, that's the thing. I wasn't taking Sunday off. I took last Sunday off, and I'm off this Sunday. That's why it was almost like imperative to not be off on Sunday. That's why I feel so bad. And yeah, it's just one of those things. I mean, as it happens, I was able to like hotspot myself on my phone to log into my PC and just put like... So I was still playing FM, but I was playing the Plymouth save because I had nothing else to do. I needed to like do some kind of work-related thing, and that's what I ended up doing at the end. Ah, dear. One of those annoying things, though. To be fair, that's the first time that's actually cost me a stream. Thanks to Virgin since we moved here, whereas Sky used to be constantly messing up streams, as you know, back when I was in Essex. So ultimately, it ain't the end of the world. It's an annoying one more than anything else. You know, with the 26 months at tier 3, that is mental. Part-timer indeed, I know. Wait till I'm off this weekend as well. Did they actually? Jesus Christ. Okay, they've not done that yet. I mean, maybe they have. I just wouldn't know. If you see my numbers on the dark web, then you'll know where they came from, I guess. Blame Virgin Media. There was also Terry, thank you for the 15 months during the intro. Rob, thank you for the 33 as well. That is very kind to you. We get a rare Sunday show. I know. There's also a Thursday in April where I'm not going to be around, but that's not going to actually matter because I'll just shift the stream to Wednesday that week, so that won't actually be a noticeable difference. Ah, dear. This one... To be fair, this might only take us like 5.5 hours. I actually don't know. I actually did all the calculations yesterday to try to work out what we were going to need today. Because it looks like we'll be at least watching 6 to 8 games ourselves of all of our European stuff. And obviously into resulting league games and stuff, because that's kind of sewn up right now. But we've also got the other Polish sides. So essentially the plan is to just basically go until either everybody's out of Europe, including ourselves, or the semi-finals are finished. Because at that point, there'll be someone in a final. If they're still in Europe at that point, that means they'll be in a final anyway. So that'll be next stream regardless. Ah, dear. Cambridge half day. Ooh, nice. What are you sort of thinking about it? I haven't had this shirt on for a little while. I saw it in the cupboard this morning. I was like, you know what? This feels like that type of shirt today. I was nearly going to wear it open, but I thought, oh, do I brave it with the open shirt today? Yeah, the hair is because I didn't put any product in it yesterday and I slept on it this morning. So now it's a bit more poofy than normal. Hence I'm getting a haircut in a week, which is going to be nice. Anyway, let's go off my big face. There I was, be like, oh yeah, I got loads of stuff to do today. Spends the first like 10 minutes of stream sat on full face cam, just having a nice time with chat. That's going to happen a lot today, I suspect. So that's fine. A little bit poofy, yeah. Just very, ooh, volume, I believe is the word we're all looking for here. So I don't think we actually showed this on stream last time, but I do want to catch you up on this quickly, because remember, there was an extra round of fixtures in the Conference League, was there not? And we completely forgot again at the end of last stream to actually look at them. Luckily, it was quite good for us. They're both through. Crucially, they are both through. Well, this is the thing, Jinjo. Sod's Law, this is the thing. If I tried to throw Europe to get an early end to stream, you know exactly what would happen. Leggy would be like, and I took that personally, and then they get to the Europa League final. To be fair, we could maybe reverse psychology them into doing it by doing that. I don't know. Matteo Carnesci, the name rings a bell. So I think he might be, yes. Occasionally I do just notice random players pop up, and this for me, I don't know, we've discussed this quite a lot, is the thing that I see. I think if SI could sort out the immersion element of things and find a better way to keep you engaged in the game world outside of your league, that would solve like 80% of a lot of the issues I think people actually have with the overall playability. And I don't think it would honestly be that difficult either. Yeah, Radomiak are cooking. I forget who they played in their last game. Oh yeah, they got a 0-0 draw with Volorenga, which ultimately doesn't matter because they got top 8. Not Kraków. Rakov, on the other hand, they conceded a 97th minute equaliser, much like me during the intro against Estoril. So, nevertheless, they got the points, which is the main thing. Most clean sheets in the league. Does he really? Hang on. No. So, basically, with the way that the skin works now, it pulls through data from whatever the competition you're next playing in is. So, this here is Europa League data. So, that's why Naeem has got the highest average rating and Montperus has the most assists. He's actually only got 2 assists in the league. He's got 7 in the Europa, which is wild. Yes, I absolutely can, Andrew. You want to cash in your points? I don't blame you. Get out the market while you can. Some big wins today. I'm guessing you might have been one of them. Vinny Falso. Yeah, can you imagine? Who's he actually playing for? Presumably Atalanta. Yeah, I'm not quite sure anyone in Poland could afford him yet. I saw that they finished 7th, which is they're in the relegation round, right? I think European football this season is just, there's some kind of fun. 420 bet. I respect that. Blaze it and whatnot. I wonder who made the most. Actually, Bearded Child seemed to get a good chunk as well. So, I have set up some transfer room in stuff because I was under the impression that that was going to be something we could actually use, which we may still be able to. But I'll give you a little spoiler alert. It's mostly just Spanish men again. There was like one guy in it, I think, that was kind of intriguing, but I forget who it was. It's not 150. Oh, he's moved to Arsenal. There was a player in here that I vaguely liked the look of. I might just make him my like only signing of the stream, but I can't remember who it was. He was really cheap, but really good. It wasn't Roman, although he looks really good as well. Another striker. There was a guy. Might have been Munoz? I think it was possible. No, it can't have been that guy. We saw by potential instead. Wait, was it him? I don't think it was, actually. Although he's a free transfer, which means there's no harm in trialing him, if nothing else. Coefficient points. Last time I looked, we were actually top of the coefficient chart, which is mad, because I don't even think we've been doing that well this season. I think we might have lost a few points now, because the cheaty points have been handed out to some countries. Is it this guy here? Antonio Pini? The name is good. He's earned my respect for his name. David? Is it David? Or it might be David, actually. He is yet another striker, though. But can't hurt but trialing him. The cheaty points, yes. It's what we refer to the points that England conveniently end up with at the end of every group stage. Like, you'll be miles ahead of England, and you're doing really, really... it's this guy. It was this guy. He was Senegalese and free. And then all of a sudden, England just rock up with like 6 extra points out of nowhere, and you're like, where did they even come from? Obviously, it's because they do really well in qualification stuff, but that's, yeah. It's not great. 40, but I know, in it. To be fair, James, I get most of my news about this stuff now from just looking at the Sweepers feed on Instagram. And obviously, because I'm on their Patreon too, so I get the like extra episodes. Like they did one today, they were talking about North Korean football, which was fucking fascinating. That was until I had to concentrate and lock in because my monitor had gone into failsafe mode. Legacy pet, exactly like that, Andrew. Yes, exactly. So Morin Diaye, why not, eh? He's free, which means we'll sign him for free. Lovely. Yeah, we didn't fully understand it, and even now, I feel like it's still. I feel like I'm being cheated even when I'm not. That's how you know it's a good system. Wait, was it this guy as well? I love that I'm like, oh yeah, I've got to get through the entire rest of the season today. And I'm like, let's look at these transfer room in reports. I mean, You can't do them if you're not going to look at them. Who's the very best? Who's the best and most affordable one in there that isn't just another striker? This guy's pretty good too, actually. They're all signing 20, which makes you think they're all from the same exact, like, intake date, if you like. There's Gilbert. Why are they all strikers? Someone please pull the streamer away. Wait, did I not sort my potential? Actually, I tell you what. Wait, I've got a filter on. I have a filter. Why are they all strikers? Sorry, I realised this needs to go on the other way. I've got to have to wear the hat for at least 10 minutes now. Why are they all strikers, Matt says, as he has it filtered by strikers. Why is there so much Chinese food, Matt says as he walks into a Chinese restaurant. The lasagna is terrible. Right. This might help. It's going to be a long day. Yeah. Hang on, are they still all strikers? I love that. I turn off the filter and they're still all strikers. Incredible. Chinese, what's wrong with that? Nothing much, Mushroom Man. I was just being my usual self, i.e. making terrible errors. You know, the usual. There was definitely a guy in here that I really liked the look of. Is it this guy? He is another number 10. I've got to stop, haven't I? Everyone knows you can only... That's true. Certainly seems like it. David's potential is certainly intriguing. I feel like we have actually seen David before, back when he had a club. Right. Do you want to see something fun? We can't afford him, but my goodness, if we could. He might be my first... If I could, he'd have been my first overpriced Belgian signing. Pierre-Olivier Frings. Look at the actual state of this human being. 21-year-old Belgian for Union Saint-Gilloise. He's a right back. I mean, he's not actually, he's a wing back. Look at the physicals. Exactly. He's just... cardio man, but like hey, geese do not need help. Geese are already great, thank you. Magoose. Santa baby. Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like the problem is before we're even in a position to be able to afford. That being said, remember, we do have Naeem and Coffee, so but he's the kind of guy that, say we're in season 10, 11 or whatever, we scout this guy much sooner because obviously we'd be doing team report scouting. We'd have dropped, I don't know, probably 10, 15 million, and I would have been totally willing to do that at the time. He's one of those like, he's what we will be able to get later. Filters are not strikers in it yet. Anything but strikers. That's my new plan. It's proper bumper sticker stuff there. Colombian? No, that's Toro again. We already looked at him, didn't we? Still not convinced by his beard either. Still not Belgian national team, no. Which is crazy when you consider that Audi Kukonda is still in the Belgian national team. There's a guy called Nacho, if you're hungry. Another number 10. I don't know if he'd even... I mean, actually, I say I don't know if he'd consider signing for us. Clearly he would, otherwise he wouldn't be on this list, would he? Perhaps not for much longer. Worth pointing out, though, he is actually older than Naeem. Do you know what? Obviously, we can't afford him because of his value, but... his wage is not ridiculous. I mean, it is quite ridiculous. Oh, fun fact. I might have signed someone up for us in the summer because his contract was expiring. I had a little look through the contracts expiring in the summer, and I might have signed someone a la Ollie Watkins. Speaking of, Ollie Watkins is leaving in the summer because someone has actually bid on him and decided to just sign him in the summer. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah. Would anyone like to guess who it is? While I get us ready for the game, would anyone like to guess who I've signed up for the summer? It's a free agent. It's a player you've heard of. They play in the Premier League. And I have a particular reason why I might want to sign them. It's not Matty Cash, though I did have a look. Weirdly, I think he's actually extended his contract. Remarkably. Ollie Watkins, no, it is indeed Harry Wilson, yes. Yes, it's Harry Wilson. Hell yes, it's Harry Wilson. Oh, by the way, though, it's funny you mentioned Kevin. I nearly signed him for Plymouth. But that's a whole different story. But yes, it is indeed Harry Wilson. Harold Wilson, the man himself. Oh, right. Okay, let's get him sorted and then I can forget that I ever signed a player today. I don't think he's going to be very good, but Lone Farm will be fine. Harold Visionovsky. Yes, the very same. The destroyer of Spurs. Where is Kevin? Indeed. Unfortunately, that injury he got against, I think it was last week at Sunderland, turns out he's going to need surgery, which kind of sucks, bless him. Although, it does give a chance for Oscar Bob in the team, which is something. Not signed William yet. I think we didn't we? He's on the coaching staff, is he not? I think. Yeah, no, he's our second team assistant manager. We did indeed sign Willian. Can't pretend that we didn't. Why would I pretend that we didn't? Sign him again. Future transfers, yeah. We actually have quite a few future transfers lined up. Some guys don't join us for 2 years, by the way, which is fucking hell, which is fun. But one player that does join us is Harold Wilson. There he is. He's 33 years old. He's there. Shit on a content from the TV channel. I'm trying to It's tough to navigate, Fry. It really is. Welcome to the world of content creation. That being said, I think you should be okay with that. It's only the comments, right? It's not like you're publicising it, and you can't be held responsible for things like that. And you shouldn't. What I would say is, I wouldn't worry too much.
Let's go for another
TV station
title.
that cares about that is not a place. They're not people you want to be working with. Let's put it that way. You want chill people. MD Games, thank you very much for the 40 blooming months. That is very kind of you, man. Another number 10. Yeah, that's fine. It's different when it's Harold. I bet you. Do you know what? Watching that Fulham game. Because luckily the internet had come back on 15 minutes before kickoff, and I was like, well, at least they did something for me today. Because I was going to miss the game otherwise. And I didn't... Watching that game, I just had no... Usually when I'm watching Fulham, I'm like...
Since I'll be missing parts of today's stream and all of Thursday's stream, early HHHHHBBBBB to Mr. Silly Goose and his lovely caretaker Pog. Thank you for all the great vibes during stream. Have a great time in Poland over the weekend.
Sorry, I misread that originally as £12 and thought, oh, that's an interesting number. And then I saw the zero. And then the reason that threw me is because I know that that sound is not used for that one. It's like, I think this is the sound for over 20 or something. Oh my God, Steve, are you sure? That's so kind of you. Do you know what, this is the thing. I'm actually glad that I can say this now rather than because, yeah. But firstly, thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. I'm going to load us into a game before I tell anything else. Right, chat, put a pin in this. I'm going to load us into the match and then we're going to discuss something. Because I think I've already set the lineup up. Because I believe... Oh, hang on, one change. Because John's back. And I think we are good. Oh, no, the bench has probably still got a bit of gloopiness to it because of players that aren't registered. Courtney Cox made the bench, though. Good for her. Right, just to get rid of that. Unavailable. Get Orson, Damashevich and Nigel. And I think that's it. Oh, I feel a bit bad for Abdullahi there, actually. But such is life. Right, we'll go. Circling back. Oh, my Christ. So, yesterday... Because obviously we had to book some stuff for Poland kind of late notice to the Airbnb. And then I had to... it was my mum's birthday on... Saturday, so we went out for a meal there as well. And then I was like, on Friday, I checked my bank account and I was like, oh, this seems okay. And then I checked it yesterday on a complete whim because I needed to buy some new shampoo. And it was like, you have £40. I'm like, okay. So I was like, right, go straight to the ISA, get a bit out of that. Basically, it's fine because I've got money coming in this week, but it's all coming in on the same day later this week. And you have no idea how much you might have just bailed me out there, Steve, with that. I realised that wasn't... But that is... probably going to allow me to get Pog the birthday present that I want to get her, which is very, very kind of you. So thank you so much, man. That's insanely nice. And Mushroom Man, thank you for the 6 months in advance. Holy shit. Holy Christ. Impending promotion and pay rise. Wait. Who got the promotion and pay rise? Sorry, did I miss something? Steve, did I miss that you got a promotion and pay rise? Because that's awesome. Congratulations, man. Or was that someone else getting a promotion and pay rise? Forgive me. Hell yeah. I can't say what... No, sorry, I was linking the wrong messages together. I found the present for... I obviously can't tell you what it is, because in case Pog hears it. Looks like Mushroom Man. Mate, that's even better for you. Thank you. Congratulations to you. That's incredible. Sky, thank you for the 10 bits as well. Method... Basically, Sky, the method is pretty much the same as 24. The only difference, I would say, is that I do occasionally do the loan toggle thing, but for the most part, I've not really done that this season. Bodder in the snow. Oh, we are away from home, to be fair. So, they've still got quite a good team. Pretty much the two things I'm doing. Toggling on and off their loan availability. That seems to attract some interest. What is going on with the round of 16 text? And eliminatio. Then just offering them out, basically. It really is that. And transfer room out. That has been a nice little extra bonus on top. The other thing is, I will say that the affiliate club option definitely seems to do a better job. So shifting your players off to your affiliate sides, if you do have one, potentially a second tier side, that's a good strategy as well, because they seem more willing to take them. So for example, in Malta last year, we were able to do a decent amount of them, but they only usually went to a third tier side, and they were kind of shit, and they would only take our very worst players. In this save, I've got some guys out to Pushtinia Puomice who are actually legit good. So it seems like there's more flexibility there, potentially. Giant killers. Well, to be fair, they're not doing bad. By the way, our 2 games left in the group are Bodø and Hajduk. I believe that we really just need to win one of them to have top 8 kind of locked down. And for the benefit of us and time today, it would be really good if we could get top 8, because that gets us to skip 2 European games. That's a good point, Adam. We do need to decide what Courtney Cox's name is going to change to today. Very important. I will run a pop. Well, not run a pop. I'll run a Vox pop for it in just a moment once we're out of the game. Damon Dax, it could be. I'll tell us when to go for it. What I do is I literally just say go, and then it's literally most of the time it's the first name that ends up in chat is the one I choose. Don't worry, I'm not choosing it right now. I want to choose it when I can actually set it. Interview for got what I actually wanted instead. Wait a minute. Mushroom Man, context. Come on now. You can't say that. So, there was a job you wanted, but you interviewed for a different job. Is this like in like Hollywood, where someone goes for one role and they ends up getting given a completely different role, but that one ends up being the making of their career? Is that what this is? Come on, Michael. This stadium, I'll tell you what, doesn't actually look too bad for Bodø. They've even got the ground, the stand on the left-hand side, looks somewhat realistic. I'm genuinely impressed by that. Lads, could we maybe stop overplaying it? Oh, you know what? Carry on. Yeah, that's the dream. What's up? So how's it going, Daz? I did see your message. What did Brentford do at the... Oh! They had a lovely time at the weekend, didn't they? I say lovely time because your heart must have been out of your throat through most of that game. Right. We've been the better side. How are the others getting on, actually? My interest is more with them than it is with us. They've got quite tough games, but Legia should be... Get in? Legia winning away at Slovan Bratislava. Legia getting a draw away at Rangers. I think they could both qualify. Hello, Harv. Yeah, so basically, if you have just joined us, what happened was, because of the lack of Sunday stream due to Virgin Media, big up the guys, we're now in a position where I have no choice but to finish the season today. Because if I don't, then we'd have to finish it on Thursday, which means I then have to make a recap for Tuesday's stream, and I won't be able to do that because I'm in Poland from Thursday to Monday. So I was like, right, how do we do this? We're going to finish the stream today instead. Sorry, finish the season today instead. It was the only way. Yeah, the, Ooh. Oh, come on, Naeem. Thank you, Mr. Hazy. That's awesome. I know there was a couple of orders yesterday as well, which is wild, considering I wasn't even streaming, which is genuinely awesome. Speaking of Holy, later on, I've got a brand new not pre-production, but like a preview flavor to try out. It's a hydration one as well, which is really cool. So, which arrived yesterday, and a new shaker, which I want to show you too. And some more of the Cola Koala one, which I've genuinely been enjoying a lot. Leave after stream. So pretty much, on Thursday, after stream, I have to get stuff sorted, pick Pog up from work, and drive to my parents back in Essex. Because we're staying at theirs on Thursday night, so we can get a lift to the station. Be injured, please. No. It couldn't be done. Harold, do you know what? It's giving... We're playing you Wednesday night, right? Finishing the stream today. Yeah, if I didn't finish the stream today, we'd be in real trouble, wouldn't we? That would be an indication that it's not gone very well, as Obradovic makes it 2. Come on. Have a date or an interview. Do you know what? I do. I have an interview with you, the community. Every stream for me is an interview with you to say, do you want to keep me working for you? Was that the defender that passed the ball to him? Either way, Dushan does it in Europe yet again. We've started the second half like a snowman's test. I don't know. Yeah. It's Gdansk. We're going to Krakow. Yeah, we're flying to Katowice on Friday, but we are going to Krakow. Also, speaking of, Charlie on the Patreon, I know you watch the VOD, so thank you for that. I will give you a proper response, but I wanted to make sure I could respond properly, and I was a bit rushed yesterday with all the weird shit that was going on. Shout out to Charlie. He provided a giant list of things that he and, I think it was his partner, did when they went to Krakow. I think you did the same thing when you flew to Katowice, and there was such great stuff in there, particularly stuff about the salt mine, which Pog was already interested in. I usually do work quite well under pressure, generally speaking. I thrive in it, in the sense that it makes me excited and therefore I just do stuff better. But there's a limit to it, right? Because the problem is with the double stream thing, double stream, like, well, not double stream, but like elongated stream is nothing new to me. Do you remember some of the streams we used to do back in the Outcast to Icon save? We did one that was nearly 7 hours that time with LeShowinch where we just kept winning. Those are fine. They're tiring, but they're fine. The problem is I still have to do all the post-stream work for 2 streams, so that could take me quite a long time tonight because I'll have to capture all the footage from all the games, including the ones you don't see, and all the footage from the other Polish teams. Which is a new thing I'm trying for the recaps now, where you see the games the other Polish teams play. Not quite as in great detail as I show our games, but that way I'm not just talking over a set of fixtures, you're actually seeing the goals, or some of them at least. City break. Oh, honestly, I think you do. The last time I had like a city break per se was when we went to Malta. And that was start of 2024. So actually almost 2 years to the day nearly. Yeah, the Binner one was, I don't think it was the longest, but it was the second longest stream we ever did. The longest one was the LeShowinch stream last year with, oh, go on. Oh, come on. Because I think that one was over 6.5 hours in the end. Because what happened was, we started the stream nowhere near promotion and we ended up winning the league. Because didn't we win something like 18 of 20 games or something over the course of that stream? And went from being about 13 points off the top to winning the league by about 7 points. It was one of the most bizarre streams I've ever had. And naturally, you just got to keep going. I started the stream when it was dark, because it was so early or whatever. And then, oh no, that can't be right. That was the one where Pog was complaining about going to Tesco's the entire time. I remember the chants in chat of, let's all go to Tesco's, na. You know, also, somewhere out there is a forgotten recap for one of the Outcast to Icons ones that was nearly finished, but in the end, I just couldn't actually bring myself to publish a video, which kind of sucks. That was the Tesco stream, yeah. The very famous Tesco stream. Well, this is the thing, Tone. We still don't exactly know. Actually, that's not true. The things we want to do that we've got ticked off. Obviously, I want to go to the Wisła Stadium. I want to go to the club shop. I want to buy a shirt, maybe a couple of little bits and bobsies there. That was kind of locked in. Pog wants to go to the castle, which totally respect that. Pog loves a museum as well, so probably something like that too. Salt mine's looking kind of interesting as well, though. So there's that. But those are the kind of things that we're looking at the moment. And Pog wants to go to that place called Moo Moo Steakhouse as well because she likes the name. Those of you that have been to Krakow, I know that it's great for food. What sort of places would you recommend? And also, polls in chat. Is there a Polish... It doesn't have to be like a dish of food, like a simple, even like a Polish delicacy, like one specific thing. It could even be like a snack food or a sweet treat that you would recommend. In fact, a sweet treat is much my, is more my cup of tea. So, pierogi, I figured you'd say that. If there is anything you'd recommend, let me know. Mr. Tesco stream. Yeah, the VOD was crazy long. Pierogi seems to be a common option. Interesting. What actually is a pierogi? Like, it might sound really stupid, but I've actually never had one before. There's actually a Polish stall in the town that we sometimes go to. Oh, match proof that we could win the I mean, that's a good point, Steve. Logically, it does suggest that we should be able to win the Champions League. Potato pancake. Ooh, that sounds brilliant. Potatoes and carbs. Sign me up, Chief. Sweet also. Oh, mate. Potato dumpling. And you can have sweet and savoury ones. Oh, the Poles have got it right, man. A vodka bar in it. Oh, nice. Okay, I'm liking the salt mines a lot. That was one of the things that Charlie recommended, actually. That's a huge win for us. Come on, please. Yes! Excuse me. Apologies, headphone users. Rangers 0, Lechia 6. Sorry, hang on. I was reading the one above it. Karabakh beat Molde 6-0. What the fuck? So the salt mine. Is it an actual salt mine? I'm assuming it is, because I don't know why it wouldn't be. But when you said there's a vodka bar in it, made me go, hang on a minute. Is it like Disneyland, but Polish style? A sugar mine? Sounds like it. But to go to Malta. Oh, mate. Whereabouts in Malta are you staying? Because obviously Malta, whilst not a particularly big country, we had a car when we were there and actually spent most of our time outside the city. But one place I would highly recommend is Medina. The walled city. It's gorgeous. And also Dingley Cliffs. There's an observatory up there. And if you go on a nice day, it's beautiful up at Dingley. And obviously I had to go to Dingley because chat would have never let me live it down if I didn't go to Dingley Swallows while I was there. But yeah, Medina is fantastic. St. Julian's. I actually don't know where that... I don't know why I said that as if I'd know where anything is outside of St. Paul's Bay. I have heard that some of the parts of Valletta are absolutely gorgeous, but I just didn't get a chance to get down there. You proposed to your wife there? I could totally see why. The day we went, it was like the most windy day I've ever experienced. Although that whole day in Malta was one of the coldest days I've ever experienced in terms of just pure being cold was at that football match. I've never been that cold at a football match before, that's for sure. Energylandia, that actually sounds... Yeah, because obviously we're only there for... We're flying in on Friday morning, but obviously that we don't get to... Because of time differences and stuff as well, we don't actually land in Katowice until like 1 o'clock. We've still got to get to the city centre and get our train up to Kraków. So that's more of going to be a travel day. But on the Monday, we've got more time because our flight isn't until the evening. So it kind of balances out a little bit. So the plan is I've booked our tickets back to Katowice quite early because I'd want to have a little look around there as well, because why not, right? If you get a chance to see 2 cities, you take it. So we've mostly got full days on Saturday and Sunday, which is cool. No, I'm not going to the football in Poland. Kraków are playing away at Śląsk that weekend, which is about 3 hours north, if I recall. So that wouldn't have been quite... In a way, it's actually kind of good because it means I can get to the club shop and stuff without it being busier. Because all of the Kraków teams are out of town that weekend. Like, every single one of them. Cracovia are away, Wichita are away, and so are Wisła. A fully functioning church? Wait a minute. This place sounds like a fantasy novel. I'm here for it. I'm just confused, I guess, is all. Did that do the trick for them? Jesus, even with the win, they're still going to need a point. I think that point for Legia has probably done enough. That being said, 10 points and getting knocked out would be way too much. You'd think. We're through at least, which is the crucial thing. Naeem was goated in that game. Hutnik. What is Hutnik? Electric scooters. I don't know. To be fair, those electric scooter thingies are everywhere in like Cambridge as well, and I find them incredibly annoying. And honestly, I just really like walking. So I honestly don't think I'd even want to do that. Also, I am in the background rejecting every bid we get, by the way. And no one's really kicked off yet, to be fair. Most of the time, it's been the usual thing where I just ignore them until they go away. We are getting bids on Montparnasse, though, which is a little bit frustrating. But naturally, he's a French international now. Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. Other Kraków teams. They might not be, I don't know. Luckily, they're hopefully not as big. Yeah, they're very annoying. Because people just dump them all over the... Are they actually away as well? No way. Ha! That's incredible. The odds of that? I suppose probably a 1 in 4, right? Yeah, I think the problem with them, and I have this... No, I noticed this in Cambridge, which the biggest thing for me is that often the people on them are riding on the road without knowledge of road laws. And they just do stupid shit like shoot out of roundabouts and stuff, right? The amount of times I've nearly knocked one of them over because they'll just shoot out in front of you at roundabouts and run red lights on them and stuff because they think they're on a bicycle, even though that would still be illegal. They're a pain in the arse. And you see them just left everywhere, and it just kind of makes the city look a bit grotty sometimes. Maybe they're looked after better in other cities, I don't know. Luel Forever. Thank you very much for the follow. Oh, dear. Yeah, I mean, where we're staying as well is close to the city centre anyway. Yeah, I started early today, Quimby, as we have to do the entire rest of the season today. Garbani are at home or away? Because I do recognise that name, at the very least. I think they might have been in the second tier at times in this save once or twice. The biggest thing so far, Quimby, is that I don't know the difference between a striker and not a striker, and we did manage to win away at Bodø, crucially, probably getting enough points for top 8, which is really important for us today. And Legia won away from home. No, Legia won away from home, and Legia drew. Obviously, the Conference League is wrapped up anyway. Can't find any fixtures. Oh, really? Maybe they're not as high as I thought. The Wisła River. Oh, 100. It's funny you mentioned that, Tom, because that exact same thing happens in Cambridge too. Luckily, that's not Pog's area of expertise. Well, not technically the season finishes, but pretty much until every Polish side is knocked out of Europe, including us, or the end of the semi-final second leg, whichever comes earliest. Because obviously, if any team was still in Europe after that, that means they'd be in the final, which means we'd obviously be watching that next stream anyway. That was my logic to it. You should see some of the calculations I did to work out how many games would actually potentially need to be played today. Some of them were a bit excessive. Some of them are based on every single Polish team going to the final. That would be a lot of games. Right. Interesting that we're getting a lot of bids from these teams for Thabang Boy. Has he suddenly got good? Yeah, I just quite like walking, honestly. That's truly what it is. I just enjoy walking. I feel like I've missed a couple of team reports. Was there not one on that day? Oh, there it is. They sneak through sometimes. I don't want to lose any. I mean, I'm going to overtime anyway. Just want to make sure I don't... I think that was it, actually. In business, one guy from Senegal, but we're not going to be focusing much on transfers today, because if we do that, we will never finish the stream. And as it happens, we actually don't have that much money. Like, we got some money, but compared to where we were before, our budget's actually only 9 million, and that's with basically no wage budget. So if I was to put it to a more realistic amount for what we'd actually be using to actually get both, sort of, there isn't a huge stack of cash to play with at the moment. Wait, pursue a move to Sochaux? Oh, wow. They rarely kick off about this kind of thing. Okay, we'll discuss issue with boy. Wasn't it hang on, wasn't it a loan? I mean, if they give me £1 million, but I swear it was a loan. Maybe one of them put a transfer bid in. I must have just clicked off of it, to be fair. They're also away. There you go. So all 5 Krakow-based teams are away from home. Oh, Polish dogs. I was listening to a podcast the other day. They were talking about how, that's what it was. It was a hockey podcast, but they were in Italy for the Olympics. And absolutely not. That's such a shit bid. And they were talking about how they were encountering Italian dogs. And they were thinking to myself, wait, that's just a dog, but it's an Italian dog, which means it speaks Italian. I was just like, I love the idea of a dog just speaking Italian. Bork. Neopormitsa. Oh, that would explain why they're our affiliate side, right? Loan to buy. Ah, I see. Puts them back in the correct bay when finished. God, wouldn't that be nice, eh? If people could be trusted to do that. I still don't particularly... I honestly wouldn't trust myself on one. I'd rock up on Tuesday's stream and I'd be in like a full body brace. And you're like, Matt, what happened? I'd be like, I rode an electric scooter into the Vistula. Rename, yes. Good point. Okay. So, Courtney Cox needs a new name. It needs to be D&D. Not D&D based, but both words need to begin with D. Danilo Danger. Sorted. Where is old Courtney? I love that. I like to believe that some of you have just had that, like, ready to type since I mentioned that. I'm going to Danilo Danger. Where the fuck is he? He might not be eligible, actually. One sec. Oh, of course he's not, because it's Europe. I'll go to the matchday squad. It's just easier. Right. Oh, wait. Let me get rid of the ones that are on loan or trial. There we go. Where's Courtney? There she is. My clipboard? Incredible. Report. Nope. Misc. Edit nickname. Danilo almost sounds like that could even be his real name. Don't tell Steuer, of course. I have accents. Well, I mean, I feel like I'm guessing no, but I now can't rule it out. And the idea of a dog having an accent is just fascinating to me. Has there been any research done? I want a meta-analysis if we could. Lockers, thank you very much for the 5 bits as well. Renaming Courtney Cox, yep. She / he has been renamed for the 3rd time now. No, technically the 4th time. As we intend to keep him safe from those that aim to harm him. Cows do. Yes, I have heard that, which is incredible, by the way. Just the ideas of cows having accents. Love that. I guess so, but cows are famously not people. Neither are dogs. Now, I didn't study biology, but I know a thing or two. I picked up a little, word on the street. Maltese cows, no, those are people. Honorary people, of course. Why do they want to enter? Didn't we sign this guy for nothing in the summer? And I swear he didn't look as good as this. Okay, 65 grand. That's a good deal. Well done us. Oh yeah, Ollie is going to, I believe, an Austrian side, if I recall. Unfortunately, they offered him a contract, and despite that clause of... I wonder what happens now if he reaches 15 club games this season. I assume it just gets superseded. Hello, the Beast! Oh, I hadn't even noticed this, but look at this. Love to see that. Just making this way better. It sucks to me that there wasn't more available on the screen at any one time. So yeah, that's just another thing I love about the skin. Right, future transfers out. Wait, why isn't it not listed? I guess it's technically because he's leaving on a free. He definitely is leaving. I swear it's an Austrian side. No, it's Hertha. That's close. They speak German, right? I'm claiming that. Yeah, basically Hertha decided to offer him a contract in the summer, and I figured, you know what? We've had a good time, which means we can play him way more this season now. Because he's never going to get to 30 league games anymore, so we can use Ollie way, way more, which is great. Hello, Wenty. Love to see it. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Forgive my love to see it there. That was obviously not in response to the second part of that sentence. It was lovely to see you here. Oh, man. Firstly, great that you're even able to take compassionately. That's awesome. Well, not awesome, but I'm glad that you're able to do that. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I can't imagine what that's like. Yeah, that is just utterly shit. So my condolences, and from not just from me, but obviously everyone else in chat, and Pog if she was here too. Just know that we're thinking of you, man. And that stick with us. We'll distract you for a little bit, because I know that sometimes distraction ain't going to make you feel better, but it can just let the brain relax a little bit, I suppose. So let me be a stupid arsehole, and then you can laugh at me and just try to switch off the brain a little bit. I know it isn't as easy as that, but I'll do my best, friend. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Really, really am. Not feeling FM right now. To be fair, I think that a lot of people might be waiting for the big update patch thingy that's going to be, in theory, coming... Ooh. Well, it's probably March, right? I suspect it will come along the same sort of time as it normally does with the newer ones, which is fine.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get
loan
freaky.
offers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for the main European window to shut and then offer our players out for loan. That way we can exclude most of them. Elias Rocks, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, be kind to yourself. Take that, like, be more kid-glovey and gentle than you feel like you even need to be. You'll probably thank yourself for it. Lan Montperouse, how dare you? So yeah, it is on. Is it still on sale, Goosey? I know it was on sale for a good little while, was it? Towards the end of February. I don't know if it still is. International management. To be fair, I don't think they've really said anything about what's potentially going to be in it, other than that. Oh, I forgot we signed people. Language courses for y'all. There's a lot of C's in there, but there is an A+. 33%. Do you know what? I would say at 33% off, I doubt they're going to offer it that much cheaper anytime soon. I'd say it's not a bad jumping on point, honestly. Because then if you... Maybe wait till the last day of the sale just in case, to see if there is any updates. Because if you could time it in a way where you get a chance to look at what the update's like, perhaps. Come March content update. Interesting. So it sounds like March will be a big update then. Big deal that the run-up... I think they kind of have to bring it sooner rather than later. The question is in what form it comes, right? I think that these skins have made a huge difference. 100%. Speaking of people being signed, Chris, I think you're about to get signed by Rakov. I'm fairly certain that that's what that notification right there is. Then let's have a look at the new guys that are in. You're fine, I guess. He's on loan anyway, so he's not going to come back straight away. Morin Jai's the guy I just picked up. Wow, that was a bad deal. Holy! Right, I done goofed there. We got Wallace Greco. Wow, we are getting some proper shit. I'm hoping that gets readjusted. Hang on. Right, okay, this is what's... I've just realised. It's because our goalkeeping coach is doing the fucking analysis. I think someone left and they weren't replaced properly. Right. Where is that screen? I saw another one of these and I was like, that doesn't sound right to me. Because what's our goalkeeping coach's... That would... He's competent, but it's not really his job. Responsibilities, nice. And then is it in here? Advice and reports. Scouting. Player reports, that's the one we want. Right, hang on. Let me just find out which one of our... Hang on, who can I actually give this to? Because it has to be a... Can I ask the DOF for it? No. Basically, I just need a guy who's going to have good... Of the eye. Oh! Oh, in this screen here. Oh, nice! That's actually a good feature. So, good, very good. You obviously know he's shit. You're not going to be good. These guys are unlikely because they're all coaches, aren't they? Very good, very good. Shay. I think our Hoyd is surely going to have better, right? Very good, good. Wow, he actually doesn't. Michael Essien? Oh, Director of Football. Outstanding and elite. He is there. Never mind. Right, we'll get Fabian to do the deal. Sick. Right, cool. So I didn't realise he was further down. So the DOF is there. That's crucial. The reason we signed the DOF is because he was the best. It's been... Oh, isn't it just, Millennius? It's just a vibe. So is this, actually. Oh. Since he's already on loan, I don't feel like there's any point in selling him to Legia at this stage because it'll probably just end up denting his career. Wisła are in for Michel Hochar, which is one of our guys, which is fine. Oh, you're right, I didn't. My bad. Yes, it is. You are, in theory, signing for Rakov, though. That's great news. That's one down. Right, so the rest of the guys, we got Luciano. So basically, we'll take this with a pinch of salt until it's not being assessed by our goalkeeper because there's no way that this is actually a legit report from him yet. Because I've only just switched it over and we haven't even hit continued. Oh, you're right. Yeah, let's do continue once. See if that does fix it. It might not do. It might just be that it attributes the reports to him. But we'll see. We just hit. Let's go to the 28th and we'll try again. Spot out in a town. Good lord. It's proper like... If this was a tabloid newspaper, it would be described as a romp about town, wouldn't it? Because these are just words that only ever appear in tabloid newspaper print. Right. I don't think we usually have any issues here, right? There's almost never a reason to need to register anyone for this because we have so many young players. So I think we're okay. Poor Deli. He's retiring at the end of the season anyway. He'll be fine. He'll get over it. In time. 87 million for the Montperus. Okay, at least he's getting reasonable bids now. I'm still saying no, but I kind of want to see where they're going with this. A patella? I do feel like the injuries are at least a little bit more varied this time around. Right, okay, now we'll go back to the signings. Where is it? I don't think it would make much difference, actually. I think it's probably locked those reports in unless I got a new one. Where is it? Hall offer, Hochar offer. Start a transfer window. 9 final. There we go. Got them in the end. Does that change anything? No, but that's fine. Casas. They're all a bit mid, but I hope that that's just because they've been assessed by the wrong person. Wenty, thank you for the 2 months as well. You
Thanks
really didn't have to do
kind
that.
Words. Forgot
Deli's
to
actually got a
resubscribe.
contract like that now. Once he retires at the end of the season, he will become a coaching staff member at the club. So Watkins now to register Deli. Promise they don't play in the same position. I actually think that Watkins will be a useful player for us for the rest of the season because we can now play him without having to worry about him making too many appearances. So I can use him as a rotation option. And you saw how good he was in those games. Junior Agbaji. Wow, we've got a lot of guys in this sort of range. I think it's because I'm judging a lot of them based on their CA or their attributes more than anything else. And that would explain... Because they don't look bad. They may be just quite limited. I can sort of see what you mean, though, about transfer in getting less effective. Maybe this is just a bad batch. I don't know. Whoa. Okay, the saving grace is hopefully going to be Randall Oraya. Okay, he's not actually joined us. He was rated at A before. He's slightly better. But admittedly, I don't think we signed him through transfer room anyway. I think he might have been a team report scout, in fairness. Hopefully, though, henceforth, we should have less issues with it. Anyone crazy in here? Oh my god, there is. Unfortunately, we seem to have a real issue getting any Mexican players to even consider signing for us. Admittedly, these guys are really young as well. So Brandon Urquidez, good player. But the other guy above him, Brian Rosas, left-sided winger. Of course he is. Alex Single for life. The Polish Deli, good. I'd buy a pierogi from him, 100%. The David, I think David isn't on trial, is he not? Maybe. Oh, forgive me. Sorry, I was using this view because I was checking form stuff with Plymouth. Let me get the proper analysis view and then get rid of that so I can actually see him. Where is he? There he is. Yeah, I mean, he's a good striker. Ultimately, he's a good striker. He's sort of another one of these strikers that are just decent and probably knows it. Actually, do you know what? For that kind of wage, on a free, if he's willing to go on loan, future prospect, I don't even hate that. I was expecting him to want more. It does make me think that he's probably actually not going to be as good as this, but that wouldn't be unusual. I'm going to have to offer him something a bit more, though, aren't I? Maybe like that. Get that down a bit. 7 years. Nice. Even if he's just another contributor to the loan farm, it can't hurt, really, can it? He'll probably be another one of those players that we end up trying to sell, or not, that Bayern will be bidding on in 3 years' time for £30 million, because it's just how they do. If this was a player in the squad... We can ask Rodriguez, but we've never had a successful one of these in the entire save, and that's not going to start today. Our scouts are actually quite good. Bear in mind, those reports, if they're on Transfer Room In, that's coming from the director of football, and he's really good. That's what makes it even weirder to me, in a way. Lubacton, thank you very much for the follow. I think it is that it just becomes less effective over time, from what I can tell. Hello, Ben. I don't know. You'd have to go and find his stream and ask him. Welcome in, friend. Right. I'll do the old... He is an influential player, so I might try it. I don't have another one, do I? Ah, well. It's worth a go. It feels like that's less successful this year as well. It no longer feels like an influential player is willing to stay because they're influential. I don't think I've actually had that work once so far, which kind of sucks. We could have another look at the scouts in the summer, though, to be fair. But I think most of our scouts now, we were originally signing them because they were good, rather than... You're out on loan, right? No? Wait. I swear this guy was out on loan somewhere. Oh, no, he was the guy that joined us from Unterhacking. Wanted by nobody, but also somebody. I don't want to click the button in case the game crashes, honestly. I'm not about that life. Oh, that's not one of the guys from our shortlist, I think. A couple more Spanish offers. No, wait, that's not Spanish offers. That's lower league Poland. Love to see it. You're more than welcome to have him, lads. I'll give a proper offer out once we've got out the English window. Oh, yeah. But back on 24, as long as they had influential, you could usually get away from it, and it was okay. Don't need the money. Well, this is the thing. We don't not need them. I mean, actually, how much money do we have? We've got 25 million in the bank. And while that's not as much as we've had before, because obviously we missed out on European money from the Champions League at least, there would be no benefit to me, for example, to sell Montpellier to Juve, because even if they gave us £100 million, we're never going to be able to sign a player like Montpellier currently is. So you just end up setting yourself back without any kind of real benefit. You can't put money up front. No, not selling Duru. Duru doesn't seem to have kicked off at all. Oh, facilities upgraded too, which is dope. Drink the blue Fanta. Ah! I've heard about the blue Fanta. What flavour is the blue Fanta? Oh, God, Feelers hurt himself. Shit. Yeah, who did Real Madrid lose to? It looked like a... I saw the highlights come across my desk, and by that I mean my TV, but I didn't actually see who they lost to. Lemon and Elder... Ah, Getafe. Getafe still managed by that manager that's, like, quite highly rated, or is he gone now? This was probably a couple of years ago. Okay, it's only a couple of days. Although I think that might actually end up ruling him out for the High Duke split game, annoyingly. Elderflower and lemon. That does sound kind of nice. I guess my next question then is, why is it blue? Borderlash, that's the guy, yeah. Can't replace it. Yeah, that's always been my thing. This is the reason I turned down 150 million for Catalar, because while 150 million pounds is lovely, we would have to spend a lot of that quite quickly because of the PSR rules, or the... No, FFP rules. And we'd end up wasting it on players that aren't very good, bloating our wage budget unsustainably, and ultimately the team is worse because of it. Because teams like Wisła can't sign players that can replace those guys. Not very easy. Occasionally you can. So the one time I sort of do it is if there is a genuine replacement available. And as it happens, Pena is about as close as we could possibly come to that. Oh, hello. David's at least kept a bit of his PA, which is nice. Straight to the loan list with you. I think you may already be on it, actually. Yeah, we're fine. Bottle is blue, the drink looks like lemon. Ah, okay. I do love a... Actually, that's a good question. Are there any other soft drinks? Actually, no. I'll just get myself some Holy while I'm there. They're big in Poland, right? Won't be able to take any with me, you see. Promise it to them. Yeah, true. That's a good point, actually. I wonder if it's maybe being harder for us at the moment because of the fact that we don't have Champions League, technically. We will next season, of course, and from that season onwards, pretty much every year. It's just this one weird outlier where a former friend known as Dinamo Zagreb decided to do us a naughty. However, we get to take a bit of revenge. Actually, if we lost the Hajduk, that would be quite funny too. We just have a massive issue with specifically Croatian clubs. Right. With him being suspended, it probably is a Ranji day because Job appears to not be there for some reason. Hyotadal's suspended. Get you out. Probably could have done next match only, actually, but such is life. This is how I end up with the wrong players in the squad. I'll have to shuffle it back around again when we come back to the league. Everyone else is looking fresh-ish and ready to... Do I start Feeler or Duru? I think I'll start Duru for this one. Don't want him to get hurt. Early start was just because of, with the lack of Sunday stream, basically, I have to finish the season. So the plan was to finish the season over Sunday and today. But because of the Virgin Media deciding I wasn't allowed internet on Sunday, I still have to finish the season today, basically. Because otherwise there wouldn't be a recap video. It's, which means that this is going to be a long-ass couple of days, man. Yeah, don't worry, don't adjust your sets. It was just me. It's one of those ones where I have no real way of informing people outside of the Discord and maybe on Instagram. It's tough. Twitch doesn't let you post like statuses and stuff. Where's Euro Grosses? I mean, hey, and what did Dave think of it? Is my big question. Okay. Oh, they got it right that time. Now it says round of 16 and elimination rather than... What if it matters why who's actually there? The thing that's kind of scary is if we hadn't have had that absolutely gopping result against Bologna, where we conceded 2 goals off of 1 shot on target and lost the game, we would very much be in for a perfect game. Because I think we can beat Hajduk away from home. We should have been going 24 for 24. Work rate really underrated. I guess it depends on what type of system you're playing and what type of role the player is playing within it. But I like work rate on players because generally speaking, I play quite a high intensity style of football, and especially on... It was really useful on 24. I pretty much wouldn't sign a DM who was going to do any kind of moving about if they didn't have at least 14, 15 work rate. Oh, it's beautiful. It's Dushan again. This man. Could see it. I could. The issue is, Paul, that the only way I would put that message would be in my offline chat, but I'd be online at the time. So no one would be checking my chat before I was live to see if I was live. That's the problem. Belgians have with Beershot. I think we played against them a few times back in the last save, did we not? But yeah, work rate I really like as an attribute. It's just, I feel like it's one of these things that a player is almost always better for having it. I can't think of a single use of it where a player like having poor work rate or like lower work rate is going to make them better. Whereas, then again, most attributes are like that as far as their visible attributes. Obviously, hidden attributes are a little bit different. Right, what are the other games going on? Because I want to make sure that we're still on the bubble with some of these guys. Yeah, forgive me, friends, for the early start stuff. We'll end up going later anyway. Hope we're on training. I don't...
A small early birthday gift. Hopefully you can put it towards something on your trip.
Galazzo, I promise to spend it on pierogies. Maybe not all on pierogies. That would be quite a lot of pierogies, wouldn't it? Or would it? I don't know. Let me know. Thank you, though. That is unbelievably kind of you. I am actually streaming on Thursday. That'll be like the last stream. We're going to make that like sort of birthday stream per se, because Pog will be around a little bit more as well. Plus, it'll be a transfer stream and a recap day, which is just a nice vibe. Unless I'm absolutely dead from 2 days of, like, working 13 hours. But we'll see. I get to relax in Poland. So it's all good. Please don't concede here. That's a really nice goal. If you're not there at the normal stream time. But my issue is that I started an hour earlier today. So my point is that you wouldn't have been in the chat to check that in the first place. And if you were, I would have already been live because I was live an hour earlier. That's my point. It's tough to sort of update those things. Twitch doesn't make it super easy. I guess I could have updated the Twitch schedule thing, but like who even looks at that? I'm pretty certain it still says we're playing FN24 on there. Cheese rolling on Thursday. I'm genuinely considering it, Paul. I'm thinking maybe on Thursday, we stream FM obviously, maybe a bit of cheese rolling, maybe even a bit of nutmeg, potentially. We could play the demo. Like I'm allowed to play that.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire
have to install
contracted
it, but-
syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Does that actually still say Outcast to Icons? I probably should change that, but much like my one I used to have on YouTube, I usually wait a year later and then change it. That's my normal plan. Resolution 9. Thank you very much for the follows. What happened to the previous 8?
Cooper.
Is it a New Year's resolution? Because in that case, I
am
totally
familiar
understand.
with over 600
The Old Gamer!
dance
Thank you for the
moves, and I
follow.
am programmed to get freaky.
Super Battle Golf 2. Yes! It would be. I like having the ability to just be like... Because the reason I didn't stream other games, one was because, you know, I like to be consistent with what I'm streaming. But also, it was because my previous PC would simply not have handled anything else. I realise now why everyone's asking about the time change, because it's 11 o'clock, which is my normal start time. And obviously the pinned message I had earlier has now disappeared because Twitch won't let you post it for any longer than half an hour, which is really annoying as well. Yes, sorry, Andy, yeah. I did post a message in the stream chat on Sunday, to be fair. I did do that. Because I was trying to make sure people knew what was going on, basically. I don't normally do that when there's a missed stream, but that one I was like, because it's so, I was so frustrated by it. I was like, I must tell people why there's no stream. Do it for the whole stream? Well, at least I can stream any game I like now because of the PC will handle it. Unless it decides to bugger up my graphics card again. That was another fun thing this morning. I updated my graphics drivers, you know, usual sort of stuff, and then my left monitor went into fail-safe mode because NVIDIA had just completely screwed it. So after trying several different things, I ended up rolling back the drivers, and now we're absolutely fine. Whole stream. Can you? I couldn't seem to see a button for that. Oh, well, you just set it manually. You're right, there is one. There's a timer, or you can just leave it on until you turn it off, can't you? I forgot. That's... I bet you're looking for... Oh, look at that. I bet you're looking forward to that. Sunday the 8th of March, Football Manager 2024, Journeyman Outcast to Wycross. We'd be in season 50 by now. Yeah, so to catch you up, where we're here, we beat Bodder. Other Polish sides did well as well. Final match day of the Europa League now. We still probably don't need a win, but I'd like one. The other two, however, still on the bubble, despite the fact that Lechia have 10 points. There is still a chance that both of our other Polish teams in the Europa League could get knocked out. They need to do something. In fact, I need to check on where they're even up to. I'm really disappointed by us, actually, as well. Let's see. Holy is the sponsor of my streams for the months of January, February, and March. They are a soft drinks company, and they've been absolutely brilliant for me, genuinely. And their products are genuinely lovely, and I'm really excited later on to try out the new flavour that they've sent me. I'm excited. El Shazi, what a guy. Conference League obviously finished before Christmas, but obviously the little bit that happened off stream, they both got through. Radomiak got top 8, Rakov came 15th, all good stuff. They've just been branching out, and I think it's because... I think... Genuinely, this is why I think it is. There isn't, but there also can be. So they make different products. So there's actually 4 different options. You can either get a milkshake, which obviously has no caffeine in it. They do loads of milkshake flavors. I love them. I mix them with my protein shake in the morning. There's hydration, which of course doesn't have caffeine in it as well. You've got strawberry kiwi. The new flavor I'm going to show you later is hydration as well. That's not out yet though. There is energy drink ones as well. Those obviously do have caffeine in them. Weirdly, I can actually drink them though. As long as I wait until the late afternoon or the early afternoon, I can usually actually drink them and not get jittery, which is really interesting because other stuff would throw me about like nobody's business. And then there's also iced tea, which I believe does have caffeine, but not too much. Oh, Beyond Watch 2, hopefully, Adam, we'll see. It depends on how happy they are with the response to it, basically. It's really hard to tell. I've never done a campaign like this before. Why am I about to make subs? That's not what we're doing here, is it? I want to look at the other fixtures. He is... I think he might have been responsible for their goal. Ultimately, though, his average rating over the course of this season has actually been really good. No, totally get that, Kenneth. I have to be really careful with caffeine as well. I basically can't drink it before about 2 o'clock. After that, I actually find it helps me, but only if it's the right kind and not too much. I've been kind of experimenting with it lately, and I found that it's actually been really useful for me. Come on. We've got to turn this into a win. This is too much of an opportunity to just leave points on the table. But yeah, so the reason I think Grind is because I feel like FM content sometimes has a tighter-knit community, and maybe there's slightly less spammy sponsorships involved in it often. So when we do take sponsor partners, it's usually because we actually like the product, and I think that possibly helps if you are one of the products that are involved in that potentially. Oh, it's just wide. Because like I've only really started having brand partners since the start of 26, and I have been offered other stuff, but I turn a lot of them down because I don't believe that they are right for my content, essentially. Fair enough, Kevin. Sorry, Kenneth. They have lots of different options. If you do, there's 2 different codes you can use. One will get you 10% off, which is SYC. And there's SYC5, which gives you £5 off. So if it's a slightly smaller order, I'd probably advise using that one instead because you'll get more money off overall. Ah, man. Ultra monitor lets you see the bait. Wow. That's incredible. How big is the monitor, Mushroom Man? Does it actually, FB? Yeah. So my sister's like that. She can't really drink a lot of caffeine either for the exact same reason. Like coffee absolutely messes her up. I found I actually used to get headaches when I stopped having caffeine, as it happens. ADHD bonus. Well, see, this is the thing, James. Caffeine doesn't really affect me, but when I have it with my medication, I find that it does. But how's that been going for you as well? I know that you got diagnosed before I did, so you've had more time to sort of experience that. I wonder if you followed a similar patterns in the way that your productivity and brain kind of went over time. Oh, hang on. John's injured. He's got to come off, but hopefully we can do something beforehand. There's just so many blocks. This is like being in the Lego shop. Tomashevic. Duro's been bad, man. But I don't want to risk Fila with him being injured. Screw it. Redondo, we're going to roll the both. JT's on the bench, isn't he? Because Banks continue to shit the bed. And Coffee. Screw it. We'll roll the 5 changes. Might as well go for it. Yeah, so I used to get that, Dyron. It was basically withdrawal. When I originally went off caffeine a couple of years ago, I got that for a couple of days. I don't contact. Please don't ever feel like you need to, right? It's more of a kind of, I think the product's really good. Compared to other stuff, it certainly works out cheaper than buying bottles of soft drink. And I think that's cool. But please don't feel like you ever have to. Please never ever feel obligated to support things just because it's me. Like, always make decisions based on consumer stuff. If you're going to buy some, that's awesome. Using the codes does help, but also make sure that that's because it's a decision you actually want to make. Drew has been the Batman. In a way, he's fighting crime at night. Less so on the pitch, unfortunately. It's been dispatched. Nice. Good to know. I took one, James, for about 4 days over the weekend when I was ill a couple of last month. When I came back, it was like freight train to the face. Legia have won. I think we've gotten both through. That's a point. They'll surely not go out with 11 points. I'm pretty certain that all of us are through. I'm still going to yell at them. We should have won. But I'm pretty certain. In fact, I believe one of them might have even got top 15. That's true, Leaf. I realise that obviously I have a global audience as well. Especially with the times of days that I stream. I realise that we have quite a lot of you down under. I'd be willing to bet that my stream audience is probably at least 30% Kiwis and Aussies. So, hey, if you're a company that's down under and want to get involved in the streams, then you have an audience here. They want the products. I'll shill anything. Where's Kiwi Lube when you need it? That'll be a flavour, I suppose, rather than an actual brand type. They did, in fact, Legia, God, they still only got, wow. This is a proper outlier season. Please don't be too seriously injured. Okay, good. That's insane. They actually did need the points they got. I mean, their goal difference was the best. Well, not technically, because Real Betis got 10 points. And they came 26th. The way I normally predict it for the Europa League, Conference League, and whatnot is it's usually the number of games plus 1 point. That's how many points you need to qualify. The fact that 10 wasn't even enough this year is mental. I guess there's just a lot of teams that are quite bad down towards the bottom that did things. But either way, just as well that Legia got 11 and Legia got 11. Who's the next match? I don't believe so. I suspect that Harry Wilson is still going to be available. So be worried, West Ham, because we need to get on a run now. I don't know. I mean, Mushroom Hat, like, ultimately, make the decision that's best for you. Something that works for me might not work for other people with those sort of things. Yeah, Rangers have not done what they did. Oh, they came bottom. Their one draw was against Legia, wasn't it? Yep. The 1 point they got was a 0-0 at home to Legia. Oofy. Who's managing Rangers these days? Yep. Figured about as much. Even if they had a manager, it might as well be like that, right? Did it? So I've forgotten what other... Because I made a lot of predictions about the Europa League and Conference League last Thursday, and there were so many that I can't remember what I did. But, because there was too many games, I need to make a note of them in future. One thing I did make a note of in my stream notes file inside OBS was save the game after the league phase, because otherwise I won't have a save point for the recap videos. So, let me do a save here. Actually, no, let me save it first, properly. We'll go from there. Because otherwise I won't have any proper save points. I want to make sure I can actually show this table at the exact correct point. Right, so save game. Post Europa. Oop. Then I'll have to load back into the other one. Manager Rangers, nobody. Unfortunately, with them being in a non-playable league, or not a non-loaded league anyway, is that if their manager goes, presumably he was poached by someone else, they basically don't get replaced a lot of the time. Sometimes they do. But I think that's more if they're a Champions League club for whatever reason. Okay. 4 goals in 8 matches is pretty heinous, yeah. The managerless meta. I mean, hey, if it works for strikers, why can't it work for managers? That's a lot of points. The coefficients should be looking very good after that. Unless they haven't updated yet. Let me just go a day, just to make sure. We got some money for that. It's another 3 million quid. It helps. Plus, it's deadline day for the main European nation soon, which should get them off of our back for a little bit, unless the board do something dumb. They really are bidding crap amounts for coffee. It baffles me how low these bids are. I mean, I know he's not got the highest PA anymore, but I just think he's a really capable, solid player. Wow, his concentration's going up. Bros bid to ADHD 360. I don't think I've seen concentration go up so much. I thought that was one of those attributes that you couldn't really do much with. Jesus Lord. Oh my God, this screen is it. The second someone figures out a way to show this screen not being absolute nonsense like this, I will be forever in their debt. Just having an option to turn them all off at once. His concentration's gone from like 12 to 17. He just knuckled down. So I've got, this is the 3.1 version of the skin currently that I'm on, I think, at least. There's definitely, yeah, he's been on the meds, exactly, yeah. They do like some little bonus, like starter sets you can get, Kenneth. The amount of shakers I've got now. The newest one is really cute, though. I'll show you it. This is their newest one. It's the one that you get for Cola Koala. But how cute is that? I sent a picture to Pog and she was like, well, that's my new one. I'm like, brilliant. That's the newest one. No, we can't have him getting better. That's not what we do. Bartosz Marusz. Ah! I know just the man. I was so happy for them until they lost. I can't believe that Jagiellonia actually nearly managed to pull that off. Wait, surely he's still a... Oh, is he quite an old player? I've never been more rooted to, like, my phone trying to, like, figure out what was going on than I was with that game. Hang on. Maruszek. There he... Oh, wait. I am spelling that right? I don't think he's in my save. Or he was... and has retired, maybe? Not available down under. Hey, I'll talk to my people. I'll see if I can get Holy to launch in Australia. Don't know why I struggle with that. There's literally... It was a 50-50 shot, and I already knew you were Australian, Leafy. Transfer period at the start of the season 2. I had 33 players out on loan. Wow. You managed that in Norway? Or is this with an edited... Are you using an edited database, Steve? Because as far as I know, Norway has issues with the number of loan players you're allowed, right? But you might be using a database that... that's fine then. Because Leafy's nice to me, Andrew. Oh, what was it? Pog, when I was posting stuff on the Discord on Sunday, Pog was just like, Andrew's a funny one, isn't he? I was like, yeah, he is. I believe her phrase was, such a shit house, which is a term of endearment. Start of the season. Yeah, even so, though, he should have been... That's really weird. Yeah, Norway has it as standard, which is why it's really avoidable. If you don't want to edit the database anyway. New contract for Docampo. You got a new contract last season, I think. Your contract literally has 4 years on it. That'd be a no. I think we'll just... I will discuss it with him just in case. But I don't think I've ever had one of these actually work. I could try it. Oh my god, it worked! I guess it's because he's highly influential. I've never used that on a contract before. But now I get to use the... David Docampo came to me with a similar complaint and he wasn't being a whopper. Lock it in, baby. Love to see it. Oh, speaking of inverted defense, you've been having a mare. And by that I mean you've been having an argument with your manager. Because I'm pretty certain you're trying to force a way out. As is Harv, which is where I got that famous news article saying Espirito Santo facing late pasta drama, which I just enjoyed the shit out of. Oh, Andrew, no. I feel like you're a credit to chat. If everyone was too, like, straight down the middle and earnest all the time, it wouldn't be as fun. It's always difficult for me, though, when someone's new to chat and has that same kind of... I have to build up a rapport with people. And then I realise... Once I get, like, a level of understanding, then it's, like, super easy. I remember... Some of you guys remember Jack, Smack Jack from chat. When he first came to chat, we did not vibe at all. But then, all of a sudden, about a month later, it was just like, yes. And it just takes a little while sometimes. Finally, oh yeah, you finally moved. That's what I was going to say. You moved to Luton Town. You were going to be out of contract in the summer anyway, but Luton have bought you up front, which is nice. And it means you're finally going to get some game time. 275 grand they paid. Can't argue with that. And you're playing games. In the last month, you've already played 3 times more matches than you had in your entire career. This is the beginning. And I think we already have another guy at Luton Town as well. That used to work really well, Rob. But unfortunately, the players know we have money. So when you don't have money, you can get away with that and they will just agree to it. But when you actually do have a bit of money, they just simply do not seem to... It's like they know that I'm lying to them because I am, essentially. That's good to see, though. That, less so. It says me with a mustache since I've gone back to the mustachioedness again. I'm going to let that build up a little bit. I was reading an article in, I think, 442 yesterday about Saba, the Georgian left-back guy. Seems like he is very, very, very highly rated in real life. I know you guys already told me that, but seems like people are noticing. So the World Cup, I believe, was England, wasn't it? Because we were ridiculing it for that exact reason. Yes, it was England. But if I remember, there was at least something interesting about it. How do I... Can I even see previous World Cups? Oh, that's weird. Ivory Coast beat France. Ivory Coast got third at the last World Cup. Hang on, why is it displaying it like this? Am I not allowed to look at like the previous tables and stuff? FM. Come on now, that's not fun. I think you have to type in European Championship, don't you? Or is this one of these ones where me typing in Europe might actually be better and just going through it from there? Maybe. Oh, I type in Europe and then it shows up, of course. Yeah, I think it's the same problem. Who won the last one then, at least? Current season. No. Last one. Can I look at the rounds in here? I probably can, right? I don't think I can, you know. Point is, that's Group A. Wait. The final. So Spain won the last Euros, which is a little bit dull. There must be a better way of doing that. I swear that wasn't the way it was always shown, right? Also, what did I miss? Oh, Twitch, stop letting me not scroll, bro. Oh, hello, it's Halsky. Sorry, my apologies. I missed your message there. I'm so sorry about that. Welcome aboard, my friend. I wonder what chat we're doing. Best rules in terms of PGE. Right, hang on. Oh, pre-game editor. The best place to learn about pre-game editor stuff, because there isn't a lot of, as you say, YouTube stuff related to it, is either the editor sections of our Discord or the editor's hideaway in the FM forums. They've got some stuff there that I think will be helpful. When it comes to the editor stuff, I usually just ask Hadrian for the most part. But we do have a section of the Discord that's sort of... We need maybe like a section that's just for editing related stuff, actually. I'm trying to like revamp the Discord a little bit and be more active in it in general. But I need to sort of prune a little bit and figure out what needs to be there and what doesn't. That's why we started the running channel, which is doing really nicely, actually, which is pleasing. I'm actually posting my runs in there and everything. Because I did another one yesterday, got some intervals done, which was nice. Or 100 points for that one, Cardinal Wiggles, just because I couldn't show you much more than that, which was frustrating. Yeah, if you're a club with bad finances, it's a literal cheat code. It's great. Oh, my lord. I think we're coming up to deadline day now, which means we should get loads of bids that I don't want. That's a wild amount. That's so much. Oh no, we're still on deadline day. Yeah, there's a running channel in the Discord. It's in the main... It's not in like the general channels. It's in like the normal channels and stuff. I'm trying to sort of... not remold it. Just I want to be more active in there. I realise that I'm not as active in there as perhaps I should be. They're back again. No, I'll say no. You don't think we'll kick off anyway. Chris Hall has gone to Rakov. Oh. Actually, I'll tell you what. That is a good signing. He's got a mustache as well. I feel like 50% of the Patreon regions have bloody mustaches now. That is a really good signing for them. Relevant joined us. The best player that joined us was technically a player that hasn't actually even joined us as it happens. He's technically back on loan. But most of the players that joined us... Oh, Rakov are going. Sure, why not? They're players like... They were mostly a load of guys we signed out of transfer in that just didn't work out. The one guys that
just
stuck out...
stopping by to renew good luck with rest of season, and I'll catch up with fellow Voddies.
You'll love to see it, Liberal Rabbit. Thank you very much for the 4 months. Don't be alarmed when you see a VOD length that's over 6 hours. And Kaka Seagull, thank you for the 50. What do you get if you cross
human DNA with goat DNA? You get kicked out of the petting zoo.
No, you're going to the wrong petting zoos is what's happening. That's what's going on there. Oh my god, I hate when Twitch won't let me scroll my own chat. It's so annoying. Even the moon's getting paid. Maybe. We'll have to check. So yeah, the two sort of standout signings for this window was Araya, who isn't actually here yet, but I do like him as a player. Mostly because he can tackle, which is a rarity in that role. Really, FM? And the guy we've got on a free agent here, which is David. Again, solid striker, worth quite a good amount of money as well. He's probably the most... Those are the two standouts. The Dobby Club has had actually run a marathon. That's kind of 108 million now. What if they'll go higher than Spurs did? To be fair, he's probably more worth it in a way. I'm not doing that either. 266 million. That's a stupid amount of money. What the hell's happened here? Ooh, Thiago's now a Polish citizen. Tell you what. Actually, I think it's a much higher bar to players that are going to be declaring for Poland properly and actually getting in the team. I can't look at every Brazilian that declares and be like, oh, they'll be fine. Oh, that sucks. I had quite high hopes for Kramer, but he's just not really... Even though he's had football as well. I mean, Hippodrich really won't help with that. And you as well. What a day that was. Yeah, these are all at different clubs as well, I think. Or are they? Are they all pushed to the Mitsa? Well, they are. There was a line brawl at the Pushtinia Mitsa training ground, it seems. Running with the ball alone. I wonder if it's actually just that the game is showing you it more, potentially. Because we did used to see that occasionally, players going down off the ball injured, but it seems like now you actually get more visuals for it, perhaps. The Red Mumbler is just simply not for sale. He did get a slight wage rise, though, as a result of something else. Someone got an international cap or something that meant that he got a slight wage rise, and I can't for the life of me remember who it was. And I also can't remember how to get to the contract screen that shows you the... This one, wages. Nope, that's not the one. There's a screen that you can get to through finances, I think. But I can't remember where. I thought it was wages, but it's not. It's... But it is, but it isn't. No, it shows the players and not the squad roles. Fuck, where is it? Because I don't think it's on squad. But I can't for the life remember how to get to it. It was a screen I used to use quite a lot when I was predicting things and checking things. I have no idea where the hell the damn thing is. It's not income, is it? Why would it be income? It's literally money out. Oh, mate, come on. It must be in here somewhere. Is it in squad? Is it just contracts? No, there isn't one. Portal? Recruitment? Oh, it could be in recruitment, actually. Ah, it's in recruitment. Of course it is. Ah, yeah. I gave Pena a new contract. That's what it was. I figured that if there was any player that we needed to keep hold of, it was both Montparnasse and Pena. So they are now our two highest paid players at £39,000 a week. But we've now locked them both down long term, which is scary. Oh, he's Wonder Kid as well. Even better. Hello, Hazard. I am doing fantastically well. I will be if I can just figure out what's going on here. Because I don't know when the next round is. It's somewhere around here. But I actually don't know exactly when it is. What we do know, though, is we should have some draws for the other European competitions that we're not in. I believe, at least. Let me just check. Because I think the Conference League does do its next round. No, it's the 4th of February. Okay, so it's not for another couple of days. That's all right, then. I don't think so. That is my one concern, Bagpuss, is that we don't have quite enough money. I feel like if they were going to be wemps about it, they probably would have been wemps already. Because if they're offering 107 million, it seems like... I'd like to think at that point that the board would probably have stepped in already and tried to sell him. But maybe they're slightly less shit than they were, but not as... Christ. Krzyzanowski. Bradovich could just do with a rest, I think. It's fine, we got Joby. Rest of you? Anyone down? There's a few guys without... Skodry needs some game time. Ramadan's in there as well. There's a lot of options, man. Jesus. I think it's actually more than that, Con. The amount of players that we have at Pushta is actually a little bit ridiculous. I'm pretty certain we got nearly a 70 out to them in one single loan thingy, which means I get to do the same thing again very soon. Because I've got more options for them. Okay. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Wait, do I want Dudu or Feeler to start here? Surely Feeler's ready to start this time. Yeah, I'll be right. Cool. Nice. I'm almost hoping that our off-camera games... Sorry, off-camera. The simmed games don't end up with enormous amounts of goals, just because it will take me longer to record them. I didn't, Rob! Thank you. Let's go check that. And another win for us over GKS. That's fine. Katalar, Feeler, and Feeler. Things you'll have to see. 19 up. We haven't lost since the opening day, by the way. We're just kind of chefing away. That was the weird... If we go unbeaten in the rest of the season in the league, I'll be super annoyed because we lost the opening day of the match, opening day of the season, at home against Łódź, and it was an absolute battering from us on them, and they just scored one goal. Right, coefficients. So, England's cheaty points are in. 21.1 for England this season. That being said, the fact that we're already on 14.5 and have all 5 teams still left in it, there's a chance that we're already competing on the same kind of levels as a lot of these other big nations outside of England. They're such a bunch of cheats, aren't they? Igor Tudor would hate them. But, oh my goodness. As things stand, we go above Turkey and Portugal into 7th place. Just. Although Turkey are shitting the bed so badly this year and have already lost 2 of their clubs, as have the Netherlands. Portugal is a tough one. By the way, I meant Turkey and the Netherlands, not Turkey and Portugal. We're nearly, well, we're not even that close to Portugal anymore because they've still got all, oh no, they've got 5 out of 6 in Europe. England still have 8 out of 8. We're not that far off, though, of getting into the battle with your Portugals and your Frances. Yeah, losing that season, and honestly, if we could start replacing some of these seasons with even 13s and 14s, we could be cooking. Is that still broken? Yes, it is. Still, that's really, really good. I mean, last year I was happy that we got 17.9. This year, we could genuinely get close to 20, I feel like. It would depend on who gets what in the draws, though. Did Malta do anything? I suspect not. Where are they, actually? 49th. They have the occasional 1-point season, but no, sadly not. God, Northern Ireland are so low. I did not realise they were as low as that. That's actually crazy. A 5 of no release clause just before the January window open. I'm probably going to sell him in the summer to rebuild the squad. Well, but at least you could... That's a plan, though. Like, say I did actually need to rebuild the squad. I know that we could get a stupid amount of money for one player that could rebuild everything. Salifu. Only on loan. The fact that I'm getting loan bids for players that are at Pushtinir Mitsa from Leipzig is batshit. Shows you the level of quality, though, that we've been able to get out through the affiliate loans. Obviously, I'll be rejecting that. Actually, he doesn't want to go to Leipzig anyway. Cool. That's good news. How's Kukonda got on this season? I'm guessing well. What's his overall numbers looking like? Oh, yeah, no, that's very good. He's got 14 goals this season for Audi Kukonda. 8 in the Europe, 6 in the league. Love to see it. Individual clubs. There is, but I don't know where it is. Because basically every club has their own coefficient too. Wait, why is Europe not... Oh, it's there. But where is it? Because it should be, in theory... Oh, it's literally on this page. I'm an idiot. It's right next to the one I was just using. So yeah, current season. There we go. 18 points for us by ourselves. Currently... It's a shame you can't filter it anymore. You used to be able to filter it by nation. So you could just see our clubs, for example. Where are we? Surely we are on here. I might have scrolled past us, to be fair. Oh, no, but that... Wow, we're all the way down in... I suppose we haven't really had enough European seasons to really build that up. So we're still only 74th. In fact, technically, we're even lower, right? Oh, no. Yeah. I don't know. I think we're actually even lower than that currently. It's just that next season will be 74th, I think. Or that's this season. No, that's the correct one. It's next year will be much higher. I mean, not that much higher, but higher enough to the point that it's going to be, like, noticeable. Yeah, I always get confused with these screens. It's not as easy to read as it was previously. We're losing a 0 point. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because we've only had 3 seasons of European... No, is it 3 or 4 seasons of European football? No, I actually forget. It's been a couple, but we haven't even got a full 5-year spread just yet. Once that's locked in, things will be a little bit more easy to read. Newcastle in for coffee. Happy to stay. In that case, I'll just let him stay. Gets us out of the window, crucially. We're still only 10 points clear of Cracovia, but I just think we'll keep on winning. Well, that's convenient. 4th season in Europe. Yeah, so we had... You're right, because it was... crazy difficult first season in the Champions League, wasn't it? Where we only got like 1 point or something. And then... Or did we have a Europa League season before? No, we had a Europa League season, didn't we? We had Europa League. Then we had that one season of the Champions League. Finally, find that favourite pizza topic. I'm very confused, Star Nation. You're going to have to catch me up. I'm so very confused. In my defense, I spent a lot of my time confused, so that's more on me. into last year, then this year. Yeah. Wait, so is it gone Champions League, Europa League, Champions League, Europa League? That makes more sense. We'll keep you out there, I think, for the time being. Player targets, potential issue with Naeem. You actually only have 1 year left on your contract. Oh, he's got a 3-year extension. Enjoy your new contract, Anwar. Thank you for reminding me, sir. Netherlands, true. I mean, actually, the easiest one would be England, right? But in terms of actual, like, still slightly challenging, but easiest, Austria is probably the one, I'd say. Because you get so many big sides in Austria to begin with. And by adding a few to them, you could cook. And the youth rating's really good. There's a lot you could do in Austria. So he's gone as well. Right, I think we're out of the main window now for the most of the European sides, right? So in theory, I'll go one more day just to make sure. So what I'll do, I'll do it after the Europa League draw. That way we know that we're out of Europe. Not out of Europe, but... New contract for yourself with a high salary. The board wouldn't let you, because the board are the ones that are offering it to you, not you per se. So you can't really offer yourself a contract as such. Do you know what it could be in their Tarnation? I don't know. What's your favourite pizza topping? The real answer is the friends and the pizza toppings you make along the way. Significant. Not really, Con. The only one that we signed was a player that hasn't actually officially joined us, but he's still on loan in Costa Rica. This guy from, I think it was Alajuelense. It's usually them, isn't it? Due to the time constraints, we've sort of focused less on... we focused less on transfers today, just out of necessity. Plus, it just gives us more to do in the summer stream on Thursday, in fairness. We do have a youth intake coming up today as well, remember, but it is also going to be absolute garbage. I mean, cheese is a good start, right? Unless you're lactose intolerant. In that case, probably the worst possible start. There was definitely a report in there, wasn't there? I was looking at something. Nope, it's gone. Ah, right. We're out the window, so I'll do the thingy to swip them around. I think it's already set up for this as it happens. Yeah, nice. Okay. Let's use the loan view for a moment. Make sure that everybody is ready to go. Staniak's out of contract in the summer, which kind of sucks. But is also somewhat predictable. There's a few guys that I might have turned the right age to. I don't think anyone else has got a bid on them yet. Hopefully no one in here is going to kick off. Can I offer them all? Yes, I can, baby. And I think that will automatically add them to the loan list if they're not already on there anyway. But I will just check. That should be okay. That should get some of them out at least. And worst case scenario, I'll add the rest to the list. Right. I don't think we need to make any changes here. Although Obradovic doesn't actually need to be in it anymore. Neither does Dudu. Oh, no, he does. Because it will free up some more space for us. Not that we need it. We've got loads of space, I think, as it happens. Is there not a lot of money there? I did not know that. I just figured with it being one of the sort of larger sort of top 10 leagues in Europe, I guess. Or is it top 10? That there'd be a reasonable amount of cash. Or is it just because it's always in the team who must not be named, for they are a rival energy drink team? Yeah, how goes the Yugoslavia editor stuff you were doing? Or is this where you were asking about the editor stuff earlier because of that exact reason? Because you're sort of running into some obstacles. Because I totally get that. Just get rid of the unavailable ones just to make sure that there's... DeCampo. Oh my god, so many of them now count as homegrown. Or don't need to be registered, rather. I've never seen a red wanted symbol before. I'm assuming that appears on players that are out on loan. I think that's all of them. Right, so who can be put in? You don't need to be. You don't need to be. Neither do you. You can be, so we may as well. You can be, so again we might as well. Wow, we can have anyone we like here. Even Danilo Danger's getting in the squad. And Ramadan. Oh no, not Ramadan. Apparently not, for some reason. Is that not? Oh, we're only allowed 2 replacements, aren't we? Shit. I have to have Docampo in the squad anyway because of goalkeepers. Screw it. That'll do. Shokri, I think he's... I don't know, actually. I genuinely don't know because he should have been in the first team squad, so he should have been there. Either way, I think he has a low enough squad status that he won't care, in fairness. But I probably could have put him in there. He wouldn't have got a lot of game time anyway, though, with Coffee and Naeem. Although, once he learns that role, he'll just become so much more easy to spot because he'll actually show up as an option for that position when I'm looking through my assistant manager's eyes or whatever. Build a loan farm. Keynes, the reason I haven't got any like new tips is because I'm not really doing anything different. As far as building a loan farm, all I'm doing is offering players out for loan. And occasionally doing the little flipped toggle thing, but I'm not even really doing that for the most part. I haven't done that in over a year. I suspect that what the usual issue is that the players that you're trying to loan out are either too good for the clubs that you're trying to loan them to now, or that's actually normally just the main reason. Generally speaking, that's if you can't do it using the same methods that I'm doing, then that's probably the reason. That's the reason I absolutely spam the shit out of Belgian amateurs or various amateurs in the early stages, because you just get a lovely little plethora of those types of players nice and early, and then you've got something to build upon later. A few guys in here, but this is obviously Patreon regions as well, so it's quite nice this not being full every single time. It means we actually know that the players in it are at least relevant to us in some manner, and it didn't glitch out. Life is but a dream. Send you guys around again. I think some of these guys are from the not the next gen, sorry. Anyone in here that's affordable? No, no, no. You're very young, but actually, do we know more about him yet? Because he was quite a good... He's only 16, to be fair, so he'll come back around later. Oh, what about Gerga Gagalic? I do kind of like the idea of Gerga Gagalic. If I was to make one signing, it possibly might be him. What do we think? Mostly because of his name, and because I kind of want revenge on Dino Zagreb. Now, having shoots from distance on a centre-back with 6 long shots is a little concerning. 6'4", good jumping reach, goodish tackling. It's a little expensive, but he's only 17, exactly. And we know that Croatia and Dinamo are good for producing players too, so it's likely that he actually has got good potential. Spirited personality, interestingly. Low consistency, but that's expected at 17. I like him. The question is whether we'd be able to get him cheap enough, because I don't know how much money I've got left. I might actually have to install him. Oh. Right. I really would like to sign this guy, but apparently I'm not allowed to do it just yet. Wait. I was going to say, where's Santa Baby gone? Well, I think he was already on Santa Baby, wasn't he? So I'm just taking it off and putting it back on again. We will come to him. Oh, thank you, Keynes. Yeah, it's just a really tough one with that. It's... The only thing you could do is just start signing worse players for a little bit to see if you can loan those guys out. I'm talking your 3-star PA type of chaps. But that's why I start the loan farm the second I can. Bow wrapping from them. True. Usually, though, given that he's in Europe and we're in Europe, that usually isn't the issue. We could try it anyway, but I suspect that it's more just that he doesn't like us enough yet. Although we don't have a high enough rep for him. Yet, at least. John's still injured. This is Brookbet, so we can just go relatively similar lineup, right? Just want to make sure there's no one I'm accidentally leaving out loads. Shockery. Now, we would have the bench, though. Not sure. How's Pog? She's honestly been feeling a little bit down the last couple of days. I'm doing my best to cheer her up, but, you know, it's not always easy. Can Dushenko back in? Yeah, you can. So if Pog does come in today, which I'm hoping she will do at some point, we get to be extra nice to her and tell her how brilliant she is. Wills, thank you for the 29 months,
I choose you. Happy Tuesday, everyone.
You'd love to see it, my friend. That's very kind. I choose you as well. But that's chat as a whole, because I'm an equal opportunist wanker. Bad personalities. Oh, you 100% could. But you'd have to find the outliers, because the problem is, a lot of those bad personalities, there are bad personalities that can still make good players, but there are some personalities that no matter how high their PA is, you're going to struggle to make them into a good player, because a lot of it will have low professionalism, which is often the biggest thing. She's good, it's just sometimes Pogger's... I'm always like worrying how much I should. Basically, Pog goes through like spells where she feels down a little bit too much. Then she's seeing a doctor soon about it to sort of see if there's any kind of like hormone reasons that might be causing that sort of thing. It's obviously difficult. So yeah, but point is she just has some bad days sometimes. But on this morning she sent me goose pictures and she saw a doggo. It was an Aussie as well. Shout out to people from Australia. Yeah, Slack is quite a rare one. It's also one of the worst personalities you can get. Did we just draw? As if we drew with Brookbet. That was a full strength team, by the way. Lads, can you not do that? Unsporting is fine. Yeah. That's not an issue at all. Oh my god. Byron. Thank you so very much. That is unbelievably kind of you, my friend. You really did not have to do that. That's so damn nice of you. Thank you, friend. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, no, it totally does suck. I mean, you know I've been there, man. Which is good, because it means, one, I can understand, and two, I get to be the rock, as it were. Just do what I can, right? Back from the shitter. Me when I come out of my depressive spells. I'm back from the shitter, baby. I'm going to start using that in future. We beat Bodo. We drew with Hajduk, which is annoying, but it still got us through. All the Polish sides are in. We've got nearly 15 points on the board as well. Also, there should be draws. My people's eyebrow. It's about as good as my people's elbow, to be honest. Birthy. Girthy. Birthy? Birthy. Oh, actually, in good mental health news, friends, you might have heard, oh, you may have heard me talk about this, I don't know, that I felt like there was a friend of mine that had sort of gone quite absent from our group, and I was a bit worried about him, but I had always felt that maybe he was just having a bit of a rough period and was isolating himself a little bit. And then I noticed that over the last couple of weeks, I'd seen messages from him a little bit more. He seemed a bit more himself, and I was like, okay, that's interesting, but I was still a little bit worried. Friday night, literally, I'm sat there on the sofa with Pog, just finished work. Bro just walks into my living room. He does this. And I was just like, I've missed you. And he explained that basically I was exactly right in that he just had a couple of shit months and had just felt like crap and had isolated himself from us because of that. But I was so happy that he turned up just at the house because that's what he does. And that's how I know that he's feeling a bit better, because he just rocks up. Yeah. I'm just glad that it was that, you know, and that he's also feeling better. Unambitious is totally fine. Unambitious as a personality is absolutely fine. If anything, it can sometimes be good in a way. Have a key. No, I just leave the front door open a lot. Shouldn't say that live, really, should I? During the day, it's just because I'm always opening parcels for Pog and stuff at the front door, so I just leave the door unlocked a lot of the time, when I'm here at least. Not when I'm not here. And he knows that he can just walk in anyway. Take a beer from the fridge. Well, that's exactly what he did. As it happens. Hey, if you can get here, Jinjo, get yourself in there. Pog is the best. She is truly the best. Chat as a group and an entity can just walk in. Didn't we just do this? Oh no, what happened is he came and I said no. But now I can use Docampo. Ah. Well, we tried. As a group, we tried. A sitcom. In it! To be fair, he's the only person I know that had... It's the first time he's actually done that, to be fair. He was also saying that... maybe I'm oversharing for him, but I'm sure he didn't mind. This is a positive story overall, that he, a couple of weeks ago, drove up to here and basically just sat in Tesco's car park because he wanted to come over, but I think he wasn't quite ready to, but he felt like he was. And I just felt, I was like, mate, we're just right there. And he knows that. Like, I told him that, but I know that, you know, when you're not ready and you feel like you can't, but you're like that close to it, no one's saying, oh, you're ready or whatever. Yeah. So what did I say? Have I said a silly? Oh my god. This is almost all going to be Polish sides too, so this is exciting news. Wait, that was not the button I meant to press, but that'll do, we'll take that. I said no. I got confused. The brain can be weird like that. Isolate a lot. That's... Hey, suspect, you know that you can always come in the Discord, people will listen, right? We're all friends here. I know that it might not seem like that, but I truly... Or just message me. I'm serious. And that goes for any of you, by the way. I care about you now. I want you guys to live your best... Guys and girls to live your best lives, alright? We'll go through shit times, trust me. And wait, what is this? Is this a transfer? It is, isn't it? That's fine. Did I offer... I didn't offer them out for transfer, did I? That would be really bad. Why is it... I could have sworn I offered them for loan. No, it was just loans. Right, cool. Phew. I got worried there for a second. I think it's just they happened to come through on the exact same day and I got very confused. Yeah, and also feel free to talk in here, friends. Like, we will support you. It's not a joke, right? The way you guys all rallied around Rick when he's been going through his surgeries and stuff. I have a Rick update as well for you later, don't worry. Part 3. The trilogy's complete. The gallbladder trilogy. Shall we go? Oh yeah, no, and this is the thing. I've always kind of been quite like that with my friends. Like, this is the same friend of mine who we almost sort of lost from our friend group for a little while because he was basically in a marriage that he was unhappy with, basically. And as a result of his husband, we didn't really see him a lot because it would always be sort of, oh no, we can't come. And it was always just because his husband was a dickhead. And we almost didn't see him for like 2 years. And then right at the start of COVID, I was out on a run and I got a call. And it was him basically saying that they were getting divorced and they split up. And we'd never stopped inviting him to stuff So nothing changed. He was just able to be one of us again and back into our friend group like nothing had happened because we just never stopped inviting him. That's all you can do with people like that. I did see the map, yeah. It's really cool, isn't it? Because the fact that it tells you the youth ratings and stuff. Imagine if the game had a function like this. Sorry for switching topics so quickly there, but it's just such a cool idea. Also, come on now. Give me the Greenland youth rating, damn it. Incomplete. So the capybara game. I have, yes. Maybe I'll get that one as well for... Wait, what the hell? For stream on Thursday, perhaps. We never know. Oh! Wait a minute, that's a lot of money. Lads, I'm not letting you give me that amount of cash. But I will let them offer me £1 because I find if you put something in here... Maybe I'll leave the wages. Yes! If we got Mohammed Ramadan out to Rakov, that would be incredibly good news. Through hardships to hell. And that's the great thing, because for me, that's what I always feel like when people don't understand shouty music. It's like, how could you listen to that and feel good? I never feel better than when I'm running and listening to Polaris. It's just, it suits me, or Elwood Stray or whatever. Because if a chat, it's true. None of these friends are even real. I make them up. It's just a chat bot. I just pretend to have friends. Oh my god. This constant lack of being able to scroll Twitch chat is a pain in the arse. I need to find a way to make chat bigger so I can actually keep in touch with messages easier. Because it goes off the screen. It's so hard to get back on there. Left with the Smart. Wow, that's actually incredibly wholesome, Hazard. I'm so sorry that that happened, firstly. Was this recently? Or maybe you just didn't actually tell us, to be fair. Although you might have done, I forget. But regardless, I'm glad. Not of, obviously, the situation with your grandmother, but the fact that you were able to feel even slightly better from being here, right? I'll always encourage you guys, right? Pills for you. Well, you know. Oh, like, what is this? The Aston... I almost said Aston Villa then. The Aston Martin DNF thing. Because I've heard stuff about how they're going to start the race, do the formation lap, and then park. Is that just random social media nonsense, or is this like a legit thing that could actually happen? Because obviously the race is not a time I can't watch and I'm in Poland anyway, but I'm curious about whether this is a legit thing or whether it's just a... Yeah, I saw the fact about Honda not having the spare parts. Wow. Yeah, you're right. It isn't even that screamy. I tend to keep the screamy stuff off of stream. Although occasionally, because I have it on Smart Shuffle, Spotify's like, but wouldn't it be good if you just had some anyway? And the answer is yes. Don't make me put on my favourite song at the moment. There's a lot of those were still... I guess it's because the Japanese window is open. We do have quite a lot of Japanese players. Oh, I see. Yes, in that case. Forgive my memory. That was all around... that was around the time where things were all over the place for me. Alec! Thank you very much for the 22 months. I do also apologise for the lack of uploads on the YouTube channel that aren't recaps. At least you could tell that because I'm doing the recap still, that it's not that. It's just that I basically had to rethink what I wanted to do with content. And I have. But it's going to take me a while to get the things I want to do sorted for that. But I am going to do the scouting video about the director of football stuff because I think there's a lot of good stuff in that. Engine so much it breaks the hybrid unit. Wow. I feel so... Poor Fernando is all I can say. Poor bloody Fernando. Witness protection is doing well. You'll now notice he's called Danilo Danger. Or is he? Who could say? Duru is happy to stay. Good news. That's what I was going to look at. Squad unhappy with the treatment? No, you're not. No, you're not. That'd be silly. There's a screamer. Wait, is this... This does sound like Sabrina Carpenter, actually. The song I've been vibing the most lately is a song by a band called Elwood Stray. Called, I think, Spirit. Because it's just an absolute... Oh, it's not Spirit, Spark. And I'm going to put it on because I deserve a good thing. This wasn't a song request, was it? I'll just let it clear out, actually, just in case. We won that. Right, let me check who the other team's got in the European draw, because that has now, in theory, happened. Even though only a few of them are actually going to be in it, because they've done really well. Europe... Conference League, we got one team in, and that is Rakov, who are playing... Ooh, it's the Matt Save Derby. So they're playing against Slavia. Which is concerning. They could have done with a better draw than that. What about the Europa League? Legia hosting Sporting. Crap. And Legia hosting Leo. Okay, never mind. Not ideal. Jump in front. Oh my god. It's... G-joke. You joke, but there could have actually been a genuine scientific thing at play there. because I might be wrong about this, so if you know more about this, please feel free to Dunning-Kruger the shit out of me here. But I believe it's been shown that in traumatic incidents, particularly things like road accidents or things like that you were suggesting, police in certain places had tested a program where they were actually getting people to play Tetris if they were witnesses to traumatic events, because something about the way that Tetris interacts with the brain was shown to reduce the potential for post-traumatic stress disorders in people that have witnessed traumatic events, potentially. And I do wonder if that was like a lower grade version of the same type of thing. I've read about it, but I couldn't remember the exact specifics, so forgive me if I'm well off base with that. Who works that out? I don't know. I believe it was also used on like victims of sexual assault as well. I don't know exactly. Smarter people than us, yeah, exactly. There's a reason why there are scientists and then there's us. Shout out to the scientists that are in chat as well. You guys rocking that fence very nicely. Right, I don't know. I think it was probably just... It's more because it's a distraction, I suspect. But it's just a distraction that's more consistent. I don't know. Either way, I'm happy that we could even do anything that would make you feel a bit better on that day. I mean, how do you come up with anything, right? It's... Someone does it randomly once. Yeah, we are 11 points in. That's the reason we're simming all the league games at the moment. That and timescales. But because I just feel like we're just having... we're going to win the league this year so comfortably. For the first time, really. In the say that we actually can afford to do this, which is nice. Something of a scientist myself. And I think you both went for it as well. Average minds think alike, hey chat. Oh, tune. Fuck, I'm turning it up. That barely turned up at all, did it? Oh. It reminds me a little bit of very early Memphis Mayfire, when they still had that southern element to it. I can't do the washing up without it. It gets done a lot slower, I must admit. Wait, Ducore, wasn't he quite good? Oh, never mind. He was, in fact, not good. Oh, speaking of that, actually, Pog and I think I mentioned this before. I don't know if I did. Pog and I have been watching Scrubs. Pog's never seen the original Scrubs, so because the new one was out, I was like, fuck it, we'll just watch the old one first. Best washing up song. I just put on my, I have a playlist called Metally Corey Worry, which is basically hand-picked, organic, perfect metalcore songs. It's a small playlist, but each one is an absolute smasher, and therefore I don't have to worry about going, skipping that one. So that's usually what I listen to when I'm doing the washing up, or when I get to any interval sections of my runs. Just helps me run faster. Gourmet metalcore, indeed, yes. Michelin star metalcore. I'm here for it. I've heard that the new reboot is actually really good, which is a rarity with reboots, so I'm quite excited to watch that, but I obviously wanted to show Pog the original one first, just because I'm reminded of how good a fucking show it was. I haven't watched it in such a long time. And it's just fabulous. Why does Classy Net know? Oh, it's because I always spell it wrong. That happens every single time. So he's playing for Nacional. Is he actually playing? Oh, solo. Absolutely useless for the volleys, I realise. 7 goals? It's fine. When we fix the typo. When you make me. Come on, you know me. If something annoys people, then that's probably more likely for me to do it. Don't make me triage you, Andrew. Oh, dear. God, I'm getting through drinks today. I'm actually getting kind of warm as well, so don't mind me. I'm just stripping off. It's fine. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I believe it did. Oh, sometimes it takes a minute, Leafy. If it doesn't go through, remind me and I'll whack it back in and again. There it goes. There has to be a delay on the song requests now because Spotify changed their API agreement and I have to do a smaller amount of requests. Yeah, the New School episodes, of course, that was crap. But the first 8 seasons, well, actually, I don't know. It might have fallen off at some point. It's been such a long time since I remembered it, but it's just such a fun show. Not just Ted Lasso as well, Hazard. If you haven't seen Shrinking for me is the GOAT. Written by the same guy. Out of Scrubs as well, actually. Licensed music. Oh, no. You can't do that. The music in Scrubs is part of the fun. It's incredible. Believe it or not, versions I'm watching very much have the original music. As I continue to sail on many different seas. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm that bothered about Ted Lasso's new season. I feel like it kind of ended when maybe it should have done. And I'm worried that they might be beating a dead horse a little bit with it, and maybe they would have been better off pivoting to making a different show entirely. But maybe they kind of are, I don't know. To a 70-year-old, this isn't real life. Yeah. It's a shame because he was so highly rated, and I really did think that he might actually do something in real life. But it seems like a lot of the players, like Ovalar, for example, that we think are going to be good, just never quite amount to it. I like the fact there's an Icelandic guy and a Turkish guy in this intake, in this report, and neither of them play for those clubs. They're in both at Midtjylland. We've got Ingeberger Court Sigthorsson. He's very young, to be fair. Where do you see Scrubs? Ah, places, you know, out and about. I fly to different hotels where it's watchable. And I go from there. I mean, no, the systems, friends, the systems. It's very much one of these if you know type situations. Or just DM me and I'll tell you. And the last season, yeah, I always feel like that they could have done a 4th season with this show as it was, because I feel like there was a lot still to be told, but I don't know, we'll see. That would have worked, actually. What's his now? Brett Goldstein is actually really good in Shrinking, and I believe he's written quite a lot of it too, as it happens. But isn't it basically just a spin-off based on the women's team? I think they might have been better off actually launching it as an official spin-off instead, rather than sort of aping on the original show a little bit too much. A great travel agent, I do. I'm everywhere. You did trigger the auto mod. It knew your intentions were naughty. Well done, auto mod. Pats on head. Forgive me that I just spoke actions out loud as if I was typing. Hey, at least you know what goes through my head now. If that helps. Actually, I might let that build up a little bit more first. Brett Goldstein is just a brilliant writer. I really like him as an actor as well. It sucks that I don't think he's going to be in Shrinking anymore. But that is just probably my comfort show at the moment, actually. Like, there's no other show I'm watching right now that's like existing currently that I look forward to in a week more than an episode of Shrinking. I took Daz to New Zealand to watch the Brentford game last week. So there you go. Ironically, Daz, you know in message I said to you that I'd never had any issues? That was the first day that I'd ever not been able to find a game. It was the Fulham Stoke game because it was FA Cup. Typical. Although I did later, but only got the second half. Asano. Wow. He's even worse. Maybe we did just sign some bad players. I will not admit that, though. I am, obviously, as you know, perfect. These two... Hang on. He's world class. I mean, he is. It's just mad to me that we have a player that the game considers world class in Season 6 whilst in Poland still and have never gone past the first knockout round of the Champions League. I'm not surprised. He actually is world class. It's just the fact that we paid, what was it, 4.7 million for him is truly baffling to me. I do not know how, one, we got him and convinced him to get rid of the release clause too. Because we'd have lost him easily by now if we hadn't got rid of that release clause, and it would have been for an obscenely small amount of money. Sex education. I've actually never seen that, to be fair. International travel needs. Oh, interesting. I have a system. A certain person told me about a couple of years ago, and it's been flawless for me ever since then. For that specific stuff. Obviously, that's not how I'm watching Scrubs. That is a very different system. I feel like with a lot of these sort of systems that we're referring to, you won't be able to... It's information that you stumble upon accidentally or someone tells you. Because it is... That's the only way I've realised a lot of these things throughout life. There's always a better thing than whatever you're doing, generally speaking. He's not going anywhere. Not on my watch, anyway. 50% worse. Oh, for sure. He's just an interesting character. I actually watched a proper highlighted TV show for the first... Oh, a proper scheduled TV show. I read that as highlighted. It was a recap. Handcuff two randoms together. That does sound very Channel 4. I feel like that's the stuff I'm... Because I just don't really watch television. Legitimately, the last time I watched television that was live TV that wasn't football or sport of some sort was 2024 when Pog and I watched the Gavin and Stacey Christmas special. That was the last time that I watched anything that was live television that wasn't sport. It just doesn't interest me most of the time these days. I like to be able to control what I'm watching and when, schedules and missing stuff. It feels like TV itself in a way is kind of outdated just because the whole structure just doesn't really work anymore. Well, they are slowly adapting to that, of course, but it's just interesting. I did watch a bit of Line of Duty right back in the day, but that's about it. I think I watched maybe the first 2 seasons of it. Seasons of it. I can't remember the show now. Oh, I don't know. Was it Scrubs? Could be. Do I want to go with the same lineup again? I mean, ultimately, we've got a whole little run of league games now where if everyone's fit, there's really no reason not to go full strength, right? Under 22 player. Wait, have we got loads of players that count as under 22 now? Oh my god, we do. That's incredible. We've got 8 of our starting 11 now count as under 22 trained in Poland, and none of them are Polish. So we're not going to have any more of those issues in the league. It took a while, but Seaman Bank, what the fuck? How has he fallen off that badly? That might be another summer expedition for us, just trying to find another guy for that role. Wait, oh, bugger. Turns out there was, in fact, a player to change. Which means in comes you, out goes you again. I do like the next match thing. What I particularly like is if you make changes while you're on all matches, then ticket to next match, the changes you make after that are the only ones that are actually applied to the next match. That is a really cool way of doing that feature, and I didn't realise that until the other day. It's brilliant. Shout out SI for that. It's a tiny little thing that is such a huge quality of life difference. Love that. This is exactly my review. Good, just a bit weird. I mean, hey, specific, I appreciate it. Yeah, usually there's like, Pog and I will usually have a show that we are watching, but we haven't really had it for a while. Obviously, now we're watching Scrubs, so that's kind of doing the work of that. Where was our result? 2-0 victory. Oofy. Yagaloni are catching up a little bit more now. But still, we had to catch up on the pit and things like that as well, and Fallout. Don't really like Netflix is worth it. I mean, I honestly don't know if I believe that either. But that doesn't mean I don't watch the shows. Slow Horses. I've actually read the first book of Slow Horses. Season 2 of the pit's really, really good. Some of the new characters are actually... It's always difficult with shows like that when they have to, you know, churn the cast a little bit. But some of the really new characters in the pit are actually fantastic. The new nurse lady, Emma, that's working with the charge nurse, she's a really cool character. As is the know-it-all guy, who is an absolute whopper, but he's a brilliant character because of that. Like... His whopperiness is what makes him such a good character. Oh god, it's the Fray. Who did this to me? Was this you, Icarus? I told you the story about this song, right? And how this is probably one of the lamest things I've ever done. So, cut to, I'm like 16, 17 years old. Have a crush on this girl in my class, whatever. I am doing absolutely nothing about it. Can't work up the courage to talk to her. But in my head, I'm doing well, you know? This song comes out around that sort of time. I'm like obsessed with it. It sums up how I feel. I don't even know because the song has nothing to do with that, but the vibes sum up how I feel. But I didn't have an iPod. I didn't have iTunes at the time. And so I didn't have any real way of listening to it because, again, this is 2007. Oh, it's very much MSN Messenger sort of vibes. But what did I do? That's right. I went to the Apple Store. You could listen to like a 15 to 20 second preview. I just put it on repeat and just sat there like this for like 25 minutes. It started around about this part of the song as well. Just sort of let that sink in for a minute there, chat. It's up there with lamest thing I've ever done, but somehow it's not the most. It's not the most lamest thing. It's just in the ballpark. It's certainly podium, I'd say. Zack Attack, thank you very much for the follow. Best fake ban in Saved by the Bell that I've ever did see. 5 seasons of renewal for another time. Oh, anytime you get a multi-season renewal, that's usually a good sign, or it's a reality show. How to move on all of my subs, even to other people. You don't even want to share a platform with me. I respect it. How big is the podium? Oh, you know, big enough for all of my shame. I was a cringy teenager. Who knew? I'm a cringy adult, just in different ways. It's how you do it. You learn by being awkward as hell. It's... yeah. The dumbest thing. I'm starting to think that really it should have been more obvious that I wasn't entirely neurotypical even back then. Oh yeah, no, I have seen the episode. Jose. Looking forward to seeing it again at some point when we get to it. Cringe, you can't exactly. Cringe is just fun that someone else doesn't enjoy. Although, in this sense, I don't suspect anyone enjoyed it. Least of all me. Whilst I was pretending to be... Not even pretending, but being like performative emo, I guess. Oh, Joe Turek's gone to Beijing Guan. So that's one more of the Patreon players out the door. Judges are cringe. Yeah, I told you about the... Speaking of MSN statuses, I told you once when I broke up with my girlfriend, this is like the first proper girlfriend I'd ever had. My MSN status said something along the lines of... In fact, not even something along the lines. It was verbatim. I'm like a slinky. Fun to play with, but you wouldn't care if I fell down the stairs. If you haven't switched off already, welcome. You're one of the good eggs. It's Thursday. Sorry, it's not Thursday. It's Tuesday when Matt shares his shame. I'm 14 and this is deep. Yeah, except I think I was probably 80. Maybe 17. Just disappointed. The difference is I'm brave enough to share it. You've done cringy things, chat. Don't pretend you haven't. The difference is I'm sharing it in a live setting with loads of people. Words escape me. I wish they hadn't have escaped me. 18, possibly 17. Don't know exactly. Too old to be that cringe. Is the general of... Not again, please. Can I still use the camp on this? Yes! Come on then, that's nice. Shows who likes who. Does it actually? Oh, that's fun. There's a close one. Do you want another one? Do you want another one? Actually, I don't know how many more I've got, to be honest. I do have a few. X in places of vowels. Ooh. Some people do the V's instead of U's thing. Although, admittedly, I feel like a lot of that, bands are very guilty of that particular faux pas. 6 flags of red flags. There you go. I have to check. Do you know what, chap? I should definitely change my Discord one like that. So that specific slinky thing. Just for the memes. It was down to 7 of these guys now, which is great news. Slowly. They'll all get a job in May, though. It's fine. Has anyone got a bid or an interest in them? No, that's annoying. MEGASTREAM, it is, yes. Comfortable, I like it. That was the idea. If you're not uncomfortable by it, it wasn't cringe enough, clearly. Girlfriend in 5th grade proceeded to go to school the next day. My best Sunday church goes to... Yes! Wait. Oh, I see. Right, so Dyron, the mistake you made there, I think we all know what it is not getting the answer before committing to an outfit. Yes. I understand now. Thank you, Ben. She doesn't deserve you. Oh, I love it. That was incredible. Yeah, you see, you got to get the answer first. Well, you know what? Since we're on the topic, that leads me perfectly into probably the most cringe thing I ever did. Same kind of era, bit younger. Well, no, 16, 17, I think. Should have saved that bit to the end. That way it wouldn't have been even worse. Liked a girl. Thought, oh yeah, it's Valentine's Day coming up. I'm going to get her a Valentine's card. So my friend, in her infinite wisdom, was like, no. It'll be more heartfelt if you make it yourself. So it was a snow day that day. So she helps me make this Valentine's card for this girl. For some reason, in my infinite wisdom again, put boiled sweets in it. Just like sellotaped on the inside. And then obviously, because you think, well, obviously, if you're going to do that, you would then go and find this person and give the card to them, right? Because you've got to know who it is, right? Except no, my friend, she did that part for me. And then this girl had a boyfriend as well. I should stress. The subs are back. And so the card was then presented. And my mouse is about to die. One sec. Pause for part 2. So yeah, that was, her name is Noelle. Thankfully, it was half term and it was a Friday. So I didn't wait for the answer because obviously, and luckily there was a week in between where I was able to let it all die out before I went back to school again. Yeah. Point is, I was a socially awkward teenager, but at least I channeled my socially awkwardness into cringe rather than other things, I suppose, right? More than 7 times. Turns out you can. Sorry, I don't think I've got any more. The girl that like, no, genuinely. She genuinely didn't. That girl is one of my best friends. She is married to one of my other best friends. They have 2 kids. Like, honestly, at the time, I'm pretty certain she was like proper fancied my mate though. So maybe it was like she could hang out with us while making it kind of thing, perhaps. I don't know. Regardless, those 2 are married and have 2 kids. She's one of my best, like, yeah. So there definitely wasn't that. Oh, they were called Matt. In fact, OGs of the streams, the real OGs of the streams from like back in the first sort of few months of stream will actually remember this girl because I once raided her after a stream because she decided that she wanted to try streaming out. Last one to leave class, not really awake and decided to close the door before leaving the class, which meant everyone saw a door close and hear a big bang after me walking to the door. Yeah, that's not gonna bruff out too easily. Classic out of jail, exactly. You gotta have distance, you know? Even back then, I understood that. You gotta create separation. The irony is, as well, I'm still friends with the actual girl in question in the first place because she's cool. Just became friends later when I was less cringe, I suppose. Oh, dear. Breaks playing Switch and whoever else had missed all this sort of stuff in school. You didn't miss much other than social embarrassment. Although what I would say is, I wonder if being embarrassed like that at times can help you grow stronger, you know? What doesn't kill you and all that. Or something. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, in love, tis but an infatuation. Right? But that's what... People do weird things. Like that. Oh. That concludes all the ones... I mean, it's not all the ones I have. I'm sure I have plenty more. Oh, speaking of doors, though, a friend of mine, one time... He was a little on the large side and he would sort of push his stomach out to open doors sometimes. Did it to a glass door at school and the door panel shattered. I mean, how do you explain that? Oh, yeah, sir, sorry about that glass door that I've just exploded. I was smashing my stomach into it repeatedly. It's not going to make you look any better, is it, unfortunately? Cringe was my whole stick. Well, not intentionally, at least. It sort of comes as a byproduct more than anything else. Had he runny nose at pee, my friend told me to press my finger towards one nostril and cut the Oh no. That's no. Yeah. Do you know what, Lomboy? I'd have just turned and be like, better out than in. That's what I always say. With his ass. There you go. Actually, one time I forgot my PE kit for school and it was javelin day. Yeah. Let that sink in too. And so I had to borrow a random PE kit. So I just grabbed these random pair of white shorts, got down to the field. There was blood all over them. So cue a 1 hour of Matt's got his period. Whilst I'm holding a javelin. Like, don't fuck with me, I've got a javelin. Oh, by javelin day, I mean it was a lesson with javelins. Because apparently I went to school in the Diamond League. It would seem. Rest of midwife, kind of glad. Where did you catch up to, Mushroom Man? If you'd like, I'd regale you with the rest. I won't. These things only get said once, other than when they're repeated 3 years later. So, yeah. So basically what it was is just that we had... I can give you some mates. It was... I don't know what it was. I think it was something to do with sports day or something. I always just used to choose like shot put or something because I was fat and that apparently meant I could throw a shot put really far. I couldn't, in case you were wondering. Sitting in class with the... Yeah, it was theory day, Paul. We didn't actually go outside or anything. We were just sat in a classroom holding javelins whilst the professor of javelinology explains the physics of it all. Harry's long-term plans. Good question. Long-term? He wants to continue in his current job or be a manager in Poland. Those are the 2 of his 3 long-term plans, apparently. Enough weapons. No, I like the idea of an inner city school having a javelin class. I'm a huge fan. As opposed to this is rural Essex. You can have it for 47 grand. Go on. I'm feeling charitable. Yeah, they do it randomly out of nowhere. Like, I may not seem the type, but I did GCSE PE. I'll have you know. Didn't get a very good grade, but I did do it. Mostly because I just didn't want to do any of the other subjects. I figured it might allow me to lose a bit of weight. It didn't. Turns out what actually allowed me to lose a bit of weight was getting to like 6th form college age and then being like, I need to walk a load more and eat a lot less. That's when the ADHD really kicked in. broke my big toe because I kicked the wall of a classroom in frustration because the teacher made me clean up the classroom even though I didn't do the mess. Oh, mate. There's nothing more infuriating when you're at school than being blamed for something that literally wasn't your fault. And then it's objectively, clearly, empirically not your fault. Everyone knows it, but they still blame you anyway because once they've committed to it, they can't go back or they'll lose the class. This exact thing actually happened, not to me, but to Viking, and it was my fault. One day I brought a sandwich in, as you do, and that sandwich randomly got put in a drawer in our form room. It was discovered many months later, naturally in a state of disrepute, perhaps you could even say. A state of it had developed its own civilization. Naturally, I wasn't at school that day because I was at a dentist appointment, which means Viking took the entire blame for it. A state of not even decay. Like, decay would have been an improvement, I think. Oh, Christ, there's 3 at once there. Shit. I'm gonna make chat. Right, let's screw this. I'm just making chat bigger. Actually, I'm gonna pop out chat. Because I'm sick of not being able to read the whole of chat. It's annoying the shit out of me. No, it's disappeared. Maybe that's why I shouldn't have popped it out. I've made a horrible error. I'll just have it hover over the side of the screen. That'll do. There we go. Nice. Much more like it. And I can scroll it. Love to see it. Use bright luminous poles with spikes on the end of them. Oh, I see. Went through someone's foot. Oh, my days. That's unhinged. Wiping out a group because of the bottom. That feels like that could happen any time, though, right? Because skiing's dangerous. Just ask Brad Keselowski. Form had a really unathletic team. Was dead last as it got to me. I kind of realised I could catch up properly. Oh, nice. They walked across the active track. Nah, that's not fair. You can't be doing that. I will not accept people walking. That's unbelievable behaviour. Do they not know? Firstly, do they not know who you are? That's... Right, Matt, for the love of God, press the game button. Oh, stop being suspended! He's like, you're not finishing until 10 o'clock tonight, and you know it. Actually, we'll do next match only. For... Why not? Mr. Abdullahi. Which is fine, because he's not on the bench. Which means he gets to kick out the squad. Instant result. Beautiful. I can't see anything that could go wrong here. Never switch out. No, that's the thing. Viking took the blame. He didn't blame me. 100%. That happened multiple times. If they blamed you, you just took the blame because you kind of knew that at some point it would come back around and you'd get to take the blame somewhere else, right? It all sort of evened out. Wait. Piaskovica just beat Rook 7-3. Alex Greenwood is not keeping her job for much longer, is she? Jagiellonia might even stay up, you know. They were 8 points from safety and now the gap's back to 5. That's good news. We're still only 11 points clear. Always has some great excuses. True. I could never... If you're going to think of excuses and stuff, you have to think long term. One time I knew that I didn't want to go to on this school trip to this museum because it was my English class and I had no friends in my English class whatsoever, not even like acquaintances. It was one of those horrible classes where you knew nobody in it and it was just really boring. And I didn't want to have to go on a trip with these people as well. So I basically started preparing the groundwork for being ill a couple of days prior to the trip. That way I could get a double day off so my mum wouldn't think I was trying to miss the school trip. And in the end, it worked out really well for me because on this school trip, you had to pick a painting at the museum and then write a piece of prose or a story about the painting. But because I hadn't been on the trip, my teacher said to me, you could pick any painting you like. So I just found a random picture on the internet of some football and then I wrote a story about football. And I got an A. I gamed the system. It can be done. We are still in Europe, yeah. The reason we're doing not a lot to do with that right now is because what happened is we did so well in Europe that we got to skip around. But the other Polish sides might be in action, potentially. So it might be worth us looking at what they're up to. Because they may have already played a game. It looks like they've played both games, in fact. They beat them as well! Broke his femur? Oh my god. That takes some force to break a femur. So Ebeling scored and they got sent off 6 minutes later. And then they lost the second leg 2-0. With a penalty in the 93rd minute. It's where the other way she would quickly feel sick in the discussion. Wow, that is weirdly specific and unbelievable that a child spotted that. Kick the shit up. Fair enough, right? Honestly, fair enough. Did a double whammy punch the wall like a weird... A brick behind it. Ah! Yeah, I've never... I say I've never been that angry. That's not true. There's one of the laundry baskets the Pog and I have has got a giant crack in the side of it from that day when I was trying to buy PC parts, and every single thing was getting declined at every single turn, to the point where they blocked my entire bank account and wouldn't let me unlock it unless I went into the branch. That day I got so fucked off at them that after I was off that phone call, I just swung my leg and obliterated a laundry basket. But it's... yeah. God knows what I'd have done on that day if I hadn't been medicated. Christ. So Regan... Was there a second player that came up when I said Regan Booty there? Or is it Regan Booth something? Oh, it's Evans Booth. That's close, though. We're on the right track to getting a second Booty. Ah, no games. I think Regan might be coming to an end to his time at 1860, it would seem. Which is sad times. Had some injuries. Standing next to his foot broken. Oh, my God. Yeah, I've never really had... a lot of injuries per se. Like, I've never broken a bone in my body per se. I think I had a stress fracture in my foot last year from running, but that was relatively minor. Wait, does Booty have staff ability? Ooh. Excellent. I don't know if he's quite early enough to retire, is he? He's only 32. Let's have a little look at the Booty man. What does he want to be? Oh, it's the dream. Now, I wonder if Hadrian might have changed this, to be fair. Can I offer him something yet, or would he accept... staff role upon retirement. Club will fund a coaching course? I guess it's because he's still playing. I guess I could do that. Bring him in on whatever. $3 a week. Good Lord, Regan. You drive a hard bargain, bud, but it's nice to have you back. We make it work. Still, I mean... Oh yeah, you'll call him that at some point. One day you'll call them up in the middle of the night, be like, right, I need help moving something. They're like, oh God, what have you done? But they'll be there. That's why you need those ride or dies. Those people, the way I look at it is like,
why
would they help you move?
Why you got to play that song so loud? Because we want to. Because we want to. Why you always run around in crowds? Because we want to. Because we want to. Why do you always have to dance all night? Because we want to. Because we want to. Why do you always say what's on your mind? Because we want to. Because we want to.
I keep thinking this is me, and I realise I'm not actually the manager in here. So apparently I'm having an argument with Marco Silva, who appears to be going into the light, it would seem. You're right, I didn't check the other Polish sides, did I? Other than Legia. Let me just do that and then go to Poland. I'll just do it through the competitions instead. Just be easier. Thank you, though, very much, Stewie, for the 44 months. Why can I... Was that Billy Piper? That was Billy Piper, right? I think. I was trying to think the entire time of who that actually was, but it was. It was the Billster, right? Shit. They're both out. Oh, wait, they're not. That means Rakov went out to Slavia. That's annoying. Did they at least get some points in the process? I thought they'd have a chance there, particularly with the new signings, but maybe they couldn't register them in time. Oh, they lost 2-1 on aggregate, which means they at least got a draw in one of the games. Ugh, frustrating. But Radomiak is still in there. Motherwell, not going to be an easy one, though. Which does put the question of, are Lechia still in Europe? No. Right. That's... Oh. Apparently, we're playing Freiburg. Was that just been drawn to us, or did we not know?
There, doing the world's first interview via Ouija board.
Ouija board. Chat, break out the Ouija boards. Your nan's in touch. Yeah, we're playing Freiburg, apparently. What was the score? They lost 4-0 on aggregate. Good lord, they really have shit the bed. So it's literally only us and Radomiak are left in Europe now after one round. Well, I guess that puts to bed the... Oh, what will happen if we have to go really long today on that side of things? On the plus side, we're only at 15.3 and we've lost 3 teams in one round. Watch us finish with less than 17 points this year. We're going to have to carry so hard at this rate. That's wild. Kota, I haven't, no. What I will say is Tyler Reddick is clearly the greatest driver in the world. It's... Obviously, nothing dodgy's going on there. It's just funny to me. That being said, if I was 2311, given the lawsuit and stuff, I would be taking liberties with making my car as borderline illegal as possible just to see if NASCAR are going to step in. Like, because It's not even just Reddick, though. Bubba Wallace is second in points. His teammate is literally second in points as well. So they're having a good start to the season, you could say. The fact that nobody's ever won the first 3 races in a Cup Series in, 76 years, and he just comes out there and... Yeah, SVG. Love to see it. I was gutted for Ross, though. First stage ends and Pod comes in and I'm just sat there, proud dad, in my Ross Chastain t-shirt. She's like, you won the first stage. The t-shirt works. It did no longer work after that. Having a wheel come off is less than ideal. On the plus side, I am still just loving the points format now, though. I care so much more about it. Oh yeah, SVG's crushing it right now. But that being said, he still had nothing for Reddick in that race. I mean, he's 5th in points, but after 2 super speedways and a road course. It'd be curious to see what happens now we go to some more traditional tracks. Because he was improving on the ovals, but hey, Adam Cooper's got a contract as well. Love to see it. Right, Petit Rican Booty. That was a song request. That was a song request. Love to see it. I actually made a note in my stream notes things, was to bring us back to the discussion we were having at the end of last Thursday stream, which I carried over into D-Boy's stream, which was to do with lunchboxes and pencil cases, but specifically those Iron Brew pencil cases you could get, or like the Pepsi Max ones, or Holy, if you're watching, have you considered maybe making pencil cases? Because I know I don't have a lot of pencils, but if I did, I know I'd want to put them somewhere, and that might be a pencil case, perchance. Break your nose a few times. Jesus, that must suck, right? Because there's a lot of cartilage in there too, right? So I imagine that's not just a case of like the bone itself. You've just got lots of other things that could get broken in that same little thing. Took a seat, wanted to maths class. You were just desperate for maths, Leafy. I respect it. You just wanted to learn. He wasn't there for the trigonometry. Luke says yes. Because they're always made out of that really weird material as well. Holy lunchboxes. They'd have to start making the snacks too. Actually, I reckon if they made like energy bars, that'd be quite good. Bang those things in there. Now feels like a good enough time actually to try out the new product, since I've been teasing that like all day. In fact, no, we'll get to the next game. We'll get to the Freiburg game. I'll do it before the Freiburg game. It's been sat there since yesterday when it arrived, and I haven't touched it. Simon's not here. He's not always. Man's busy. He can't always be in my streams. It's crazy how often he is in streams, honestly. Which is awesome. Even that, I was like, yeah, watch that streamer guy. He's a bit cringe, as we've discovered. Right. That's okay then. Abdullahi drops back out. Obradovic is back in. Should be good to go. Against Lech 2, by the way, there are 3 B teams still in the Polish Cup. I dream of playing our B team in the final. I will start Duru for this one, actually. Just because Fida's looking a little on the worst side. Get you in there. Love to see it. This is where it tells me there's someone missing. Oh, of course, yeah, slower bench. They're so good. They genuinely are. I think there's something about the caffeine in it, or the way that it's done, that just makes it so much... Wisła's lost. Ah, man. Only 1-0 to Pogon, though, which is a little embarrassing for them. More people getting fitness. But, hey, they played... How well do they play? Oh, my God, they should have won. They actually should have beaten them. That's so unlucky. And Koziemka was the player that assisted the winning goal as well against his former B team. Holy's German. There you go. It links in perfectly. Freiburg is not an easy tie for us, by the way. I know we beat them in the group, but I don't know. We only narrowly beat them in the group. I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get a slightly easier draw than that. Who? Oh, there's a place I was selling, wasn't it? I want to do one more little offer out thingy a bit later. Actually, we must be coming quite close to the end of the window again, right? I realised we're already on the 26th of February. I've been smashing some spacebar. Window shuts. Oh, literally today. In that case, is there even time for me to do this? It's worth a go. You never know, right? There's always a chance that if we get one more useful player out to push to Neapur-Mitsa. Actually, maybe it would be better to do transfer out and see if there is any options in there. There's bound to be a few, right? Krzyzanowski, maybe not. Ranjbar, maybe not. Eduardo, maybe not. Abdullahi, maybe not. Okay, does anyone want a player I'm actually willing to let go? There we go. Took him a moment, but we'll have it. What was it I was doing? I was setting this to like 1 grand and then 10%. Otherwise, they seem to reject it more often. So we'll take you. Oh. Loan people out. Change the length of the 2-season loan deal with the full wages. They offer more monthly fees. I have noticed that they do seem to sometimes try to sneak in quite large fees when you're trying to offer players out. So one thing I've got quite good at doing is when I'm extending loans is checking the actual amounts that I'm being offered and looking on this that screen there to see what the actual totals are, because I feel like the total is way more revealing, so to speak, of what you're actually going to be paid. Question centre back. We could try, but I don't think his age was the issue. Did that just default to transfer again? Oh, yeah, it does that, doesn't it? I'm pretty certain that when they're in Europe like he is, the age isn't the problem. It was his just unwillingness to want to. Basically, what the fuck? It's like the continue for the good of my career nonsense. Any more down here? You? Oh, Hayatu. To be fair, they could use all the help they could get at this stage. And I'm willing to provide it. A bit of that. A bit of that. This might not even get through in time, to be fair. No place for you. Pogon will want some. Lungu, sure. He was that guy we really liked the look of, and then upon joining us, much like many of the players we've signed recently, has kind of let us down. Feels like outside of those Spanish lads that we picked up, we haven't actually signed that many amazing players over the course of this season. The things have been a little bit dead. A JTR won't be selling you. Nothing. Okay, that's fine. We'll get those guys out. Let me quickly check on that dude. Because he's on the main... Not the main shortlist, sorry. The Santa Baby shortlist. Oh, that's the Burgos guy. I was getting excited for a second. This guy, here we go. Gerga Gagalic. £1,500. Yeah, I probably should... Oh, you're right. I should have done. That's what I was doing earlier. 1,000 will probably be okay, but when they're lower league sides, they might say no. Let's try again. The downside is I can't ask his agent now. And we only have 6 million in budget. I'm going to try and offer them a little bit of a sneaky boy. They might say no to this, given that it's already lower than they're looking. Oh, what are you doing, Matt? That's a bit more like it. How about that? £11.3 million. I might wait till the summer. I'm going to wait till the summer on him. I know we can probably get him a bit cheaper, but I don't think I'll be able to organise it in a way that we can afford just yet. Yeah, I may wait till the summer on him. I do want to sign him, though, because I actually really do like him as a player. He looks like one of those first kind of guys from the team report scouting that are actually legit, I guess. When hopefully there should be some more of those coming alongside soon. And Gerga Gagalic could, as you say, and he's a centre-back too. They could easily be the same person. Who could tell? I think we might not even get our loan farm over 200 this year. I realise I've spelled that wrong, haven't I? I do that every time. Always throws me. You bastard. Right, there he is. Still there. Oh, unhappy. Presumably about playing time. Yeah, wants to go on loan. I suppose it's a good sign if a player of your quality, who genuinely is quite good, isn't getting game time at Legia. Because it makes you think they might actually sell you to another Polish side, because you are at least Polish, so the likelihood of you heading anywhere other than Poland is pretty slim, I'd say. Yeah, European games easier is certainly not something I want to get involved with, honestly, because I think we're okay. Because we've never got through a single knockout round. Wait, they declined to make offers. So none of them bid on him. That might be me for waiting a little bit too long. I don't think they could have put a bid in even if they wanted to, in fairness. That is unfortunate. It's okay, we'll make up for it in the summer because that means natty caps are back. One thing I was going to look at was maybe doing a little 20 years plenty scout. Although, frankly, we could still do that anyway because it's not like the scouting knowledge would have come through straight away. Who's this Novi Pazar guy? Mirko Juric. Decent. Oh, bloody hell. Why is it always expensive Belgians getting in here? I'll accept it, but it's disappointing. Right, let's just quickly load in 20 years plenty. Just for a quick little look, see if there's any new ones in. Wait, there's a guy. Oh my god, there's a guy. Oh, if you see, when you load this by default, if you see any players, it's good, because I normally have to turn it down a notch to see anyone in there at all. So who is this guy? And is this a Spanish side by any chance? Oh, it's actually not. It sounds very Spanish. I mean, I know it's Colombia, but... So pace, flair, determination, teamwork, vision, first touch. Jahir Baldovino. Well, he's definitely getting scouted. Of course he's another number 10, because that's just the only thing we deal in. Let me just knock this down by one notch, because it should reveal a couple more, at least. Oh, I forgot you have to apply it. Ah, loads. Anyone that's not at giant size. So it's you there, you. Oh, lower league. Okay. He we've already scouted. There's a few in here, you know. I think some of these I already know a little bit about. Or actually we don't, because we would show if we did. There's a guy at Alianza as well in El Salvador. Axel Freund. Oh. These guys are interesting. I mean, you might as well just kind of... If they're free, I might as well just punt on them now, right? There's no real downside to it. It was Boris Gale. It's a very specific name. Wait, that's free? I recognise that badge. I like that he can just play all the roles, too. What would he be wanting? I mean, he won't join until the summer anyway, but it'd be good to get a couple of guys linked up and ready to go. Especially as they're free. There's almost no downside to these guys. If these are also the kind of guys... Whoa! What are you doing, Matt? These are... We could offer 100 grand. These are the kind of guys that would just form the backbone of your loan farm as well. And if you can't get guys out on loan, it's because you're not signing enough of these types of chaps. He actually looks like he might be okay. Axel Freund, good name too. A little bit of a high wage, but that could be a good thing. Maybe it means he's good. He's another sort of number 10-y/striker kind of dealio, unfortunately. Them wanting a youngster contract is a little concerning. At least it does mean I can't or don't have to offer them anything crazy. There was one other guy in here I quite like the look of, if I recall. He will cost money, right? Yeah, I'll get a bit more. I'll get scouting information on him. If the others are free, though, I'll have them. No, he costs money as well. George Friend's Austrian son. You're on a youth contract and you cost money. And oh, he's only 16. But still, 20 is plenty. It's just such a fun little thing because every time you do it, you'll likely find different sets of players. Pretty much exclusively. Like that Colombian guy, though, is very interesting. I know, Mushroom Man. I can't help myself. I can't be stopped. On the plus side, I say on the plus side, on the negative side, really, because the Polish teams have all been shitting the bed with the exception of Radomiak. It does mean that... No, you know what? No. We're going to get quite deep in the Europa League, so it's not going to matter. We're going to have to carry a little bit. Looking at that list. Which list specifically? As in on the 20 is plenty, it looks at every single attribute. And that's what it does, basically. It... Oh, good. What you're essentially saying is, whoa, a torn lateral meniscus. That actually kind of sucks, because I'm pretty certain he's been playing a lot for Radomiak. Shit. That might be what potentially costs them a good European finish, because he's very good. God damn it, man. Wait, didn't we already just... Oh, that's because we played them. I was going to say. That confused the shit out of me then. But yeah, but basically what it's looking for is 20 points in every single attribute, but then you filter it to only show, say, I don't know, players that meet 5 of those or 6. The 20 attributes. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. It's all of the attributes. So the idea is that you look for every single attribute at 20, but then you basically filter it so that it will show any player that has like 5 of them at 20 or 6. I usually set it to 6 because that way occasionally you do find an outlier. And then you just scout them. And because of your varying knowledge of scouting, it will constantly be in a state of flux, so you'll always find new players in there. The skin is the Mr. Teeny skin, exclamation mark skin. And the reason it scrolls is to allow you to have more information on it than you could before without having to do anything kind of drastic to get to it. Which for me is just an infinite improvement. To be able to see all of this stuff expanded without having to manually expand it yourself. And it can all be done with a single scroll, and I just love that. Anything that makes it easier to see things is great. Now, Stapelfeld played against us in the group stage, or did you say he was injured? Right, that's what I got confused by, Darren. I was like, you had me thinking he was at AFCON or something. But yeah, so the players scroll because there's just more room on it now, which is cool. Okay, right. We've got midweek Freiburg, haven't we? So this is rotation. Particularly with John looking a bit knackered again. God, he's a grumpy boy, is old Johnny boy. Let's do pick youth prospects. See what that brings us. Duru still starts. Right, cool. I guess it kind of works. Stoyer's dropping a bit deeper. Lungu, Ajati, Abdullahi. Coffee gets to start as well. Can I not start Shokri today? I know my assistant. There he is, yeah. It's the perfect game for someone like him. Hopefully this doesn't absolutely obliterate. Don't worry about this. There is actually players there. They're just not technically visible. That's true. Yeah, we almost never have any issues. The only time AFCON could really screw us now would be for those European games you get in late January. I think that's the only time that we could ever get really done by AFCON, generally speaking. And, oh, we lost 4-0. Right, maybe don't throw the title away. Jesus Christ, Okay, they kind of are on the... My God, Jagiellonia have won again. Now they're only 3 points from safety. That's a hell of a comeback if they pull that off, which it looks like they might do. That's fine. Okay. Oh, fun fact. The new manager of Legia is the old manager of Jagiellonia, the guy that got them to the European final last year, then just disappeared. So Legia sacked their manager in the middle of the season and replaced him with the former Jagiellonia coach, which might explain why they're doing quite well. Was it a close game? In that case, it's fine. Considering that was a very rotated side and Legia are actually pretty good, I'm okay with that. It is our first defeat since the opening day of the season, in fairness, and I figured that, you know, if there was any game we could rotate for, it's probably going to be... It wasn't even that close. They were quite good. Bugenhagen absolutely cooked us in the first half, really. What a great name that is. Bit unhappy there. Gale's in as well, which is good. It should be youth intake time pretty soon as well, which is ultimately meaningless for us because, of course, our youth intake is going to be shit, I suspect. Unless suddenly it's been readjusted. I've actually forgotten what it's affected to be. That is maybe the worst youth intake preview that I've ever seen in all my years of playing Football Manager. And certainly in 26. It is truly awful. There is nothing of hope in there for us. Robbie Keane is available as a manager, which he obviously... What was his last job? It literally was Legia. Would you want to join? No. Come on now. He's a happy man. Doesn't he want to join his boyhood club? Us? Yeah, Poland... We're likely to have bad sides in Europe again next year because all of the really good ones, like Legia, for example, are... Actually, how far out are they? It's not BL... I mean, there's 10 games to go. They're what? 8 points from it. But that would imply... Oh my God, you're right. We really need at least Radomiak to get back into Europe. Pogon are newly promoted. So are Piasklevica. These two cannot be in Europe next year. We need someone like Radomiak to get above them both, but they're not going to, are they? Legia and Lechia down here. Rakov are getting relegated, apparently. They really shouldn't be either. Sakar Hoyd. I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea of just randomly changing him out for a new one in the summer, even though our one should be good. Like, there's really no reason why the reports should be as bad as that. But, at some point, we do have to ask the question of maybe it's just him. Hello, Aled. We're getting on okay, actually. The season was shaping up really nicely for us until we got to the knockout rounds of Europe, where we had everyone in it still, but then we lost 3 of them. Basically, so far, every single Polish side has been knocked out in the first knockout round they've played in. Radomiak haven't played in one yet because they got a bye to the next knockout round, but I suspect they're going to go out in that one as well. So we do need to break the cycle a little bit and actually get through one today. Oh, that's a team. Okay. Might have something in there for us. We should be able to beat these guys. Tripp's Hoyd's stats. I think he's okay Hoyd-wise, but the main reason we wanted Trippier was because... personality-wise. Actually, I don't think he's that bad. Bear in mind, your Hoyd isn't really the reason that players are good or bad coming through anyway. He doesn't actually affect that. What he affects is the personalities of the players and the positions in which the players appear in. As far as I know, your actual Hoyd itself doesn't change the quality of the intakes. That's usually based on your youth recruitment, your youth facilities and things like that. But, so as long as these guys are all shit but have good personalities, we'll know that he's on the right track and we won't have to hire a Romelu Lukaku. Although, I kind of want to do that anyway. I think what it is, Grind, is a little bit of both. Like, the squad's obviously improved a lot because the better players have started to grow into their PA and the guys that are really good are getting really good. But we have just had a couple of bad years because if you look at the 2 seasons we had before those, our squad is a lot better than it was then, but it's also not got that much better that they'd suddenly go from being 5 stars to being half a star. It's more a case of we're better, but also the luck is bad too. Little column A, little column B. Right, now's the perfect time for me to make a new drink. Catch from the Cosmere books? Maybe. Get him in. What's his working with youngsters like? Ha ha ha! It's blue raspberry, friends. I don't know when this is actually coming out. I think late March, I was told. But it's hydration and it's blue raspberry, which is one of my favourite flavours of anything. Because when you're out in the bush and you see those blue raspberries on the vine, you get excited about them, you know? Oh, that smells lovely. Let me try and dig out the... Oh, that's the silicon. Let me try and find the... Ooh! Suddenly I'm 9 years old in a bowling alley again. I'm going to borrow the spoon from my other one here. Because that one's quite deep buried and I don't want to dig around in it too much just yet. Okay. Oh, that tasted so good. They're grown in the pink lemons. Exactly, yes. I don't use mentoring groups because I find that they do more harm than good most of the time. That's the issue. Alright, let's get a bit of that. Oh, lovely. Wait, don't put that in there. Actually, I could do because that was empty, technically. It is an elite slushy flavour. You've got to mix them as well, for sure. I could probably do a spoonful of it myself. Probably shouldn't do that, actually. That would probably be really bad. It's like the cinnamon challenge, but with holy. Right, let's get that back on. That's a good point, Sammer, but I did it the hard way. Right. I'm sorry, my apologies. Doing it wrong. Mentoring was properly... Yeah, mentoring is just not it for me. I love that you got the... I didn't even start doing it yet and you were already doing the fucking emotes. Fair enough, chat. But yeah, exclamation mark holy. You know what to do. This is a take... I haven't actually tried this one, so... I mean, the little bit I tasted just off of my finger tasted delicious, if that's anything to go by. Oh, it's the same. Oh, fine. I'll do it with the left hand too. Wait. I have to sit on my hand first. Right? So it feels like someone else is shaking up the holy for me. Oh, that smells amazing. It's just nice. It smells stronger than the flavour. Yep, no, huge fan of that. That is, it tastes exactly like I expected it to, raspberry, but not just raspberry. It's raspberry with that, like, I am hearkening back to being in a bowling alley when I'm like 9 years old. Yeah, I just find that team, wait. Oh, sure. Who's getting the number? Wait, you didn't have a number? He definitely did. With mentoring, I find that it's just, even when you set it up exactly how you want it to in theory receive a certain result, you just end up with so many unintended consequences, and I just feel like it doesn't do enough to be worth the hassle of setting it up a lot of the time. It's because back in the day when you could do tutoring, it was way too powerful. So you'd need like one random dude who was a model citizen, and then all of a sudden your entire squad would be it, pretty much. But then they kind of went too far the other way. They have a player in their team who's literally just called, well, you know what his, you saw his name. Staff of Assmen. We've got, our barroom staff is pretty stacked. Yeah, and the problem is once you set it up once, you then can't get rid of it. And I still randomly get mentoring stuff. So for example, Montperouse picked up a PPM called the Gets Forward Whenever Possible from mentoring, despite us not having mentoring groups set up. On the plus side, it's actually probably worked out quite nicely for him, because I think that's the reason his goal scoring has gone up a notch this season, is because he's getting forward a little bit more, taking up some slightly different positions. However, the downside is occasionally you'll just get a random centre-back of yours that suddenly learns the shoots from distance trait, and you're like, why would I ever want that on my centre-back when you haven't asked for it? That's the ones that used to annoy me. I almost don't want my players developing traits unless I've specifically tried to develop them, because I think a blank player is better than a player with a bad trait. Because sometimes a trait like that could ruin a player and make them completely unusable in your system. The David Luiz trait. At least he scored.
Why
them.
is it a mega stream? I am elite.
Thank you for the 31 months, Shabala. That's very kind of you. It's a mega stream because of the lack of stream on Sunday due to Virgin Media being wankers. I then realised that, yes, come on, another one, that we have to then finish the stream today. Sorry, finish the stream. I said it again. Finish the season today. Because we were going to be doing, obviously, Sunday was January stuff and youth intake, and then today would have been the rest of the season. But because I have to be doing a recap for Thursday, no matter what, that has to be a recap and transfer stream day. We're basically doing the entire rest of the season today in a single stream. So we started an hour earlier, and we're going to go until, basically until either every Polish side is out of Europe, including us, or the semi-final second leg has finished. Whichever one comes soonest. But crucially, we're winning. Could finish tomorrow. I hope it doesn't, because I still have to do like 5 hours of work after stream on collecting all the highlights. On the plus side, I suppose the Polish team's going out of Europe early and makes that bit a little bit easier for me. Come on. The midfielders are stepping up, baby. 5 goals in 8 for Hjortadal, 6 goals in 8. Obradovic and Hjortadal have 11 goals between them in 8 Europa League games this season. That's incredible from our midfield pair. In fact, does he assist him as well? He does. Beautiful. 2-0 up away from home inside 6 minutes. This is the dream. The group stages. Really? You should, Pep, in theory, if you automatically qualify for the group stage, get given points that top you up to as if you had done it, I believe. It's the same way that if you get top 8, you obviously skip a round. You essentially get handed points that make up for the fact that you would have missed out on 2 opportunities to gain them. I believe that's how it's supposed to work. I mean, Obradovic, for me... Oh, no, it nearly was as well. You'd be surprised how close he actually already is to that, Dyron. I'm pretty certain that he's one of the top scorers at the club at the moment. And he's at least in the low teens, I think. But I could just literally click on his profile. I won't have his goal from today in there. Yeah, he's got 12 goals right now. So he's got 13 in total and 10 assists currently. There is a chance that he does get to 15-15 this season. I mean, he got 17 last year. Bro is an absolute monster. Got a 2-0 early lead in the away leg is an absolute dream. Because it just allows us to calm down a little bit. I love this. They just link up so well. There's just no one else I'd rather have there. Groups in Europe. I wonder if you don't get them for the qualifiers. That does kind of suck. I mean, we're going to have that exact problem sort of next year. Yeah, I like how they've got white on white here. It's like, why aren't we pink? That doesn't make any sense to me. We're in our pink kit and everything. No, we're not. That's them. Why are they playing in pink? Wait, is Freiburg's home kit pink? I'm confused now. I thought Freiburg's home kit would have been white or black, right? Maybe I'm confused. I haven't really looked over Freiburg's kits in a very long time, to be fair. I just assumed they would have been white or black. Particularly, I think we've got a pink kit at some point. I think it's our 3rd kit. I think it's red. Oh, is it? Well, that's red, but it looks very pink in game. It could have been because of my reshade, in fairness. We did not really kick on in the rest of that game. At all. It's weird that they're wearing their away kit then as the home team in Europe. How weird. I was about to yell at them there. Well done, lads. I'm still not... Whoa. 3 first half subs as well. Well, okay. I have always wondered that, Andrew, as to why the rugby team is the All Blacks, but then the soccer team is called the All Whites, right? Because of that exact reason. But it's one of those... I like when national teams' kits don't really mix... Oh, hang on. Oh, no! When national teams' colours, in terms of their kits on the pitch, don't actually bear any relation to their flag. So, for example, like Italy, for example, playing in blue. Huh, I didn't realise they had red kits. I mean, see if it looks any different without the... Nah, just looks worse, doesn't it? Well, at least the Netherlands have got some sort of oranginess on their flag, right? Oh, I realise it's a historic thing. It's just more to like the current flags. Obviously, Spain at one point had like purple in their flag, did they not? Back in the day. Remember, it was a naval flag thing. Is it actually suspect? I mean, the pun's right there, right? Right, come on. 3rd goal, and this could be not curtains on the tie. As we very well know from the Dinamo Zagreb experience, that 3 goals up in the first leg does not equal anything. How has that not gone in? Oh, that's a foul. He's pushed over the sperm bank. You can't do that. That's theft. Burglary, at the very least. Yeah, that was the one with the purple, because there's so few flags in the world that have purple on them these days, right? Red, white, and blue. You're right, it is red, isn't it? It's not orange. Yeah. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I don't know why I thought that. For a man that claims to know loads about flags, I sure do know not a lot about flags. You know, last stream we were talking about the how I wanted to make a random video just talking about football suffixes and prefixes. I might genuinely just randomly do that, not on any of my main channels, just on another random channel, just to make a random video like that, because it may be curious. Get you in. Banker's been genuinely bad here. He's had a couple of poor games in a row now, actually, after being quite consistent for a lot of the season, which is a little worrying. Hope he hasn't got like bad. Maybe he doesn't like big matches. Because now that we're in the knockouts, then again, he was bad before Christmas too. The generational bottled of no. That was already once this season. Easy to buy. Are they not easy to buy? That's kind of sick. Have we? Because we've seen the England kit for the World Cup and stuff, haven't we? But I don't know if all the countries have released their kit yet. So I basically just wait for the Adidas ones to come out because they are absolutely lovely. Unless they've changed their styles. But the last couple of World Cups and major tournaments, Adidas's kits have just been goated. Krzyzanowski misses the target. This is the sort of stuff that was happening in that first game against Dinamo Zagreb where we were good, but we should have scored more. And now we've actually been quite good in the second half. I guess at least it's the away leg that we've done well in. If this was the home leg, I'd still be worrying. But given that we've got to welcome them to Poland, I think we'll be okay. But a third goal would have gone down nicely, given the amount of chances we've had since we scored the first two. Is this the one? Oh, wow. Almost looks like a, dare I say, Brentford and or Sunderland type of kit. Fair enough. Don't hate that, actually. I think we kind of dominated them. Hard to tell. The white team did quite well there. $140. Is that New Zealand dollars? Even so. That does seem like a lot of money. That's why I'm looking forward to trying to pick up a Wisła shirt at the weekend. Hopefully it'll be a lot cheaper than me buying it from abroad, because the amount of money that Pog was being quoted to bring it, Pog tried to get me a Wisła shirt for Christmas, and I think she was ending up paying like £90 or something for it, so that's why we didn't do that. I'm just going to buy one at the stadium or the club shop on Saturday probably, because that is actually our birthday. So I'm gonna, I just hope that Pog, it sucks that Pog hasn't come in today either. We prepared all these nice things to say and she's not here. It does look a bit Derry City actually. I realise it's just red and white stripes, but you're right, it actually doesn't feel like an English club. It feels more like a Derry City or a PSV or someone like that. Charlie, thank you for the follow. Right, we did the job. And now we just need Radomiak to actually have done the job with us, and I'm a little bit concerned that they haven't. They drew away with Motherwell. Okay, that's not bad. Win the home game, and it's still doable. It's better than nothing. That's the wrong competition map. What does that do for us on the year? 15.9. We still have a lot of work to do. God, it's so obvious that when you lose a few teams, it really does drop down quite quickly. Eloy Suarez really could do with a loan. Not to buy it. Good lord. We're going to have to make some decisions on him for next season, because he's actually much better than I thought he was. He's fucking incredible. To the point where I might actually just move him to the first team now. Holy shit, he's good. How much did we pay for him? It was an offensive amount. Was 72 grand. 19 finishing, yeah. He feels like a Redondo Catala type of player. Maybe. But he's got a bit of pace about him too, which is wild. Ooh, Zambian. Our Zambian, Mr. Nigel, hasn't, we haven't seen so much of him. Like, whoa! Yeah, this is what I hoped Nigel would become, but deeper. European Polish, he could, but I honestly think that he might be one of those players that's too good for a loan. I'm not sure we'd ever be. I mean, he's still willing to go on loan, which is good news, but I don't think he's ever going to agree to it. This is a new, as of I think last week's skin, yeah. Just wanted to see if any of those. Ooh. Okay, so Boris and Axel aren't amazing. Shocker. A mega stream tier Sunday. Because Virgin Media screwed me over on Sunday and I had to miss an entire Sunday stream, which normally wouldn't be an issue, it just happens. Except that the only day that I could do the recap on this week is a Wednesday for Thursday's stream, which means the season had to be finished by the end of Tuesday's stream. And as a result, yeah. That's where we find ourselves. So we're basically going until the end to make up for being a part-time, especially with me being away this weekend as well. I hate that. Well, I don't hate that. I'm looking forward to it. It's a birthday weekend away for Pog and I, but that's why Sunday stream was so important to do, because I don't like missing too much. Because it is just missing work ultimately, but also consistency is incredibly important to me, and quality of product in terms of at least knowing where I'm going to be is what I try to go for, right? As much as I joke about my jankiness or whatever, I do actually care about quality. Sometimes. That's why I was losing my shit earlier when my monitor wasn't working. Luckily I fixed that before stream and it's all good. Okay, so we want to rotate around for the second leg again. We've got a bit of a gap to play within the league anyway, so we can afford to drop a point or two. I might not do youth prospects only, though. I might just do full rotation instead. That looks a little bit better. Actually, it's the perfect time to play out someone like Suarez, right? So almost the... Although I swap these two over. Just wanted 2 weekends off. Well, I mean, be a third one coming soon. The Mumbler's dependent. Oh, you can. Yes. I'd be happy to. I love showing the Mumbler. Mostly because he's now valued as a world-class player. Till Thursday? God. Oh, I have no idea what time I'm going to finish tonight, man. It's going to be bad. Not just our backup keeper, our backup as well. We managed to get quite a whole wealth of brilliant keepers lately. And if Docampo ever did fall off for whatever reason, we'd have other guys waiting in the wings in case he decides to follow in the footsteps of Ibrahima Sane and going to Bayern and not playing. He is magical, genuinely. Got a France cap, that's how good he is. Wanted by everybody. We turned down a £107 million bid in January for him as well. He's just that good. Only 3 in goal, which means obviously Sven is better than him, but we already knew that, right? It's pretty obvious. Payne playing a little deeper there does concern me, but my assistant always wants to put him there whenever I rotate the squad around for some reason. He has no tackling ability, but I guess in a game like this, you don't need it. Is this the derby as well? No, it's not. It's fine. We've managed to win with the rotated squad too, which is great. Pushes the gap back a little bit. Put a beat down on Zagwembe as we would expect to. I will accept Cracovia in Europe. We've got nothing to do about that. Radomiak have to get back into Europe again. Since these two are absolutely useless, and these two here need to give their heads a wobble as well, we need to have at least some consistency for Europe next year. Just give me Radomiak. They could be the sweetie of this save. Oh, Pena is really good in the attacking side of that role, for sure. Did Suarez do well in that game, too? Just see the... He scored twice, in fact. Okay, we've got a good one in Suarez. That's excellent news. Thiago's still banging goals in for... oh, they got Rakov beat Lech Poznan. He's got 14 this year as well. How are they in the relegation zone with this squad? It just beggars belief that they are this bad. Better chance from now, but where's their prediction? I swear they're predicted to be like top 10. Wait, are they really? Okay, 10th. But even so, wow, Lecky are predicted 15th. Hang on, sorry. What? Sorry. What? I'm confused. How on earth is this newly promoted side ranked 2nd? In the predictions. Who did they sign? Did they have players from last year or something? A couple of random free agents. A few younger players. Well, I'm not going to look through their entire squad because we don't have time for that. But clearly they've got someone in this team. Some of these guys look quite decent. Have they just been like maxing out the scouting knowledge? Tell you what, they've got some good young talent here. Just in players they've bought right now. A couple of guys on loan from us. Okay, fair enough. They're cooking something up. Oh, there's probably are a few players in the reserves, but the problem is if I bring too many players up from the reserves, they just end up sitting in the first team and not playing. And so it's like, I'd rather them at least get some football by playing in the reserves still. Whereas I feel like, at least with Suarez, he's 100% in the rotation. As we saw right there, right? Poland is still Polanding. Even with us being somewhat clear away at the top, as we are rarely, Poland is still Polanding underneath, unfortunately. Wow, nobody. Well, I'll be damned. Never joining no matter what. Maybe? There was a bug back in the day that was similar to that. We had it with a guy called 2 Feet Ganem at this random Algerian side when we were in Ireland. He basically kept saying he wouldn't join us at this stage in his career. And I think eventually he joined us when we were like a Champions League contending club because we just kept bothering him. When he was like 27, and by that point he was useless. But it was really weird how specifically he was just kicking off about it all the time. No, it is possible, Bear. The problem with doing that is if you put them available for the reserves, if I then do want them in a first team game, I then can't have them. I'd rather just, if they're going to play for the reserves, I'd rather them just stay in the reserves at that point. Because then you end up with constantly having to change the bench around if they are or aren't available for the game, because unfortunately our B team games are played at the same time. So if they're available for it, they'll take precedence over the actual game that we're playing, and then you have to constantly dick about with the bench. If you've got time that it can be useful, I do that sometimes with Plymouth for a couple of my youth players, but for this kind of save, it would just take way too much man management, like micromanagement to keep on top of it. Yeah, your rep can sometimes lag behind a little bit too, unless you've won a major trophy in the process. Then it usually gives it a huge bump. But even so, you'd think being in the Prem would probably be enough to get a player from League 2 or even League 1. Now, where is our reputation? We are 3.5 stars, which I forget what that actually means. But I suspect that's pretty decent, right? Oh, we're literally just right there. National rep. So we're only still known nationally at the moment. We don't even have international, or was it continental? I think we need 4 stars for that. That's the first, like, notch on that. Anyone else? Are we fully fresh for once? Wow, we actually have a fully available team. That's so rare for us to have everyone we want at our disposal. Well, with a few exceptions. Nice. Naeem, I'd say, has probably been the best. Hurtadal's been pretty good too. Obviously, we'd have to look at players outside of the first team. But yeah, Naeem has just been... I'd go as far as to say as he possibly could be our best player. Just because his performances are so consistent. I don't know if he has high consistency, but it feels like he does. And that's with him being unhappy as well. On top of all that. He's just an excellent footballer. And I feel like he actually plays above his attributes too. Which is incredible when you consider how good his attributes are. But even a couple of years ago, when the rest of the squad was still a lot worse, and he was too, he still seemed to play at that top level. Like, oh, excuse me. Were we in a situation where we were a few years ago with the match engine, where wingbacks were able to get more assists? It seems like they've sort of nerfed that a bit with the changes they made last time around. So I find that they often end up getting more hockey assists now than the direct assists. Because this current Naeem would surely be getting 20 assists a season, because he was getting mid-teens, if I recall, before, but now it's dropped off a little bit, where he's actually playing better and his ratings are even better than they were before. But he's often providing the pass inside for someone else to provide the pass. It seems like we're getting more assists out of central midfielders, thanks to the changes to the match engine than we were before, which has done nothing but make Obradovic and Hurtadal even better. And I ain't complaining about that. And some of the strikers are a bit more link-uppy as well. People like Fila. Although I feel like Michael Fila hasn't scored a goal in ages. In fact, Fila and Katala don't appear to have scored a goal in many of our games lately, now that I think about it. I might have a look into the stats after this game just to see who's actually scoring goals for this team. Because I know we've already got 4 guys into double digits, though it might actually be 5 soon, because I'm pretty certain Duru has at least got close to that in general. That is good. It reminds me a little bit of... Actually, it just kind of tastes like a slush puppy. And there ain't nothing wrong with that. And oh my god, how has he missed that? The one thing I will say about Naeem is that he does still miss a lot of chances. He has had a few little smaller injuries. And to be fair, they've probably been scoring goals in the games that we've not been directly watching, in fairness. The ones I haven't been rotating, because we did have that little spell where I was playing the first team for a load of games that we weren't actually seeing. I mean, ultimately, this is one of these games where I would still like to win, because every single point of coefficient is super important for us at this stage. But if we have an off day, we've at least got a bit of a gap. The Spain reasons are definitely crazy good. Like, to the point where it's actually scary how good they are. And it actually seems that there's even more of them available in 2030, because a lot of them seem to expire their contracts, so you can pick them up completely for free. We only did it with like one guy, but there's definitely a load of them out there. Oh, one thing I did do, although it hasn't actually come into effect yet, is I turned on the MLS. Annoyingly, I remembered to do it slightly too late, and by that point we'd already gone past the part where it could have been turned on mid-season, because obviously it's a league that begins in January, technically, according to the game. But I turned it on in like the middle of January, which is annoying, because I figured I'd try... Realistically, it does, but ultimately I can't do anything about that. All we can do is work within the boundaries of the game that exists. I mean, Spain has a very high youth rating. Spain produces really good players. I think it's just, unfortunately, the game maybe overdoes it ever so slightly. Yes! He's done it again. Wait, hadn't he got 6 before? This is not going to get given, is it? I'm pretty certain this is not going to get given. Although, actually, they're going back to the halfway line. Disallowed. Right, we knew it wasn't going to get given because it didn't update his goal tally. That's a new one. Didn't realise that you could see that. No, I haven't used the Stadium Pack yet. I did see the update, but there's still no Wisła Stadium in it yet, is there? I might... It's on my list of things to look into now that they've added a few more. It's just... I assume some of you are probably using the Stadium Pack. Does it have any negative effects in terms of, does it slow things down or something? Because I figured it must have some kind of effect in that sense. Have we had a shot against us in the entire game? Fair play, lads. Well done. Probably should score a goal, though. Just to let Obradovic grab another one. But yeah, I thought I'd turn on the MLS because I want to test that idea with the amateur players. Even though we're maybe a bit past it, it might be a good way for us to farm some more loan farm guys, potentially. Because whenever I looked in the States, I'd never really seen any amateur or non-contract guys. But if you have the MLS turned on, apparently the lower league players, you get way more of them because of all the different satellite teams and affiliates. What the FA Cup? Wow. Done back-to-back promotions from tier 10. Ah, wait, hang on. So are you saying you've gone from tier 10 to the top flight in 9 seasons, essentially? Because if so, that might explain why your reputation has lagged so much. Because the game doesn't really account for the idea of you going from tier 10 to the top flight in such a short space of time. Feelers injured again. So my suspicion is that your reputation is probably more of like a National League side, or maybe like a League 2 side. The FA Cup win would have definitely helped, but I don't know how much rep bump you get for winning an FA Cup. You get a load for winning the Champions League. It's like 500 points. So that could be the factor. So it's then the match day. Okay, cool. I don't know how many of them... Oh, shit. I should have taken him straight off there. That's my bad. We've got other options, but it's still disappointing. In that case, I will have a little look into it. My plan was just wait until Wisła Stadium is added, but I suspect I'd be waiting for a very long time to get that in there because, you know, it's Wisła. Second tier Poland. Not exactly top of the priority list at this stage, I would imagine. Right. Screw it. Let's just throw some players on who appear to care. So, 0-0. Naeem's on a 7.8. How does bro do it? You'd think it would do press for cookies, but I guess it's just that if the game constantly gave enormous rep bumps for promotions, teams that yo-yo would start gaining... It would have to give you a huge relegation hit at the same time. But unfortunately, the game doesn't do that. So if you were to get promoted and then relegated, the reputation would still be a massive net gain. And if you had it so that it gives you 2 bigger bonuses for promotion, you'd end up where a team's reputation was so high that it was unrealistic. But I agree. There needs to be some kind of metric that you can use for, like you say, if they're back-to-backs or something that can do it. Reputation in FM is always a little bit weird in general. I've always thought that it almost needs 2 different reputation systems. One is like a historic reputation thing, and one is a more fluid one that works on, say, like a 5-year scale. Almost like coefficients in the background. That way, your Johnny-come-latelys that have got really good reputation can still do stuff, but then you've still got those historic clubs that, yeah, I don't know. I mean, they are dynamic because they change right now, right? Start team report scouting. I wouldn't worry about reputation for team report scouting. The only things that matter for team report scouting is, do you have the scouting range to actually scout the teams you're looking for? Because do not do team report scouting if you can't afford it. What a dreadful performance. How do we not score? Regardless, we are through to the next round. And you want a little bit of budget. But ultimately, I waited until we were in Europe and a few seasons of Europe to start doing team report scouting, particularly as Transfer Room In was just so effective that I almost didn't need to start using it yet. It's more like, if you will need a little bit of budget to do team report scouting, unless you very specifically target teams that you can get cheap players from, which you can definitely do. So in the past, what I used to do is go through and do it the way I would normally do, but instead of picking every team off the list in the way that I set them up, I would only go for teams that I feel like I could realistically target a player from. Whereas this time around, I pretty much went after every team, with the logic being that by the time we eventually get to those sort of teams, we'll probably be able to get them anyway. Yeah, we absolutely dominated them there. And we're through, crucially. But the question is, did Radomiak beat Motherwell? That's the real quiz. You better have done. Yes, lads, come on. It's going to cost them their European place for next year, isn't it? But regardless, they're cooking. Rakov aren't in it anymore, unfortunately. They got beaten by Sporting, I think. They're out. The only team that we've got left other than us is Radomiak. But they are through. 3-2 victory over Motherwell. Wow. That's an insane game. It's 3-2, but they scored their first goal in the 42nd minute. Then Calvin Ramsey equalised for Motherwell in the 45th minute, +2. Then Salmon scored in the 49th minute for Motherwell. Then they equalised again in the 51st, and then we're back in front again by the 57th. So in a 16-minute spell, it went from 1-0 to 2-1 to 3-2. What a game. Point is, they're through. Love to see it. That should take us over into the 16 points, right? 16.8. Okay, I think even one more round of progression for us will be enough to match last year, which is all we could really ask for at this stage. Sour cream chips. Ooh, I don't know. That's a lot of different flavours. Is this one singular flavour leaf? Like, not multiple different flavours? Because I'm a pretty plain flavour man when it comes to things like crisps and stuff. But I am partial to a sweet chilli. Those Thai sweet chilli, they used to do these Ritz ones. These, like, Thai sweet chili Ritz things. They are very delicious. I don't think they make them anymore. But luckily there's those what they call, like the Walker's Sensations ones. Or Walker's, I think it's Sensations? Those are very tasty as well. Okay. When's the draw? Actually, no, we already know the draw, don't we? Because I think it was drawn out already. It just doesn't tell you. Or it does and it's hidden in some way. But the game is getting worse and worse at that sort of stuff. Junior B. So this could have some players in there potentially. Ah! Wait. For some reason I thought we had a youth intake then, and we didn't. We do very soon, though. Yeah, Abdullah, he probably hates training because he's not playing a lot. I'm not a big fan of oregano. I had it on a pizza when I was in Norway once, and it was just... It was not... It made it taste like medicine to me. I was not a fan of that. Our youth intake should be really close. 2 days. 2 days to the youth intake. We're playing Stuttgart. Check stat. Thank you. Yes, actually, while I'm here. So we're playing Stuttgart in the next round. Another German side. Top goal scorer at the moment is Fila with 14. Wow. Really? Ah, no, it's not. Oh, no, he's out on loan. So, yeah. That's actually him. So we've got 4 players with above 10, but Fila is still the top scorer with 14. Katala's got 13. Obradovic has got 13. Montperousse has got 10. Duru's definitely got 9. I reckon that Duru, Dala, and Pena could all get to double digits as well. As for assists, 11 each. Bellingham's got 8. That's very good, actually. Olafemi John's actually one of the better performers, I guess. His dribble per game is above 10 still. That's good to see. Oh. If it's my team. It can be very, very difficult. This is why I try not to get players... I am almost never buying players that are going to... I'm rarely ever signing a player that is going to improve my team in the now. The logic I usually use is if I sign this guy, will he improve my team in 5 years? Or 2 or 3 seasons if I give him the time to develop? And once you start doing that, you set it up, you've always got this like conveyor belt of players coming through that there's always options. A bit like us, admittedly Suarez was actually a guy we signed this season. But, ooh. Probably could do with the rest actually. I might just give Tomashevic another run. And Dura another chance. I used to call it the youth conveyor belt, basically, because it just used to constantly produce players and have them come through over and over again. And you'd always have guys in the network, I suppose. And I think we still have that now. Like, I'll be willing to bet that at least one of the random centre-back guys that we had out on loan will come back this summer, and all of those centre-back depth issues we had will just be wiped away. And 2-0 victory. Nice. Jagiellonia lost to Piaskovica. What is going on in the water there? But that might start to cook Jagiellonia a little bit, potentially. Oh my god! Are you sure that was meant to be 5,000 bits, Pep? Christ on our bike.
Hello, Matt.
Actually, I don't think I've ever had someone give 5,000 bits before.
So I just did a run for the first time in years. 9k run, 5k time of 26 minutes. Also, I might have a GF by this time next month.
Wait. Oh, 5k time. I read that as 9k time of 26 minutes. Holy shit. Firstly, Pep, thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. You really didn't have to do that. I do. I believe I actually just keep all of it. I believe that the Twitch cut for bits actually comes at the point of purchase, which is cool. But also, well done for you getting out there, Mason. Thank you for the 35 months. We now have a running section of the Discord as well, if you're interested, and a running club on Strava. Because I'm trying to... I'm not trying. I've done 3 weeks now. So I'm trying to stay on that. That's so kind of you, Pep, man. Really, really good. Also, Mason, that's really impressive, though. Fair play. I think I did... My intervals yesterday... Afterwards, it told me we're a little bit too fast, so it's adjusted my speeds. Because clearly I can go faster. I just sort of underestimated my times a little bit when I started because I wasn't sure really where my fitness was at. Right, intake. Let's go. Fun fact as well, because of the fact I'm in Poland, I'm going to have to do my 10k long run. That's my weekend long run before stream on Thursday as well, so that's going to be fun. Considering I've not run 10k in like 6 months. Oh, dear. Youth intake. I mean, I'd ask you to predict, but... do you know what? Fuck it. What do you reckon? Vishla. Then I have to take running stuff with me. I reckon our best player is 2.5 star. 2.5 star PA. No fun nationalities. Just absolutely nothing. And there'll be a goalkeeper or something. Every reason to be excited, but do we though? Gifted players to come through the ranks. Yeah, that's why he's rated as good, because he's one of the most gifted. Oh, wow. That's bad. Oh my god, are they all just straight up Polish as well? No other fun nationalities? Not one. Not a single elite, no top. The best one is this guy here. Ireniusz. Oh, Prosika? Either way, he's not that bad, but he's not that good either. Good lord. And he's got that haircut. They might be slightly better after if we're lucky, one of them might creep into the 3.5 stars. Prochiska. Ah, that makes sense. 5 teams still in the unit. Bloody hell. Which round are they in? Is the question. That's dope. Also, Mick, the MEGASTREAM thing is because we basically have to finish the season today no matter what, due to the things shuffling around with my week this week. It's just as well I didn't make this stream all about the youth intake. It's almost like we knew that it was going to be crap. But having had 2 absolute garbage youth intakes in a row, hopefully that will give us luck next year. That's not how that works, I realise, but I like to believe that it is. Right, a couple more. Those few more trials coming to 2 players caught for international duty. It's Banda and you. Ranji's injured again. No. Wait, you're injured. Shit. Okay, right. I want to whack a friendly in between, just to ensure we don't lose too much fitness. Even though we're at a stage now where we have so many people disappearing on international duty that it doesn't matter as much. But we do want a cheeky little friendly on the 29th against some random poor sods. Let's play against the MySpace team. We'll have them. Nice. Our youth recruitment. I don't exactly know where you can see that anymore. I know it's not. Oh, the Maltese youth intakes were different level of shit. But then Malta's youth rating is really bad. So the fact that we even got one player that had 140 or something PA was crazy. 4 straight in the last 16. Jesus Christ. I swear England had 4 in the last 8. Sorry, 5 in the last 8 in one of the seasons of this save. Hello, Darkside. Oh, yeah, club. I don't know where it is. I assume it's in... It doesn't help, though, obviously, with all the skins changing. I never know where everything is anymore. Our youth... That's our facilities. It's probably in here somewhere, right? Ah, so we've got exceptional youth recruitment and exceptional academy coaching, which I think is maxed out. But I never know exactly with FM, because I can't remember if there's another word that's beyond that one. So there might be another one. We pretty much got it as good as we're going to get. And I think we might have one of the best reputations in Poland as well. So we should probably be getting... I'll let the Doff sign whoever he wants out of those lads. It's none of my business at this point. Oh, dear. Okay, that sucks. That's probably part of the reason that they're doing quite well, because they've got Anthony in their squad, who's also got a moustache. I'll ask the board, see if there is any more leeway. I know facilities-wise there is. Yeah, so we can't increase the budget. No, we can only cut it back. In fact, we can't even ask for any more facilities. Maybe we are maxed out. I can't believe we even found anyone to sign off that list. Yeah, I mean, England's coefficients in this save, they've had 2 different seasons where they've got over 30 coefficient points. Last year, they got 33 or something dumb. The loading screen. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I think your best bet is, with that, is always just verify it. And that should fix it all. But which skin were you trying to install? If you're ever trying to install the same skin as me, that's really strange. State of the art. I believe state of the art only applies to facilities and not to more abstract ones. I think. Feel isn't... He's not. Oh my god. As if. Corrupt got in the Switzerland squad too. Wow, we are cooking and he's not even playing for us. I mean, Fila's very good, but is he Italy national team good? Or are they just doing this to mess with my... What's his contract, by the way? Please don't get a cap, Michael. I mean, at this rate, the Mumbler only gets like a £1,000 a week rage fries, but still. That is really odd, Harv. It might just be that you may just have to do it again. And you may have just... I don't know what you could have possibly done.
Michael Rugg, the owner of the Bigfoot Discovery Museum, claims to have smelled Bigfoot, stating, "Imagine a skunk that had rolled around in dead animals and it hung around the garbage pits. The enormous footprints for which the creature is named are claimed to be as large as 24 inches, 610 millimeters, long and 8 inches, 200 millimeters, wide. Some footprint casts have also contained claw marks, making it likely that they came from known animals such as bears, which have 5 toes and claws.
Bears are notorious for being that. Hello, Bay. Thank you for the 59 months and that interesting message. Yeah, wait, has Kosovo switched nationality? Wasn't he always Polish? I swear he was always Polish, right? Because we signed him out of his German side, but I'm pretty certain the reason we signed Kotovos was because he was Polish. Yeah, I used to do the thing where you scout youth intakes. The problem with doing that is you have to scout all the youth intakes, which means that you've got an absolute pain in the arse to set it all up. And if you don't have 30 scouts, and even if you do, it's going to take forever. And you spend most of your time discarding 99% of scout reports that you receive. That was the thing I liked about the team report scouting, because it basically took away the need to do that. Because by doing team reports, you then get that report on the players without having to worry about whether the players in there are any good. Because then if they were, you could then go and actually look at those only good ones, I suppose. I thought he was Polish-German, but I thought his nationality was Polish. I thought that was the reason we signed him. Get rid of you guys. Wow, what a great name. Wait, well, that is a great name. Saint Lipmois Salembi. Good. Team report scouting on. No, absolutely not. We use it all the time. That's what I'm doing right now. Most of the players from these... Actually, no. A few of these actually aren't that. Wait, really? The 20s, plenty of these guys falling off hard. That'll happen, though. But no, I would say that team report scouting is still probably one of the best ways to find those really... The good thing about it is you can tend to find players really early by doing it. Because a lot of the other reports rely on the player breaking through in some respects. Whereas team reports, you can sometimes just find them when they're 16 years old and track them all the way through. He's got quite high CA. Right, what about you guys? Not affordable, not affordable. Very cheap. Oh, he's an archer. God damn it, man. Wildlife Marsh in Canada. That's cool. I mean, we love a good bear around here. Easy way to do it. What, scouting youth intakes? Not at all, as far as I know. There used to be a screen you could go to that would show them all at once, and you can still do that in 26, but you can't multi-select players on it. I probably should have gone for the moist lip dude, actually. You're right. There is a way that you can make the players you line out play against you, but we have it hard-coded into the save just to make sure it's a little bit easier. But basically, it's the there's a tick box below the loan thing, and it's like, can play against parent club. That's basically the box you're looking for. That's the guy from earlier. He's yet another overpowered Spanish number 10. I mean, I might just put him on the Santa Baby list anyway and pick him up randomly in the summer. Because there's just so much quality down there. It's actually unstoppably good. Anyway, Matt, stop it. You promised you weren't going to do that today. A Swiss mountain range. Yeah, this isn't the first time they've done that, though, is it, Shadowplays? I'm pretty certain that they've done this in previous years, right? Portugalate, well, to be fair, the other guy from Portugalate actually didn't sign for us in the end because he was from a sort of parallel branch of the save, if you like. But boy, oh boy, if we had been able to sign him, it would have been a good time. I assume he's still at... oh, no, he got sold this summer, didn't he? If I recall. Legia sold him, I think. It's going to be next gen day in a minute. This might be the fastest I've ever gone through games, but it does show that even sort of 6 seasons in, with the amount of leagues we've got loaded, and that's quite a lot, you can actually still make pretty substantial progress, even if this was a normal stream. Which it isn't. At this rate, I might actually end up being done by... well, actually, no, we've still got games to play. So probably not. But it might not go on as long as I was expecting. I'd basically penciled in for about 6 hours to be the expectation. And that might still be the case. Right. We're definitely missing someone because this does not look quite right. Ah, it's Oliver John and half the bench. Wait, you're on international duty already? Ah, good, yes. Isn't it great when the league decides to put a league game during the international break? Didn't that happen to us last year as well, I think? And it's set for all matches. Fuck's sake. That's... ah, bugger. I should have changed that before I did that. Oh, well. It happens. Mistakes were made. Just means Suarez can come back in again. And... wait. The bench. Shockery. And I guess Danilo Danger, because why not? Gotta get some football. It could be fake con. Were the other two guys also Nigerian? Because that might explain it if they were at that fake AFCON again. Gibraltar International, do we? Oh, is his name Nick? Because there was a guy, one of the quite poor loan farm players who was called, who was Gibraltarian. We picked him up from a team in Spain. Would you believe it? Yeah, so basically what can happen is this particular issue absolutely screwed us on the previous save. There's this tournament that, as you say, is the under-23s one. But what can often happen is a load of your players that are in the first team squads of those nations can get called into the under-23 squads for this like fake, not AFCON, but AFCON thing. And they just disappear in the middle of the season. And we just drew against Piast. Thank God there's still a gap, because they are... I'm starting to think that maybe we should trust them in Europe next year if they're going to be this good. Because they seem to not be there accidentally, I suppose is what I mean. But they're predicted to be second this season. Is it Olympics qualifying? I swear it's the Chan thing. Or something like that. Either way, it's a massive pain in the arse because... I can't remember which team it was. It might have been Sochaux or it might have been Tenerife, but I think it was Sochaux especially. No, it definitely was, because we were signing a lot of players that were... You could sign them in France because they didn't count as non-EU, but they were often playing from African nations. And they all just disappeared off this tournament and left us with no players in our squad at the start of the season. It could be the Olympics, actually, yeah. I don't know. Either way, it's very frustrating. So, a couple of guys for Colombia in there. Coffee and Diakite. God, when he finally decides to actually be old enough to... It's just yet another goalkeeper to have in the pipeline. We're absolutely stacked with them. It's brilliant. Do his concerns again. It's tough because he's very good. Oh, it's a new contract. In that case, Do Campo? It seems to be hit and miss as to whether it works. It's probably because the guy that it worked on was, I'm assuming anyway, in the same social group. Oh god, here we go. Whoever it was, I think it was James that told me to skip those team meetings that complain about this sort of stuff. Brilliant idea. Because I think you do get a slight negative effect from not going to the meeting, but every single option that you could possibly click in that meeting will give a much worse effective, like, net negative effect to your team's morale. To the point where they are literally pointless to even attend at this point. If the game gave you a more sensible way out of them, I'd be fine with it, but since it doesn't, and there's nothing you can click in them that will ever solve the problem, it's best to just avoid them in general, I'd say. Preciado. Who is our best loanee right now? Oh. Well, he's only played one game, but it's a good sign if he's got a goal already. Inges as well. How are they doing? Are they still not... Oh, they might just be about to pull it back. Marta's cooking. If they don't get in the playoffs, then I'm disappointed in them, considering they should be doing better than that. With all the players they've got. Yeah, they're all just sat in a room. We'll get to the next match day and it'll be like, half your squad's not here because, unfortunately, they're all still sat waiting for you to go to that meeting that you never turned up for. And that's fine. Under 70 quid. Jesus, that's still really expensive. Christ. This week, I don't know. There's probably some data out there where it probably tells you when the previous March updates, which obviously the winter update, if you like, have come out. Nigel's now a Polish citizen. It doesn't mean anything because he's got loads of caps, but that would have been nice. Would like to have given Nigel Nigel Wevsky? That wouldn't really work. Yeah, £70 does still seem like a lot. Oh, there is actually a guy there. Gustavo Aguilar. Wanted by Chelsea and Inter. Hello, sir. Oh, of course you're a goalie. He does have caps for Paraguay, to be fair, but I'm curious about more information on you. His Maltese. This is true. I felt like when he became the manager for this save, I decided to use his given name instead of our bastardized Polish name. Not Polish name. Maltese name. I felt I at least owed him that respect. Okay, that's all just like... Oh, we might actually get some quite decent players out of these reports if we're doing like some of the Uruguayan sides. They usually do be having a habit of chefing. I'm just realising there is a massive gap between the round of 16 games in the Europa League and the quarterfinals or whatever it is. Yeah, it's quarterfinals, isn't it? Yeah, next gen, true. What do you reckon then, chat? Next gen's on, what's it, the 31st of March. Firstly, how many players do we have on it, and who is the number one player? Not of our players, but just in general. I'm trying to think of who it was last year. It sounds really boring, but I feel like it'll just be someone like Spain, Espanyol, or something. Just because of how goated Spain is in this save. in my save. I actually don't know who he plays for. I know he's in the save. But I forget who he actually plays for in the save. I don't know if he's even still playing in Poland as it happens. 6 is not bad. Pena. I wonder if he's played enough. I don't know why I'm saying that as if I'm even on a screen to even show it. It's not for another 2 days. Luckily, that will be here on us immediately. Oh, God. Contract clause is triggered is concerning. Oh, no. So many. Oh, dear. As if Samuel Corrupt got a Swiss cap. He's barely playing for Radomiak. At least they're actually playing him a bit more now. How much has that boosted his wage by? But more importantly, Fila's just got a cap for Italy. Which means he's now on 40 grand a week. Oofy. And that guy. So who's got a bonus clause? Corrupt only got a tiny bonus. Fila got an enormous one. And Montperou's got a little 1k boost as well. Okay, that's not going to do us any good on the wages. We really do need to be in the Champions League next year. Thankfully, we will be automatically. Ah, next gen. There it is. Beautiful. Right. We'll just deal with all the shit around it. Belgian Bruges. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal who's number 1 on the next gen, and then I'm going to take a quick wee break. That way you get the answer before you get your whiz quiz, and you're not sat here on the edge of your seats. Okay, number 1 on the next gen list is Spanish Barcelona. I should have stuck to my guns and just gone Spanish Barcelona instead of trying to be clever and saying Spanish Espanyol. Same city. Is somebody on... Oh, hello. Lechia Gdansk in 3rd. Our goalkeeper guy in... Right, no, stop looking at it, Matt. Back in a second, friends. We're just going to have a quick wee break, grab another beverage, and I'll be back in a moment as we continue the rest of the day. Oh, dear. Right, back in a sec, friend. It was Mark Wilson. And I must admit, it wasn't until someone mentioned Stoke then I remember that he was one of those rainy night in Stoke type of players, wasn't he? Got myself another beverage. Figured we might need a little bit of caffeine. That was good though. Right. Caffeine time, friends. Could you use your plan from earlier to get the big one to the top or the bottom or whatever? Oh, well that actually worked brilliantly. Physics. Science, y'all. I just inhaled a giant caffeine dust. I tell you what, there is at least more interesting clubs in the top 10 than there usually is, which is a good sign of what's to come. Right, let me just get a bit of caffeine in me. Get rid of the giant silicone packet. Just cover my desk with these. X-Mac Harley, you know what to do, chat. There we go. Go for a bit of Cola Koala. Lovely. Back on the shelf you go. I've actually got a second one of those. Right. Don't got any ice in it, but I do have 2 more of these in the fridge waiting just in case it goes really long. The Dane. The Dane will be very expensive. We have no money. But we're definitely going to scout them for sure. Because in the summer we should have some money, at least in theory. That's the problem as well. If you see some interesting ones, they may just be on loans, unfortunately. You never know. But to be fair, there are certain Fulham players that don't occur to me either, and because probably they're more well known for playing at other clubs. I swear you do this before I even start shaking it. That just looks like a beverage of that exact type, doesn't it? Rana's. No, Rana's is Denmark. Right, so got that little overlap there. Let's have a look at the best guy, even if we can't do anything with it. Wow, yes, he's just very good, isn't he? Barcelona get really good player. In other news, water is wet. Antonio Toribio. Toribio. Yeah, I imagine these guys are going to be on like you though. Oh my god. Lekia, Youssef El Khatib, a Syrian international, is number 3 on the next gen list. Well done, lads. That's what we like to see out of Polish clubs. Tremendous work. He might be my favourite of the bunch. I wouldn't have guessed Syrian either. That's even more impressive. Hello, Millennium. For the nuclear. Good egg, though. I'll take it. I always try to be an egg. I mean, in some senses. You'll be expensive as hell. Wow. The Turkish players really do catch me out with how expensive. You're one of our players. You... I think I've already scouted him, actually, because we have not... But I'll do it again. Yeah, the scout report thing is very odd. I reckon it's just because my Doff is just an idiot, it would seem, at least. There's a guy just called Isaac, who's Spanish, and on loan from Atletico. As if they needed a loanee there. When they've got this guy, Luciano Presti. He's not a... Oh, he is. I thought he might have been a player they'd signed. Apparently not. Alan, nothing specific. Reward was City. Oh, my days. That reminds me a lot of our first Champions League season. We got probably the hardest group imaginable. The Eurovision, I haven't. Andrew, no. Ooh. Michael Cruz, though. Love that he can just play random right back. I wouldn't trust him there. Actually, he's got okay crossing, potentially. I still wouldn't trust him there. Sending Delta. Delta Goodrum! No. Oh. That's good. Drum. When they're dusting off Delta Goodrum, that's how you know. I like that. Taking it proper seriously this time. Wow. Axel Larsen, good player, but want him scouted proper. He's not cheap. He is £20 million. That's pretty expensive. Particularly as he's probably not that good, like, comparatively speaking. Oh, hello. This is a much better looking set of next-gen players than normal. They're far more varied. Marc-Andre Gorski, bit expensive. At least it's not always just Spanish club, Spanish club, Spanish club. Andres back as another Danish dude at AC Horsens. Then, actually, this guy we already know about, don't we? Because we've been scouting him for a while. He wouldn't sign for us at the time, but he might change his mind in the summer, perhaps. Has he not got any CA? Sorry, not got any PA? I don't trust that. He's actually ridiculously good. He's on the shortlist already, thankfully. Overpriced Turkish dude, probably. Yeah. To expect. We get Arslanspern back in there. That's a true combination. Oh, wow. Uzbek dude at Corona Kielce. Love that for you. Simon... Oh, wow, he's expensive. I guess Cordoba must be second tier. Aussie in it. Oh, why not, right? Eurovision doesn't really care about that sort of stuff. It just kind of has anyone in it. It's great. It's one of the things that make it so fun. We've looked at this guy a load of times in the past, and I hate the fact that he has no jumping reach. Otherwise, he'd be perfect. This guy here, I do know. It's very good. And another Mexican guy. One I've already scouted, but still, I'll get another report on him. Why not? And then Mamadi Mane, didn't he win this? No, he's new. 17 on the next one is always Kenny Lutz. I just like the idea of a Uruguayan fella called Kenny. I tell you what, Kenny, he actually does intrigue me. Another Atletico guy. Come on, lads. Anybody else? That's about the 7th player I feel like I've seen from them. Oh, hello. Masaki Murata from FC Tokyo. Oh, imagine. World Vision would be so good. I mean, it would take forever, but that means there's more time for drinking. So I'm not opposed to it. D'Angelo Kolvik, good name. And then Samet Bosch. No, I haven't seen any Athletic Club players at all yet. This guy's crazy good. Yeah, we already knew about him because he wasn't last year. If they're 19, the chances are they were probably on it last year, unfortunately. Maybe not. You might not have been. Vaguely recognise him. Seaman Banks on it! To be fair, that shouldn't really come as a surprise. We only know about him because he was on it last year. There's a guy from a Chinese club here. We'll try to avoid them. Oh, no, let's go. Crack on. I'll have forgotten about it by May. 100%. Plus, I can't even hear that well. I even turned the sound up earlier on my speakers and I couldn't really hear it that well. A Brazilian in China. Yeah, I guess that's not that rare, is it? Spelmark always delivers. He's seeding the entire of Europity. Europity? Joel Lobo. Right, let's have a look at old Bacilo Ribar. So they just signed him out of Brazil for 4.4k. He's a fun one. How did they get the knowledge of him is my question. Hello, other random guy. Oh, wait. I want a second opinion on him. Because his attributes are quite good. And he is a centre-back that can play DM and has okay passing ability. I don't hate him. And that's the guy we just looked at. Oh, a new guy. Very nice. They could have some stuff in Brazil, I suppose. This guy I think we should know about as well, because we found him around the same time as we found the other guy, but it looks like we've not got as much overall knowledge of him. Go on, show me one random new guy. Kale Boyadzia. 19. There's a lot of 19s on it. Ooh. A Polish player from Poland. Things you'd love to see. Wow, he must be really good. Fair. Nicolas Hob. Oh, he's in... Wait, no, that... Some quite good players on this list, actually. This has definitely been the most varied next-gen list we've had in the entire save. Another Japanese guy. Richard van der Plug. Very expensive, my god. Ooh, overpriced UAE guy. Oh, he's Tunisian. Hamza Banani. Not overly convinced. I think he's just playing a lot. Pachuca, dude. Oh, not to my knowledge. Nice. It's always good when I see no scout. JT's on there too. That's weird. Of all the players on the list, you wouldn't have thought that the ones we'd got featured are both of the DMs. Who? Tobias Ferreira. No caps. Plays in Paraguay, I think. Deportivo Recoleta. No tackling ability on him, unfortunately. And this guy's in Peru. Alessandro Laval. That's such a good... Oh. By far my favourite next-gen set so far. This definitely does feel Eurovision-y. Rokas Pukstadt. Ah, I know that guy. I signed him on a save before. Forgive me, Tony. I missed that look up. It must have been when I was in the bathroom.
You know if there's a
which save was it that I signed him on?
Yes, very soon.
That name rings a bell. Like a really specific... Where did I sign this guy? Ah, wait. No, it definitely can't have been with Aaron at FIFA E, because we were literally managing Dynamo in that, so I don't know. I definitely recognise him, though. I wonder if I had him when I was Dynamo manager on an old Outcast to Icons save. Possibly. And he was just there when I got there. Don't know. US beta save? Ah! You're right! What a shout! You're absolutely right. It was. I forgot he was... His name sounds very sort of Croatian, Serbian, that kind of area of the world, but I forgot he was... Yes, you're right. That's what it was. It was the US national team save where we had him. He was actually quite a good centre mid for us. I totally forgot we even did that. So yeah, at the moment, he's still got the one cap. Played for Al Wazzle. How much did they sign him for? Free, but what's the contract like? Well, he's not even earning that much money, as it happens. Yeah, this definitely do be very Eurovision-y. Bet Boy, thank you very much for the follow. Forgive me, I missed that. If you are new to the streams and this is the first of mine you've checked out and you've enjoyed the horrendous cringe from earlier, then I'd appreciate if you dropped a follow. I mean, his attributes look quite good. I mean, I guess the US national team has got some decent performance in those sort of spots, doesn't it? Like, in Fulham, I mean, not that he plays in this position with Ricardo Pepi, but Fulham have been linked with Ricardo Pepi for such a long time, to the point where I do wonder if we might actually just get a deal sorted where he can just join us at the start of the window in the summer, which would be really nice for once, to us actually do some business early. This goes against everything we stand for as a club, to actually get business done. Bonke Salier is now a Polish citizen as well. Things you'd love to see. Oh, it's the derby next. Not that it matters, because we've got a game midweek again, which means we are going to have to rotate once more. Hopefully we don't lose the derby. I mean, I won't rotate too much, but we do need to be careful. Then again, we're not going to be able to throw away the title in the games that exist there yet. Well, I'm actually impressed though, considering how well we've done this year. How reasonably okay Cracovia have stayed with us. I haven't even done the not the Patreon, sorry, the VOD comments yet. I might do that before the start of our next game. Let's get out the next one. Yeah, we went through the list about, well, only just a couple of minutes ago as it happens. I might leave that for them. There's only 10 players in there. Right. So, rotation. Next match. It does, doesn't it? I just love that style. Full rotation. Watkins and Dudu. I might still put Eloy in. Since Watkins is leaving anyway. Pena, Bellingham, Krzyzanowski, Ajeti, Coffee. That feels fair enough. Torres gets a spot on the team as well. Who is this Torres guy and why does he not have a squad number? Oh. Oh, wow. He's just kind of decent. Maybe he just doesn't have the ceiling. Either way, he can jump like crazy. Fair enough. I was not expecting him to get any actual football for us, but we take that. Maybe move those two over again. If Suarez scores again here, it would be interesting. Certainly means we wouldn't have to sign any strikers in the summer, that's for sure, because I think there was 2 or 3 of them that we signed this summer that just were so good. Hopefully that... Oh, shit. We lost the derby to fucking Cracovia. It's, the gap is only 6 points now. Stop it. Stop trying to throw the league away. And we were winning as well. Wait, Filio? Oh, I didn't see that they put him in the midfield. Who in the hell even is Caio Filio? He's alright. Right. That was a bad one. I think we'll be okay, but I suspect what will likely happen is that we'll probably just end up going out of Europe before we have a chance to throw the title away. But if it was one game I didn't want to lose, it was to the only team that could realistically have any shout of catching us. Particularly as they've got no Europe.
Very soon.
The FM Doctor, thank you for the follow. A mid-team. It depends. If you're in a country like Greece, generally speaking, you'd want to choose a second-tier side, probably. Because most of the sides in the top flight of Greece are going to have some decent reputation to them of some sort. Some of the big ones especially will. You want to choose a team in the second tier, roughly. Not even roughly. That's usually where I would go for a country like Greece. Because that way you can pretty much guarantee that whoever you pick, when you do make them a good team in Greece, they're not going to be... You're adding another team to the top rather than just improving someone who's already there. Sort of the little... You need every little advantage you can possibly get in a building a nation save, and one of the ways you can do that is by having, like, teams' reputations are so important to them being able to sign players in these saves. And if you take a team that's already got good reputation, then you essentially prevent them from helping you later. That's the way I look at it. Like, say you're going to move a load of furniture and you're going to move house or something, and you know 5 or 6 guys or girls that are really burly and they can help you do that, but you've got this like special medication that is going to make them even stronger. I would probably give it to someone who's really weak to make them as good as the other guys rather than making a strong person stronger. That's... Last time I had a cake analogy, I think, so this one is a new one for you. Enjoy. That was probably even worse. Pick different plans. Yeah, the match plans thing. The reason I don't use them, because they have been in the game for a while, is that when you do that, sometimes your assistant will make huge sweeping tactical changes in the matches that you don't often want. And I'm always reticent to test them. Maybe I should test them out. It's an analogy of a simile of a metaphor. Maybe throw a Malafor in there. Yeah, the Polish sides in this save have been anything except helpful. Unfortunately. Buy pills, get big. Yeah, you receive the same emails I do, presumably, right? Dev advice. Right, we're finally up to Stuttgart again. God, we're actually into April. It can be done, friends. Your boy, when he really tries and knuckles down, can actually get through things. Start with only 2 mil. What can sometimes happen is, depending on how you set up the save with the transfer stuff, if a team... Because remember, the squads that teams start with are based on the lock at the end of the transfer window. So essentially, they've almost like already done all their business. So you often don't end up at the start of a save with that much transfer budget available left still. Some clubs you do, because they've just got loads of money to begin with. But some clubs have kind of already done all their business, and thus, yeah. I wholly can't promise to make you strong and burly, but it sure can help. I do like the Cola Koala. I've got it in the axolotl shaker. That's a staff database, Matt. What are you doing? Oh, wait a minute. Now then, I think we do sign this guy because his name is exceptional. Jaidiva Kwesialapud. I've never seen that surname before. He's quite cheap. He's fun. The casual pud. My decision going Shields has been... My mates is definitely going. The house is like, wait, going to Shields? As in... I might need more context. Forgive me, what is Shields? Or are we just talking about like North Shields? My brain immediately goes to North Shields. Key and Pill College. It does a bit, doesn't it? Yes. Do you think he played for Georgia Tech? I love those sketches. Oh, buggery. New contract. It's fine. We'll get him on the footy. Oh. Oh, I was actually right then. South Shields then, presumably, right? That's cool. Oh, yeah, it's football tonight, isn't there? So it's weird. Midweek football in the Premier League just sort of creeps up on you. Because there's like a... Is it 4 games tonight? What are the games tonight? I'll do my terrible predictions, because at least it's a smaller sample size. So that way when I'm right, you make loads of money, chat. That's how it works. He's very good, isn't he? I like him, and he's got a better name than most people, and thus he's immediately worth more money to me. Wolves-Liverpool. The fact that Wolves beat Villa was... I actually watched the Wolves-Villa game with my mate on Friday night. I mean, good lord. Bournemouth-Brentford, wow. Bournemouth-Brentford might be the most mid-table football match I've ever heard of in my life. And I say that as a Fulham fan who persistently exists in the mushy middle as well. I think Brentford randomly win that game. It just... They do that. They turn up and they win football matches. Hate it when it happens. We actually really didn't talk much about the Fulham Spurs game at the weekend, and I realise that might have been on purpose from some of you Spurs fans, but I feel like we probably should discuss it. From watching that game, rarely ever when watching Fulham do I ever feel like the opponents are not going to score a goal. And I realise they literally did score a goal, and I somehow still feel like they didn't. I don't know how to explain it. I would be fuming watching that as a Spurs fan. It seems like there was not enough players on the pitch that seemed to give a shit. Like, they were losing quite comfortably, particularly in that first half, and it seemed like there was no fire. Outside of Richarlison, who at least, he might be a bit of a shithouse, but he at least provides some fire when he's on the pitch. He's like one of the only players that's actually trying to do that when he's on the pitch. When Sam, I'd think so, but then it's the exact type of game that Fulham just randomly lose as well, annoyingly. Damn, Emery's who backs it up glasses. I have to see this. Have you got a screenshot? It was weekend opponent. I can. Obviously, I'll be busy touristing, but I'll keep on these things. We're playing. Is it Forest? I think it's either Forest or Burnley. We've got on the weekend. Down tools. Yeah, and he was one of the few players that had the tools to begin with. It seems. I understand why Tudor was so. By the way, Buadi's absolutely insane. Holy shit. It's like a mumbler, but deeper. I understand why... the thing for me was I don't think the goal we scored should have been disallowed, but I do find it... I think the one that they had disallowed was wrong previously, I suppose. He's a little bit good, isn't he? Like, he's a little bit special. I think I'd still rather have the mumbler. Then again, he's got really good tackling as well. Push up the highlight. Yeah, I did. I think that was Van de Ven as well, wasn't it? Or was that Dragoshin? It just... I don't know. We could have had 4 or 5 in that game until Spurs finally woke up around about 65 minutes and actually sort of tried a little bit. There was that Calvin Bassey shot chance. There was the Emil Smith-Rowe where he broke through. Oh, it's the cup, isn't it? Of course. Forgot about that. It just... I haven't watched enough of Spurs to... You know, I've been saying, oh, they're not going to go down. Having watched that game, I no longer think that. They look like the sort of team that are just... devoid of any confidence, as well as confidence and willing to try in many ways. Seems to be what I'm noticing. They're top of the division at least. Only by 4 points. Honestly, yeah. Or just put Archie Gray in goal, because apparently he can play everywhere else. Yeah, there's always that one season like that, Daz. It's like when Man United was shit last year. Fulham still gave them like 4 points. Or was it 6 points? I mean... it's just... They're the only team in the Premier League that haven't won a game this year, right? And, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. That's the kind of game that on another day they do lose 5 or 6. Well, not 5 or 6, 4 or 5-0. Because there were some huge chances that Fulham don't normally create that much against teams. We have a habit of like nicking things narrowly in games with quite low quality chances sometimes. And we still kind of did that. But we created a lot of XG against them, which is rare for us. Like that Iwobi finish for the second goal was... I don't know how his foot does that. It's just brilliant. Okay, Stuttgart. This isn't the exact lineup I want. I want to have John back in. Bank is back. Luis Eduardo, Rodriguez, Naeem, Docampo. And the bench should... Ah! That's fine. We expect that. I should have done the next match thing again. We'll have one more guy in. To give you an idea, a mate of mine who I was watching the game with on Friday night is a massive Spurs fan. During the game on Sunday, he was exclusively communicating with me through sad Simpsons gifs. That's the only way I was hearing from him. Every time Spurs did something, it was just another gif. Saved on the final day. I guess it depends on... I mean, we have to play Forest, yeah? And I feel like that's a random game where we could just give them 3 points. Because we do that. Which takes... I really do like Lamens. I think he's been, from what I can see, every time I've watched Man United, he looks so commanding and composed. I really do like him. Any polls on the team? Let me check. I mean, yes. Just maybe not in the starting 11 at the moment. Bear with. Krzyzanowski here. Tomashevic here. Basically, a lot of our young talent that was in the squad last season, I felt they weren't going to get as much football this year, so they've been loaned out to other Polish sides. Plus, our last couple of youth intakes have been absolute garbage, unfortunately. We had really good ones initially, and then it just completely faded away. I love that people always use the Lincoln example, and I was thinking to myself, when I saw that mentioned a few times, I was like, Lincoln really doing that well, and then I looked at League One and went, oh my god, they actually am. Yeah, Poland's youth rating, like we have got some really good young players. The guy you just saw there, Tomashevic, he is very good as a youngster, but we've also got a guy on the right, Piakovsky, and another guy called Kaminski. They're all fullbacks. All of our best players, pretty much, that have come through our academy, they say have all been wingbacks, which is difficult to put them into the team, unfortunately. It doesn't help that our last two intakes have been half stars. That bad, genuinely. Yeah, Stuttgart, Steve. They're all peace check regions, exactly. Which I'm not opposed to be honest. Doesn't help that the game nerfed wingbacks a little bit. Also, how's it going, Nexi? I'm guessing obviously you're Polish. Are you a Wisła fan or just a fan of Polish football in general? Because if so, totally on board with that, because I love Polish football. It's the best. There's just so much fun that happens in this league. In real life and in FM, apparently, because it's never boring. But yeah, Steve, we got Stuttgart, so we're playing our second consecutive German side in the knockouts. See if they got Schade. And Joshua Vanyeman. Okay, this might be a little bit more difficult. Lech Poznan fan. The best worst league. Good way of describing it. You probably couldn't have seen the league table that we're in right now because you probably only just jumped in. To give you an idea, our bottom three right now, we've got Rakova in the bottom three, Jagiellonia, Białystok in the bottom three, Legia and Lech and Lechia are just above the bottom three because, and a lot of these teams were in Europe last season in this save. But, flipping that, Cracovia are second in the league, which is fine, but they have been already relegated in this save and come back. Then they nearly won the title. Then, newly promoted Pogon and Piast Gliwice, both of whom are newly promoted, are in the European places at the moment. It just boggles belief the crazy things that happen in the extra class are in this save. There's not been a single season without something dumb happening. Oh, and you'll like this as well. Last year, Jagiellonia got to the Europa League final. just out of nowhere. And looks like they could be playing in the second tier next season if they carry on at this rate. Yeah, the Bermuda Triangle of mid in Poland really do be something. And Noah Darvic, as if they've got Noah Darvic, by the way. We're losing 1-0 at home. This might be where we step off this train. Levels improved. I don't know about that. I watched this might have been just a bad example. I was watching a game the other day on a Saturday because it was just on. It was Motor Lublin and I think it might have been Piast Gliwice, actually. There was a red card and I think they won 2-0. It was very open. There was a lot of space on the pitch. And the commentator had clearly never said a Polish word in his life. Like, man had no clue what he was saying. I felt for him, to be honest. I was like, you were me a couple of months ago. Mexi, thank you for the follow. Or should I say, is it Dziękuję? I forget. I'm trying to learn a little bit. I think that's thank you, is it not? Dziękuję? Oh my god. I think we're going to be up against it here, you know. This is the home game as well. Oh, I already watched highlights. When I was planning to build the custom Poland extra classic graphics, because obviously, you know from the recap videos, I have the tables that I built using the extra classic graphics that I made. I actually had another one in the progress of being made that was, I rebuilt the official extra class score graphics too. But in the end, I realized that it was maybe a little overkill for where I was actually going to be using them, and it probably wasn't worth the squeeze. But I nearly had it completely finished. I had all the animations and stuff built in. And I used the... oh, go on. Come on, Katala. I hope that was... Okay, it's fine. It's a corner. I did, Ben. I was so on board. I had the score reminder set up, and I saw the first two go, and I was like, surely they couldn't, because they were 3-3 at half time, right? Incredible behaviour. I think it was just a bridge too far. They probably needed to do it in normal time if they were going to. Unless something from other league. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't blame them, right? Polish, for an English speaker, is not exactly an easy language to say. There's still things that trip me up all the time, but I'm getting better at it. And I did obviously want to learn a little bit before I'm obviously in Poland at the weekend. Just so I can... Just your basic pleases, thank yous, little normal things. That's... I wanted to be able to just say that kind of stuff, you know? Just because I feel like people appreciate it when you actually make an effort on things like that. 4-3. You love to see it. Oh, I think we're actually getting quite back... Yes! I was going to say, I feel like we're getting back into this game quite a lot now, and then who should step up but the Red Mumbler? There's still names I struggle with. I mean, for example, last stream when chat were trying to get me to say Bobby Tree's actual name, couldn't be done. Well, as it happens, Nexy, when I did the first recap video for this save on YouTube, I got an absolutely lovely comment from someone about the fact that they appreciated the fact that I even tried to learn the names. And at the time, the way I did it is I literally wrote them out phonetically, but not like using IPA or anything, just in a way that I can understand. And then since then, I've managed to sort of ingrain certain pronunciation groups together, so I don't always like stumble over it each time and have to think about the names. And there's certain team names I just really enjoy saying. Oh no, come on. A hat-trick. Oh, is he 19? Oh, we actually tried to look at him earlier, Ben. Unfortunately, he's not actually in my save, which makes me wonder why, firstly. The way it's not like a unique thing that I do with just Poland next. It's just that if I'm doing content about a country or a team, to me, and this is, again, just the way my brain works, I owe them the respect of trying to get the names as close as possible, right? Start the season. Yeah, but I'd have thought that he'd have still been in their squad. Not for the squad, but like at the club. So usually that's enough. But I wonder if it's particularly if he's in a playable league. Maybe it's just that because he's in their reserves or B team, the game didn't load them in or something. I don't know. Really odd. That's African accent. Oh, it's great. The Afrikaans. We are absolutely dominating them here. After a poor start, we should be getting this goal. In Europe, our biggest issue has been taking our chances, and it's once again prevalent here. I think this second half is pretty much calling out for Obradovic to do what Obradovic does. Like, I noticed that he's not got involved really yet. I trust that he will. It's great. I was trying to explain even what like a South African accent sounds like to Pog without actually... I think the way I described it was it's someone with an Australian accent speaking with a Dutch accent. Like, that's the only way I could describe it to someone if you were describing it down the phone. Policia. What could that possibly mean? Is it something about throwing dogs in the river? South Africa... Yes! Come on. South Africa gets some great regens. Ultimately, Chili Con Carnage, I wish I could pretend that it was entirely down to altruism and me trying to be totally respectful. Obviously, there is an element of that, right? But I just find that sort of shit super fascinating. That's my special interest, is learning pronunciations and languages and stuff. That's why I'm so bad with the Danish players still. Like, most Scandi players, I can say their names pretty well for the most part. Some Swedish ones still catch me up because of those soft G's and the way that the S's become softer when they're behind an R and stuff like that, like Forsberg and names like that, which is something I only recently found out. So I'm getting better with that, but the Danish ones, I need to do a save in Denmark really to properly learn that stuff. I need to be exposed to it more. Doing a save in Poland is just like exposure therapy to understand what S's and Z's should sound like. Oh, hang on, this is surely offside though. The other problem I have with, how do you pronounce Teresa? Oh, you mean, Teresa. I'm that guy, I've come back from Barcelona. I'm not that dude either. The modest shit. I'm just being honest, like, that's the reason. I don't put effort into things I don't care about. I just actually do care about that stuff because it fascinates me. Oh, this is 2-2, isn't it? Fucking hell, man. I'm from Zaragoza. all the Spains in chat, like, caramba, what we doing? That is what I was actually told by several Danes, was if you want to speak Danish, just speak Swedish with a potato in your mouth. And what was it? That word, is it Komalosa? That was the thing that someone told me once as well, which was like a Danish in-joke. Dutch but weird. Pog and I were watching a Harrison Webb video last night, and he had a viewer of his who was South African do a video from a Nando's for him because it was like the first one. And her accent in it was obviously South African, but it was like it didn't sound as strong as I was expecting. With middle far. Well, we've kind of locked in the idea of Serbia for the next one, potentially. Although, I must admit, there is something quite appealing about the idea of doing Denmark again, solely because it was the first one I ever did. My original attempt at building a nation was Denmark. So then maybe there's an element of unfinished business there. It's certainly in consideration. A Dan ban, yeah. Pudding McGarble, no. The only German memes I'm sort of familiar with is the fact that Bielefeld doesn't exist. How's my video? Yeah, they're really good. They are just... I don't know if you agree with me about this. I think Harrison is really good when he's not trying so hard. I feel like sometimes in videos he tries to be a bit too charismatic, and it actually makes him sound less charismatic. When he's just being himself, he's far more likable and endearing. I think sometimes he plays into YouTuberiness a little bit too much, and it actually comes across not the wrong way, but it makes him less likable when it actually seems like a really nice dude. I think that's the same with anyone, really, right? I think sometimes that's why it's better to just be entirely yourself, and that way you can't... If someone doesn't like you, at least they're not going to like you because of who you are, rather than who you're not, right? It's always been my sort of motto. As if we're not winning this game, by the way. This sucks, man. Like, what are we doing? Who doesn't exist? You're right, yeah, nobody. Building a nation all about. So basically, building a nation, the idea at least, is to take any nation, in this case Poland, and crack the coefficient charts of European football. So basically there's I don't know how familiar you are with this stuff, to be fair, so forgive me if I'm maybe dumbing this down a little too much, just because I always try to go for like no knowledge at all kind of process. The idea is to basically take Polish football and make it the best league in Europe, but you can't do that by yourself, because even if we won 5 straight Champions Leagues, you'd still not be top of the coefficient charts. You'd be maybe 3rd or 4th, but you couldn't do it all by yourself. You have to improve the entire league as a whole. So one of the ways that we do that, and the biggest thing, is the loan farm. So we basically build a farm of players and loan them out to other sides in our nation. Redondo's hurt himself now. With the aim of getting them better as well. And so they will then perform better in Europe, and then we will, of course, improve the nation overall. It's very tough. It takes a long time, but the thing I like about it the most is that it gives you a new game element that is... It gives you something to root for outside of just trying to win the Champions League, because ultimately you can do that sometimes quite quickly. This gives you that new game plus element beyond it. Danish save with? I don't know. I think... Oh, no! I think it would probably be a second tier side still, because Denmark's high enough that I'd have to do that. Originally when I did it with Midtjylland, but that was because I had no concept of what I was doing. So I think if I did Denmark... Like the last time I managed in Denmark, it was with a team called Sønderjysk, who were fun. It would be... Yes! The penis does... Oh, Pog arrives just as I say penis. It is, Mushroom Man, but like, it's one of those things where I think there's a lot of things you can find problems with a lot of countries, and it's like... I still like the idea of Serbian football is still fun. And I feel like if you start doing things like that for that reason, you start to... If you basically say openly that that is the reason why you're not doing it, then someone will be able to find a problem with every single thing you do. So I prefer to just keep things completely separate because ultimately we're playing a video game. Champions League in this. Yeah, we have. This season's been a bit of a disaster because we were 3-0 up in the playoff for the Champions League. Also, how's it going, Pog? And then we lost the second leg 4-0. So I prefer not to talk about it. So that's why we're in the Europa League, because we were 3-0 up against Dinamo Zagreb, battering them, and in the second leg I lost 4-0. Wasn't great. Yeah, we were a bit shit in places in this game, but we got the win while playing well. I worry about the second leg because of what we've done before. Yeah, how's it going, Pogs? I was chatting lovely things about you earlier to chat, which is why they're all being so nicely. Yeah, we very much did. It wasn't great. I'm still bitter about that. That's probably the worst defeat I've ever had in FM. Up there with the HJK one from like 5 years ago. As in IRL 5 years ago. Pog, chat are being really nice to me again. I'm glad you're here actually so they can stop. Be nice to her instead. Anything fun there? But yeah, Denmark's definitely something I'd consider. Unless there's any like weird hard lock rules that we couldn't change. I definitely... Pog is the name of my fiance, Nexie. Her name's actually Emma, but chat and I call her Pog because of reasons that we've actually now forgotten and now can't even explain to people. Because someone asked this on the last stream as well, and I was like, I don't know. I think randomly, back in the COVID streams, I just used to randomly call her Pog for some reason. And then eventually it just stuck. It's just, yeah. It's inexplicable. Pog of the river. Pog is Pog, exactly. Hair routine. You see. Well, depends. Hang on. This is the second time today he's asked for a new contract over the course of this stream. Can I say to him, but David Ocampo came to me and he was happy to accept it. Well, I'll just do the same thing. Wait, imagine if I use Dushan on him. Oh, please. Yes! Brilliant! So just to clarify, the reason Obradovic didn't want a new contract is because I told him that Docampo was happy without a new contract. I've now told Docampo that Obradovic was happy without a new contract, and now he doesn't want a new contract. Chat, I think I've just invented free energy. You're welcome. Enjoy your new...
Well, isn't this a naughty number? I've been waiting for this. Oh boy, I've been waiting for this. 68 long months it's taken to get here. Goodness me. Is it hot in here, or is it just Matt? 69. 6969. I am seeing you this month. Looking forward to it.
I am.
MEGASTREAM.
Yes, I am seeing you.
I am here for it. 24-hour stream. Subathon. Love ya.
Hopefully not.
Socks.
Particularly, I've just had the caffeine, so oh god, I drank that bloody fast. It's fine. We've still got loads of time left. And Mike, thank you very much for the 69 months. That's the funny number. One of the funny numbers. There's now 2 around that age. Casper as well. Thank you for the prime before the follow. Goodness me. Thank you very much, man. That's very kind. Right, so there was a question here I definitely saw. Oh, the hair thing.
My own hotel.
Basically, I just have really like coarse, dense hair, and it can be a bit of a problem because the issue is the hair is actually quite dry, but because it's so thick in certain places, it makes my scalp quite moist because of how much it makes my head get hot. So I have to be careful. So I basically have to use a different set of shampoo depending on what kind of day. So I will use separate shampoo and conditioner firstly. But sometimes I'll run like a Head and Shoulder shampoo over it just to sort of deal with my scalp. And sometimes I'll use an OCX moisturizing shampoo. And then the same with conditioner. I use the OCX moisture one for that sometimes. I also... Chat are now going, oh god, he's talking about hair care again. This stuff here. It's leave-in conditioner. This stuff is the shit. Whack that in your hair when you've dried it. When you just towel dry it a tiny little bit. Whack a load of that in. Smooth it through, then make sure you dry it straight away with a hairdryer afterwards. It just gives it a lovely... And then texture powder. Texture powder is skip. Yeah, if any hair care products want to get involved, I'm all about it, mate. I'm all about it. What's it called? It's called Cantu. That's Cantu with a C. So C-A-N-T-U, shea butter, leave-in conditioner. It's brilliant. And you only need a little bit, so it lasts forever. Hello, AJ. Head to Pogon. Oh, you're going to like this then, because look, Pogon, 3rd in the league as a newly promoted side.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Don't get me started on skincare as well. Pivu, thank you for the follow. Was it the hair care stuff? What did it? The other thing is just to figure out what works for you. Ultimately, I've tried so many different things before I kind of settled on what I actually needed. Because when I started using all of these like moisturizer kind of products for my hair, the hair came out really great, but it gave me like quite a flaky scalp because of it, because my hair was getting too hot. So now I have to sort of alternate. Pretty much. But that does the trick. That does the trick for me. Jagiellonia had a really good run, looked like they were going to survive, and now they've lost 4 in a row and are now 9 points. They're getting relegated. That's, hang on, I've just realised Legia are in 17th place. We could actually lose Jagiellonia and Legia in the same season. And maybe Legia as well. Yes! I mean, maybe if you pay me enough. Pay me in pasta. AJ, thank you very much for the prime as well. That is super, super nice of you.
Cooper.
I'm here, my man. Thank you for the follow. And WN Boris. Wait, no, hang on. Arenber, thank you for the follow. What's with all the follows all of a sudden? What's happened? It's weird when a load of people turn up at once, but thank you. Welcome aboard, everybody. It's just the hair care stuff.
This isn't where I park my car.
Is she allergic to shea butter? Wow. Yeah, this is what I was on about, Nexi. This season has been even more Poland than normal, basically, which is typical of us. Just the top. Harv's lost the plot. This is a mod for hair. I can't believe it. If you've ever wanted any information as to how I choose mods, I have terrible choice and judgment. I love it. Harv, welcome to what it feels like when I say heinous things, right? You're now feeling that public shame what I feel regularly. In fact, I had about a full 30-minute of just public... What's the word I'm looking for? No, not flatulence. That's very much not the word. Flagellation? Self-flagellation earlier. When I was regaling all of my cringe stories from earlier. I have no tip. Fair. Sometimes you gotta just throw something heinous out there. I do that occasionally just on purpose to keep people on their toes. There's nothing more fun for me than occasionally just dropping something absolutely hideous into a random sentence just to see if someone was paying attention. Because there's always be that one person that's got me on the second monitor. They're doing something else and they're like, did Bro actually? Oh, he did. Right. That's what I'm here for. Podolski's son. I believe the name... I think he might be Falcone, but I don't know. What's his first name? We normally do like lookups through the channel points thing, but I'm happy to have a little look. Chat will thank me because that means I'm slowing down and taking even longer. I still think there's a chance that we actually end up finishing on time. Well, not on time because we're already an hour over, but still. Your moving metaphor? Do you know it's bad when I start cracking out the metaphors and the facsimiles and whatnot? I love an analogy. It's the way that I would like things explained to me. So I tend to use analogies way more than a normal person. And then the problem is, because it takes me so much time to explain the analogy, it gets more and more unhinged the longer it takes me to explain it. I do, Icarus, you know? Analogies are the best. It's just... I tend to just talk how I would want to be spoken. It's sort of, you know, that whole treat people how you want other people to treat you? I use that in all walks of life. In ways that sometimes can not get me into trouble, but is confusing for other human beings. I suppose. Sweet Left. Thank you for the 200 bits, my friend. That is super kind. Just had those lying about, did you? Love to see it. Level 2. Wait. Oh, is that Hype Train? Gee, I didn't even see that. I'm lucky to even have a second monitor today after Nvidia tried to wreck me. Right, this is full rotation, isn't it? Which is starting to get a bit dangerous at this point. Full rotation, which means Eloy's back in. Love to see it. Hello, Cole. Saving hungry. Ooh. Aha. Right. Welcome to an issue that is an issue for FM and has been for a while. So, what you're going to want to do is, and you're going to hate this, if you could get them to agree to upgrade your youth facilities, when that's finished, it usually triggers something in the background that ends up allowing you to increase your training facilities. Or other way around, rather. Basically, try to upgrade your facilities for training, and usually when it's complete, it will give you the option. However, if your training is already maxed out, which I suspect this is what's happened here, you then have to wait for it to get downgraded so you can then upgrade it again, and when you have the opportunity to upgrade, then it will let you. It's been a bug in FM for a little while now. It's very annoying. This is Nigel's first game of the season as well. You'd love to see it. But yeah, I think that's likely what's happened. It's one of those things that we only realised was an issue when we accidentally started noticing patterns. There he is. He actually plays for Chemnitzer. I don't know if he has his entire career in this save or not. In fact, he's been all over the shop. Was at Gornik, then he was at Carl's Ice Hang on. Yeah, you know. Don't know why I struggle with that one. Bits are away now. Yeah, you keep your bits to yourself. Can you not? Oh, I didn't know that. I guess I always have a hoist, so I've never really fell into that trap, right? This is a tune, isn't it? 2 years there. Yeah, that's a good point. We probably uncovered loads of stuff that we didn't think we'd ever run into. Just because of sheer playing time hours, right? So yeah, there's Lewis Podolski. Now probably is a good time for me to actually do the VOD comments while I'm here, because I realise that we're already way further into the VOD than they'd expect us to. So let's do VOD comments, and we start with Val Valentino. Look at this. Essay time, my friends. Look, this is how you do it, right? Happy birthday to you. I did meet Brad Friedel, you know. Sorry, I'm just reading through these for myself. Canterbury as well. A lot of my friends went to university in Canterbury, but I've never actually been there myself. But we do have a cathedral, so that's nice. Apparently I didn't do as bad with the predictions as I expected to, which was considering there's so many of them. You know, there's that. Yeah. VODy's hitting up with the essays now. It's fine, chat. You can abuse them for it. Or jump into the VOD and write your own essay, you know? Combating essays. I want that. Yeah, so that was when I was explaining as to why I was thinking about Courtney Cox in relation to Scrubs. My brain does work in strange ways, but I can always explain why it's done the thing and form the connection it has. Just even doesn't make a logical sense. See-through Tupperware. That was where it's at, to be honest. I was all about that life. I think I grew out of the lunchbox thing quite early and just went straight for the see-through Tupperware. It could hold more bread. Me when I'm a duck. And the pencil case thing, it was that wetsuit material. It just was, wasn't it? Right? Never heard the black... Like, I never heard the... God. Do you remember the bingo card? But yeah, the exact same thing. None of the teams in Europe are in Europe in mine. And that's the thing. And I bet you this season it's going to be the same thing, even though we've got 5 different teams at this rate. A lot of my friends went there. I nearly went to Canterbury Christchurch. I think it was. The other university in Canterbury, I think it was. But that was when I randomly deferred for a year and accidentally nearly went to an agricultural college. You know, normal stuff. Dinosaurs are coming to your neighbourhood. A dinosaur lunchbox is a great shout, to be fair, Paul. Gotta love that. An update from Rick, babies. I promised you a Rick update, and we've got it. Final health update. It's the completion of the trilogy, right? They sometimes say the third one isn't as good, but I think this one's going to be. Successfully removed on Tuesday, discharged on Wednesday, stitches are healing well, getting the mobility back, speedy recovery. You love to see it. Just in general. I haven't watched it yet, Bagpuss. I suggested watching it to Pog, and then Pog was like, I've never watched Scrubs. So now we're watching the original series first, which is fine because it means I get to watch Scrubs again. Can't really complain about that, right? I always love the quote my head of sixth form gave me. She was like, you will be very lonely there if you know nothing about tractors. And fair. Play a game through called Buster. I will 100% swing back to that. In fact, I'm going to move this to the end so I don't forget about it. Because I do want to check that. So, I don't know if this is true, Suspect. I realise you're literally in chat right now. But I don't know if in FM the real players can change their nationalities or not. Or whether that's hard-coded. Chat thoughts. I genuinely do not know the answer. I'd have been very up. I love that you even knew the fucking quote. The Norwegian newspaper... Oh, no! I've literally screen capped the wrong bloody... I'm so sorry, Walls of Ivy. I'll have to get that one in the next video. And actually, with the squads thing, yeah. I found that this is more common in England. That was the only league I'd ever played in where I had the option to add extra squads. But it definitely is a thing still. I just haven't done it for a while. But I remember there was one team I was at where I definitely had the option to add another squad to my team. But I think most teams already have them maxed out now. But it definitely is a thing you can do. So, Busters, and also Volleys, we love you lots. Shout out to you guys. Get your lookups in the next VOD. Because this is technically a VOD lookup. Buster. There's bound to be a couple of Busters. Oh, there is. Busters for days, friends. We've got Buster Runheim, Buster Christensen, but crucially, a regen coach called Buster Staples. Me when I've had a gastric band, but I'm still really hungry. It's the best I can do. Apparently it's been in longer than that, Bradley, because I remember doing it back on older FMs, but maybe not. What is with this is you leave Buster's ears alone. He stapled them back. It's a good beard too, although it doesn't look real. I'm a level with you. There is an element... I feel like none of the beards look like they're actually attached to their faces. It's not unique to him. Bonus in the post. Oh, you'll love to see it. Because this was the story about someone's dad being mistaken for the president. Running for president via a system... Oh, write-in votes. Yeah. Education over newspaper in Norway. I love the fact that they were even looking at things like that. Not feeling great, but the that's kind of cool that they would even investigate. That's the sort of quirky stories you get. The fact that they actually... I assume they were supposed to be saying, like, presidential candidate, I guess. And they just went, no, he's the president. Or they were going to rig the election for your dad. Because I'm on board. Your dad's got my vote. Make him run again. Everyone's the smaller screen. That's what I looked like before I moved over to the in-ear monitors, you see. Without numbers, unfortunately, that is FM26 in a nutshell. The numbers on staff screens have now been removed. They are completely kaput, so to speak. You can no longer access... Oh, I've literally set the squad up already. Sorry, chat. 1 second. That's the squad. I think. Whew. Worth having feeder clubs. For sure. It depends. It's tougher to get them, it seems. I've really struggled to get... Ooh, headphones that out. I've struggled to get any outside of Poland, but we do have one in the second tier who we've been able to send loads of players to, and it's worked out really, really well for us. Just because a lot of them get football, and we did win. Thank Christ for that. But Cracovia won again. Legia drew. Jagiellonia are gone. They're 10 points from safety and have only got 5 games to go. They are absolutely cooked. I can't believe they're going to go from Europa League finals to literally being relegated in one season. But Legia could very well go with them at this rate if they're not careful. I've kind of got used to it, Bradley, at this point, but I still don't think I particularly like it that much either, to be honest. How are Radomiak doing? Ah, shit. They lost the first leg at home against Ranas. A penalty and a goal in the 69th minute just to add insult to injury. They have to win in Denmark now to get through. Can we do Scotland? To be fair, if you were doing Scotland this year, you'd be disappointed just because Rangers came bottom of the Europa League group. They got a single point in the group, and it was against one of our sides in a 0-0 draw. It's not great. How could you possibly be making any more development? Even his determination is going up now. He's the best human being alive. I like that our 2 best players genuinely feel like they're in the same exact position of the squad now. I don't really know what we can do about that. They're just both so good. I like that neither of them are kicking off. Like Pena, despite the lack of football that he gets, and how good he is, he never seems to complain about it. And he's scored some important goals for us this year. Click on the word on the staff screen that describes our ability. Does it actually? Oh. So if I just go to, say, staff shortlist. Do I have to go to their profile? So just here. I'm not sure. It might be that the skins changed that potentially. Second tier. We do, Dyron, luckily, almost every loanee that we have at Legia, I'm pretty certain, had an extension on their loan in this summer, which is crucial because it means they'll be on a 2-year loan. So they won't likely come back because they'll be on a 2-year loan. That's one of the benefits of a 2-year loan is that exact thing. In case something crazy happens, where the player gets an injury at the wrong time, or the club falls into disarray, you get that kind of little bit of leeway. Obviously, if they don't get promoted again, it'll be absolutely cooked. But I think they'll, I mean, let's be honest, if Legia get relegated, the amount to which they will win the league next season is utterly insane. Nobody from the second tier has got any chance of getting promoted next year because Legia and Jagiellonia might... Sorry, no. Yeah, Legia and Jagiellonia will both be in there at this rate. So Dad's the chairman. That's cool. As in, like, IRL. David Rios. Hey, we found a guy from America to Cali earlier. He's a mercenary, though. That's the one thing about him. But he's 100% worth it. If you've got the cash. I like that he can play... Oh, no, actually, can he? Or is that just the way that the skin's showing it? Either way. He's a diminutive man, but he's a good player. We like him. 2-year extensions. That is 2nd of June. That's, as far as I know, the only day that lets you do that. I think you can do it sometimes on the 1st of June, but I just kind of default to the 2nd of June because that's what I've always done. But it does still work in 26. At first, I thought it wasn't going to, but it very much does. It just lies to you and tells you that it's not going to work, and then you actually see it go through, and that it very much is. Players to youth intake. Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Unfortunately, we've not been able to get any of those affiliate agreements in place so far. Every time I ask the board for one, they basically say no. So, affiliate club, and if I say... hang on, where is it? Scouting knowledge, some players not on loan, partner overseas. I think it's this one. Actually, I don't think it even is. I don't think we've even got the option for it at the moment, but they usually say no anyway. Yeah. I don't think that is actually the correct one either. Just to make sure I don't accidentally get resigned. They haven't approved any requests. I'm just going to, yeah. They haven't approved a request of mine in ages. One time they even came to me about an affiliate club and then still couldn't do it. When they were the ones that came to me. God, their morale is still not great, which is odd considering... he's probably unhappy because of the... Oh yeah, I did get a bid from Al Ittihad on Shia Tadal, but it wasn't even that big of a bid. So we're doing okay considering a lot of our players are actually a little bit pissed at me. They'll get over it, of course, and they've still got long-term contracts. So Coffee's out for a game because he's injured again, or is he suspended? Either way, he's not available. Which means... Oh, Branchie's back. I probably should get a JT on the bench, though, because he's actually needed in case Seaman Bank does badly. Got 3 assists, though. 13 for Bradovic. Right, this is huge. I did see that, Andrew. Still not sure if that's exactly my cup of tea. Oh, God, I nearly instant resulted it. It's like that time when I accidentally instant resulted a crucial game against Real Madrid on the last save. Look at us, actually watching a game. Who could have thunk it? No, I don't want to sell Jens. I actually think that Jens and Obradovic are such a good midfield pairing, because if you think of the guys that are behind them, it's Nigel, Bellingham, Ranjbar. There's nobody that's like chomping at the bit to get into their positions at the moment, at least. They're just too good. Wait, I just told them they were going to need it. I really should not have done that. I just hope that if we're going to... Like, we've got the position right now. Oh, free demo. Fair enough. I wish I might look into it, but there's just so much... I haven't got the time at the moment now. Not with the way the rest of this week's going to go. My goodness. That is so good. It's tough now, because I've got a decision to make. Most of this week I've been having Cola Koala around this sort of time of day, but this, I don't know. This hydration one is... It's nearly, I'd say, as good. In fact, maybe even as good as the Strawberry Kiwi one. And I didn't think I'd be saying that about any of them. It's a little bit sweeter, and I actually quite like that. When I'm viewing, really? Yes, Twitch is notoriously really bad for letting people know when you go live. I have my own notifications switched on for this exact purpose. It's great when I'll go for a wee middle of stream, or like 3 hours in, and my phone will be like, hey, you're live. I'm like, really? No shit. No, this is the quarterfinal. We're 3-2 up from the first leg, where we dominated them, but conceded 2 poor goals. And I'm just a little bit concerned that our complacency might get the better of us. Here's Montperousas! Never mind. 1-0. Huge goal from the big man. Bunch of amateurs. I don't. That's the one about dorking, right? My holy routine. Oh, so usually in the morning, I'll whack a... Oh, that's a lovely cross from Naeem. Look at this header from Montperouse. A loopy boy. Keeper's got to be doing better with that. Yeah, I normally have a holy milkshake in with my protein powder. Got some new protein powder. It's white chocolate and raspberry flavored. It's delicious. So yeah, I have that. And then on stream, usually, obviously, I have a hydration normally in the middle, although I've started having a Cola Koala caffeine one towards the sort of 70-80% mark on stream, because I've actually found that that's worked really nicely. And on my days when I'm not streaming, around about 3 o'clock, I usually have a caffeinated one, because I found that it sort of extends the functional life of my pills for some reason until a little bit later, and I get a bit more executive function out of it. So that's my nice little routine at the moment. And if I'm really feeling fancy, I'll whack an iced tea in there. Protein powder. Yeah, I also normally have creatine in it as well, just for the recovery, and apparently it can help with like focus as well. Of course, it means I have to take magnesium too, but that's probably good for you anyway. That I do just want to get a bit leaner as well, try and shift this little bit of a gut I've got. Okay. Yeah, I might try and do that. I want to just get an affiliate in another country so that we can try and renegotiate it. Not that you need any of that sort of stuff, Chili, right? I just take it because I have to have protein in the morning. Otherwise, things get a little bit spicy. So I just always have a protein shake in the morning to sort of settle me. Because I was trying to have breakfast before, and I'm not really a breakfasty person, whereas a protein shake does the same kind of thing. New t-shirts tonight. Oh, me every time I make a Vinted purchase. It's been like a week and I haven't made one, actually. Probably should do that. The last thing I bought was that jumper that you all lot seem to think was the Radomiak logo. Okay. So far, so good. Like, we'd have to concede twice in the second half, which we could definitely do. Wow, 3 more halftime changes. These rotation things are certainly helping us. Used to have... Oh, no. The ones like... It's just a powder. What it is like white chocolate powder, but it's got little tiny bits of dried raspberry in it. It's a bit of a texture night there in places, but I actually really do like it. Same person, maybe. I feel like it's just I suspect it's more just like possibly the reason that you feel like comfortable and happy in this as a viewer is possibly because like-mindedness, isn't it, really? I feel like it's always just about finding those people that you kind of chill with, I guess. It's one of the things I've been really kind of keen to focus on over the course of this game cycle is just like, not that I haven't tried to in the past, but make chat and streams and stuff even more community focused, I guess. And hopefully that doesn't come across too insularly. I want it to always feel like, you know, someone new comes into stream and can ask questions and can pick up on things super fast and feel like one of the gang. That's what I've always wanted. I've always wanted chat and stream to feel like a bar you go into, like Cheers, where everybody knows your name, even when you're new. That's what I like about it. Oh, that's surely offside. But if we make it 5 here, this is Dunzos. Oh, it's Yurtadal! I think Obradovic might have been offside. I think what happens is Catalar got nerfed a little bit by the match engine changes. And as a result, he's actually done really well this season. If you look at his XG numbers, he's overperforming his XG by the same amount as he usually does. He's just getting less XG overall. In fact, both of our strikers are. So it suggests that the chances are falling more broadly to the rest of the squad. But it means because he gets less chances, sometimes his average ratings in games suffer a little bit too, which is unfortunate. But I still think he's a very valuable member of the squad. And even if he's not going to probably ever be able to get the amount of goals he got last year, perhaps, I'm still happy with his performances long term. If he was massively underperforming his XG, then I'd be really worried. But actually, as it happens, his numbers are pretty good as Naeem. Oh my goodness me. Okay, we're through. We're through. Ted Danson, I guess. I mean, hey. I don't mind being compared to Ted Danson. He's got a very handsome head of hair, does Big Ted. I'm Ted Danson in the good place. The best place. Thank you, Pep. That's very kind. Careful with saying I have knowledge of anything, though. I'm as wrong as often as I am right. This game has suddenly got a lot easier. I was worried for a bit because they were looking okay, but as the game's worn on, we've actually got a bit of luck, which is not something we've had much of in the Europa League this season, so we'll take it. We'll get Olafemi John off. Get a JT on. To be fair, Fila's actually been the one player that's underperforming a little bit here, so I might just go over Dudu for a bit. Actually, you know what? Screw it. We're 3-0 up now. Let's get Redondo on. Anyone else that could do with a run out? Maybe even Shokri. Might as well rest Naeem. We ain't throwing this lead away right now, he said. Who's Norm? I don't know. That'd be for you to vote on, chat. The Andrew formerly known as... Good. I'm actually running out of places to put my various bottled detritus. If we're not careful, we may have to dip into the third protein shaker full of water that I had set up in the fridge for myself. Oh, come on. Oh, no, how's he missed that? It's like Calvin Bassey. Oh, it's been deflected. We're okay. Solid. Some people are just geniuses at coming up with these lines. So whenever I'm randomly on TikTok and I'll just go to the comments and there'll just be someone who's absolutely nailed it with some kind of comment. I'm just thinking, I want to be inside your brain when you came up with that. Because my brain could never. I'm just not quick-witted enough. I'm not Tony Jameson, you know? That man is easily one of the quickest-witted people I've ever met. That's why it's so fun to hang out with him. Oh. Speaking of, actually, the podcast episode that we put out last week, the Unlocked Patreon one, I was really glad that got to be posted publicly because that was an experience and a half. Now you get an idea of the sort of shit we talk about on those, which, yeah, it's up there. Hello, Campy. How's it going? How are you finding streaming now that you're doing it like way more regularly? Not like that's why I left them. Fair enough. Hey, unlikable people can still be correct. It's like that meme. It's like, person I hate the most has an opinion I can't disagree with. We're through somewhat comfortably in the end, honestly. The question is, who's going to join us there? Because these are all draws, and I don't know what the first legs were. Knowing us, we'll be playing Newcastle, and that'll probably be the point where we get off. That was in 2 years. Oh, that's awesome. What made you come back to it? I mean, I'm glad. That's awesome. We could always do with more people streaming FM. So I'm glad that you are. I'm just curious of what made you go, yeah, you know what, screw it, why not? Scripted or structured? It's certainly not scripted. There's occasionally a list of talking points that we sometimes want to discuss, and maybe we'll get through one of them. If we're lucky. Like, we'll have a couple of things that we... So, for example, if there's an update or something, we have generally kind of talked about that, but we're playing Brighton. Brighton are beatable. We've had other Polish sides beat Brighton in the past. This doesn't feel completely undoable. But yeah, it's mostly just vibes for the most part. Like, Tony will try to keep us on track, but usually there's a few things that we've got to talk about and stuff, and we kind of go from there. Running your next big race? I think I'd be... If I was actually running a full-on race, I would simply do not have the lung capacity for doing that. If I was just out on a normal long run, I probably could, actually. At one time, my dad rang me while I was out on a long run, and he was like, oh, I'll let you go. I was like, no, I'm fine. Because the whole point of a long run was conversational pace. So I just spoke to him on the phone for like half an hour while I was running, because that was the whole point. If anything, it kept me at a perfect conversational pace, because I knew that if I was starting to get out of breath, I was running too fast. It was perfect. Right. So we're into the semi-finals. Amazing. You have no power here, Tony? Pretty much, yeah. Back in the day, we used to have proper plans and stuff for the Patreon episodes, but now it is just a free-for-all, and I actually prefer it that way. It means we can just dick about, and that's quite fun. And I think they seem to get a good response these days too, which is kind of cool. So one thing I did want to check is how Radomiak got on. They were the last bastion of Polish... they're out. They did get a draw in the second leg, but unfortunately they go out at the quarterfinal stage. But at least they took some points with us. So it is just us. I'm impressed with them at least. So that should put us close to 18 points on the year, though. Come on, that's pretty good going. We've locked in a result above Turkey. We realistically aren't going to catch Portugal. But we're going to go up to 7th place soon. I don't know if that means we get anything new, do we? In a couple of years. Perhaps. Wow, that doesn't mean anything, does it? I guess you get one from going from... No, that's... Yeah. As far as I can tell. Oh, no. Someone gets guaranteed league phase for 7th place. It's minor differences getting there. Right. It's because they spell their name correctly. Podcast while running. There you go. That's an idea. Tony and I were looking for another podcast idea to do. The running podcast, where you have to be running to be a guest on it. Actively at the time. Does rely on internet connections being alright. Well, I mean, the problem is next year in Europe does concern me, because the teams we're going to have in Europe next year are going to be not bad, but not great either. When you look at the bottom of the league, where Legia are still in the relegation zone. Cracovia will be decent. Radomiak, if they get back into Europe too, which they're going to now, because they're actually 6 points clear. It's these two I worry about. Piast look like they're actually a decent side. There's a reason why they're predicted second. 360 camera. I'll have one of those cameras where you stick it in your mouth. Wait, no, that wouldn't really work, because then you wouldn't be able to hear me. In a way, that would probably be a much improved situation for a lot of people, I suppose. Oh, that would be quite a unique approach to it. A run and a chat. Of course, the downside being that Tony and I live hundreds of miles away from each other. So we'd have to be doing it on like a Skype call. 2013 call. They want their, well, they've called you on Skype and you've not connected anymore. That could work. I think I'd have to get a bit more fitness back. I'm not quite at the level yet where I can actually do something like that. Like, I went for my long run last week and it was still a little bit out of breath at the end. I haven't quite got that under control just yet. But I need to get my base level fitness up if I'm actually going to do that running video. Got an email confirming I have an appointment next week to finalise going new meds. Hell yeah. The fact that they're sending that at that time of day, though, is a little bit concerning. Like, literally, what are you doing up? Deleted everything of us off of Insta. Wait, really? Why? That's odd. Just for fun. So basically, technically the plan I'm on is like a 10k plan at the moment, but I'm mostly just trying to get my fitness levels back. When I got diagnosed and started the medication last year, I was running quite a lot and I did a half marathon in September, but I kind of stopped running when I started the new meds and they make my heart rate quite high. So it was kind of like a double whammy, and I realized that keeping my cardio health good is one of the things I can do to help with that. So I try to get back into it, but it's just been tough to slot it all in because running while on medication that makes your heart rate higher is a little bit tough to manage. But I'm getting there with it. But the main reason I want to get back into shape a little bit more is that nothing else. That's a bit concerning. But doesn't it Wobie have like a decent length contract for us? Which is odd. I have to run along a canal path while Skyping. It's fine. Pod can pull me out the river. Now, the main reason is because of the video I want to make that is going to involve FM and running. Basically, I'm going to make a save where I have to try to win the Premier League in 20 years with my local side. But every time we lose a game, I have to spin a wheel and run the same distance as one of the players for my team in that match. And if I fail to do it, I have to sign up like an ultra marathon. That's the plan, but I want to get a base set of running in the play before then, so I don't hurt myself, pretty much. And there'll be like forfeits on there, so it could double the length, or it could maybe give me a veto and shit like that. That's the plan. Or as chat once called it, Matt gives himself rhabdomyolysis. It's just a stupid idea, but I've always thought it'd be kind of fun to just do something completely out there, and that feels like the exact type of thing I'd want to do. Okay, that's the thing, because you have to consider, do I build a tactic that tries to win games, or do I build a tactic that tries to not lose games? Or do I build a tactic where there's a lot of running in it, hoping that we'll win loads of games doing it, or do I build a slower one that you're going to... Because you'll have to time your substitutes as well. Because it's like, do I bring on a player late in the hope that I can maybe land on him and get a shorter run, or... do I try to bring them on early to affect the game more and end up winning? It's got a sort of different level of considerations that need to be taken into, and I liked that idea. Right, have we got another game straight after this, or have we got a couple in between? We do. Okay, that's fine. We can play whoever we like then. Yeah. I don't know how you do it. Sub him out. No, because if he's played, then it wouldn't matter. Because if as long as they were in the game, goalkeepers do count, because goalkeepers still end up running 6 or 7k in a game often. But if you think about it, if you're making 5 subs in a game, you've only still got a 1 in 16 chance of landing on the keeper anyway. I wouldn't be able to sub my goalkeeper unless he was injured, because that would be a bit cheaty. But you could still land on the keeper. Sod's law, though, I'd land on the keeper and then I'd spin it, look double or something. That'd be very me. But I wanted to make sure I had a reasonable level of fitness, just in case it would land on something heinous. Like, I don't know, it doubles it and it lands on a player that's we've played extra time or something. That would be a problem, given that I've never run further than a half marathon in my life. And I sure as shit couldn't do that right now. Hence the getting back into it first before I try and do something like that. Starting Jan, nice. 5k in 30 minutes. You'd love to see it. That's good. That's really good. That's always a good target. I feel like the 30-minute 5k thing is a very common goal. And when I started running originally back in 2019, that was very much it. In fact, this time when I started again, it was the first time I was actually able to do that whilst untrained. But I think that's just because I'm much lighter now. Getting all the guys with 2 work. No, because you'd lose loads then. Because if you're losing loads, then it takes you longer to progress, and you end up having to do it more frequently. What you want is a tactic that's not going to lose you a lot of games, so you can make more progress in each set. Because the idea being, of course, that if I'm doing 3 runs a week, I would only be able to lose 3 games before I'd have to essentially set my schedule for the week, so to speak. What did we... So we beat Lech Poznan, and now they're in the drop zone. Also, hat-trick from Katala. Amazing from him. And an assist as well. Just as we were slating him, bro's done bits. Yeah, I haven't even considered how that stuff would even work, actually, as it happens. Right, so... Still 6 points. Christ on a bike. Legia won a game. We might not be cooked yet. Well, we are on Lech Poznan and Rakov. I don't want to lose 2 of them either. Double painful, 100%, yeah. Well, that's the thing. It could be very tough. Particularly if I was going to start with my local side, which I do want to. They start in the 9th tier. Which does mean that you might be able to get a bit of momentum going at one point. So you could potentially do a few back-to-backs if you get the right tactics and early signings at those leagues. Because the gaps in quality are quite small at that level. So it means in the early stages, I might actually be able to make quite a lot of progress with limited defeats. Potentially. New save. Technically, yes, but it'll be for the purposes of that video. So it won't be immediate yet, because I've got to get the base level of fitness up before I even begin that. Because the last thing I want to do is hurt myself and then I'm having to like bin it off. But it also gives me an excuse to try out different types of filming and stuff, because I have to be able to film outside, I have to have my microphones and stuff a bit more, and try to make a bit more IRL type content. Which means I will need to get a new phone, because my camera on my phone is absolute garbage. Strawberries for Fortnite. Yeah, that's another problem. I suffer from my Achilles get a bit... Oh, hello. He's now a top talent. Hey, love to see it. That's a bit better. I need to start doing those exercises again. If you're unfit... Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to be fit. I'll just be less unfit to the point where I could like actually seriously hurt myself. Come on, serious. So the plan is... I don't know. I like doing complete things, but I think for something like this, it would probably need to be a series. But each one would still... It wouldn't be that many episodes of it. There'd be large chunks. That way it tells at least a complete arc each time. Infamous McDonald's car park. No, you see, because that was the old school one. That's a different car park these days, Otto. Plus, I never actually run up there. Because there's really a lot to run at that point. Because nowadays, Pog and I, we live so close to that sort of... Well, not so close. Easily drivable that we just bring it home. Although we did have McDelivery the other day, which I never normally do, but it was very nice. Just because it was much hotter. A lot of shorts too. Yeah, and then you link them into it. That's the plan, pretty much. Saying anyway, well, maybe. I mean, I planned to, Tom, because I do want to obviously take some footage for some of the recaps while we're in Krakow. My hope was that I would be able to record the intro for one while I'm there, but obviously I won't have any clue what's going on because it's the first one of the damn season. Stop and pee. Yeah, that's not great when you have to stop and pee when you're in the middle of a run. Not ideal, is it? Unedited running on the Patreon. To be fair, it's not even really a dox anything, Cap, because ultimately, if I'm out and about running, you'd be able to pretty much tell exactly, well, not exactly where I am, but like the city anyway. Plus, everyone knows the city anyway, so it's not too bad. I'd only film in the bits where I'm nowhere near my house, because I run along the river a lot and in the city itself. So I wouldn't be particularly concerned about that, per se. Laps of the cathedral. You can sort of do laps of the cathedral. It might get a bit in the way. I mean, I always try to run past it no matter what, regardless. I like how all of our front five have got double-digit goals now. And 3 of them got double-digit assists. And I suspect that might be about to increase here. Because why the fuck not? I'm assuming there's someone else. Of course someone's suspended. There's always one that has to let the team down. And it's you, John. But that's okay. And... oh, he's not actually technically on the bench, is he? Anon's live save? No, I mean, I don't. I wouldn't have time for it. I do still want to convince the guys on the podcast to do that Scotland Lower League save as the network game, though. I'm going to keep lobbying for it. It's not fun when you have to start with good clubs. I like being in the mud, you know? I live in the mud like a hippo. Europe's going very good, Con. We're actually in the semi-finals of the Europa League against Brighton, having knocked out 2 Bundesliga sides. Unfortunately, we're the only ones left. Which is a shame. I think, I have a suspicion, chat, that Pog might be buying me a porch goose for my birthday. An influencer in the wild. Interesting. I don't think I've really seen much of that, to be honest. You'd think I would do when I was just walking around Cambridge and stuff, but I guess maybe I just don't notice it. That's quite a big win. Montperou's got a hat-trick. Hjertedal got 2. Hang on a minute. I need to look at the actual assists for this game as well. Damasiewicz or Bradovic? Damasiewicz. Wow, a hat-trick of assists for Damien. His name isn't Damien, it's Adrian. Hjertedal with 2. Montperou's with 3. He might be our top goal scorer now. Not even being funny. He may well be the top goal scorer in the club. 17 goals for Montperou's. Vida's actually underperforming now. 13 assists, 17 goals is insane. Hjertedal's now jumped into the double digits as well. We've got 6 guys with double-digit goals now. Incredible news. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe it's just because I prefer... I just thought the Lower League Scotland would be really fun because you get the sort of fight is down there. You get to play with players that you wouldn't normally use, and you play each other loads, which I think is good for network games. I think for a network game, you want to be playing in a league where you get to play each other loads because that's the whole point, right? And it's Scotland. Yeah, it might just be me. I just love the grind in saves. I love building stuff, right? I feel like I don't have anywhere near as much fun if I'm taking over something established. It's why even in building even in Outcast to Icons, I would deliberately turn down jobs in that save that we could have absolutely taken that were completely within the rules that I just didn't vibe with because I knew it would have been the sort of club I'd get to and I wouldn't feel like there was anything to do. Whereas when we took over like Tenerife and Sochaux, it felt like there was a project to be had at those clubs, even though we could have gone much bigger. And I think that's what made it more fun. Admittedly, the Tenerife one was mostly due to spite. The majority of my motivations there were very much spite-based. Already painted a bloody... yeah! Or as I call it, rented accommodation, where everything's calico. Right, so that's... okay, so we're basically going up to the Brighton away game today. That's going to be where I'll be able to do these ones off stream. Because we, in theory, should have won the league by then anyway. But we want to get up to the Brighton one, because that way we'll know if we're in a final next stream. In a way, actually... I mean, obviously, it would be great to be in the final. It would turn this season of disaster from us not qualifying for the Champions League into something really good. I mean, how are Brighton getting on in the league? That could be a good tell. Well, I've always thought that would be a good idea, Coles, to have 4 people doing a building a nation save in the same league, because particularly if you all took over clubs that weren't the top teams. But it is a hell of a commitment, and it does take a long time, and we already know that network saves take forever as it is. Right. I want to see where Brighton are up to in the league. Whether they are actually doing well. 7th. Still under Hertzler. Man City top of the league. Only just, though. Yeah, Brighton are actually quite good, aren't they? Concerningly. How are Barrow doing in the Championship? I'm assuming bottom. Oh, man, yeah. Bottom and relegated hard. But shout out to Doncaster, who didn't get relegated. QPR did, which makes this even better. Fair play. I like how Middlesbrough nearly got relegated. Well, I say nearly. They were literally 22 points from getting relegated, but still. Shout out to Donny. Well done, you. Fair play, though, for Barrow to even get in that league in the first place. Derby looking pretty much promoted there. Wrexham on the way back up. Walsall, Tranmere and Colchester going down. Fulham doing bits as well. Hey, look at Halifax Town up in 8th place. That's who I'm doing my save with on Nutmeg. Bromley. Bromley top of League 2. Wait, aren't they top of League 2 in real life as well? Shrewsbury and South. Oh, Shrewsbury looking cooked here, unfortunately. Not a very shrewd thing to do. Morecambe crushing the National League. Have you guys seen that York have got like 91 goals already scored in the National League and are second to Rochdale? National League is an absolute menace, isn't it? As per, innit? Let's see. Harrogate Town, 101 points in the National League North. They might still not win it, though. It's a very fat, low IQ thing to do. Exactly. Nobody's getting completely rinsed down here, at least. There's no, like, 1-point teams. Maidenhead with 105. Darius. That's a deep cut. Immediately, they'll be promoted in second. The question is, if that's the case, who comes first? And why is it, like, just Middlesbrough? That feels about right, doesn't it? Hitchin's badge is so Norwich City. To be fair, this is quite similar as well. If it wasn't red, it is a little bit similar. It's kind of like a cross between... No, it's very Norwich City, isn't it? It's very Norwich City. They have just signed a new deal with Cambridge United. Another, like... Sorry, I didn't even show Kamal up properly. We don't have Scotland turned on, unfortunately, which makes this a little bit more difficult to see this stuff. It should be under about... No, club history. So shame we can't see the league history again for the same reason. Let's see. Trophies. We'll see if there's any new. It's not looking... Oh, hang on, no. League Cup. Scottish League Cup in 2030. And a Youth Cup in 2031. Or runner-up, in fact. It is a little bit Bristol City coded too, yeah. It doesn't help that they're called the Robins. I do wish that the shirt I got was a bit smaller. It's a very large. No more second teams in German football. Ah, okay. It's rare that leagues go back on that, so that's kind of cool, actually. So they're just giving them their own league. So does that mean there's going to be loads of shuffling around in the lower leagues of German football based on that? So Scott Parker is the Burnley manager still. His profile is so linked in, it's insane, isn't it? Are Burnley... Oh, they are in the Premier League, to be fair. Newly promoted, admittedly. They sort of just dipped off a little bit, but they are there, nevertheless. Oh. Other than Villa, who are bottom, which is surprising. I suppose they've been on the wane for a few years, but not quite as much as that. No manager currently, though, which is probably not helping them. Right. Leckier again. I still think... Oh, no, hang on. This is the rotation game, isn't it? It's this, then Brighton, I think. Yeah, it is. Oh, God, we got a bloody cup final in between the two games against Brighton. We'll have to rotate in the cup final. What an awkward place to put the cup final. Couldn't they put it, like, anywhere else? Matty Cash, I don't know if he's even still there. But maybe. He might be out of contract, to be fair. Ilano! Thank you for the 39 months, in fact. I think he might be out of contract. He is! Matty, what are we saying? Wait. We have to. There's simply no way that we can't. Right? We have to sign Matty Cash. Won't give him that just in case. Superb. Bear in mind, this is just the Ollie. Whoa, 4-year deal. What are you doing, Matt? He's 33. This is just basically just Ollie Watkins' wage. Incredible. So we get Matty Cash and Harry Wilson in the summer. It's dreams. We are in the Europa League semis, yeah. And we get to change his name properly. Just see it. I don't think you have, honestly, Kermraid. It sucks to see, but it's... If I can spell your name right. Nearly Dele Allied him, yeah. And Dele was younger as well, if I recall. Oh, man. No appearances whatsoever. And there's still 2 more years left. It sucks. At least some of you have been forcing your ways out now. But you seem content. A load more of the guys that are at English sides, although I do need to offer them trials again. I believe it's May. That's when we get that new big one. So we rotate again. What we're doing. Next match. Full rotation. Dura and Watkins, except it's not going to be Dura and Watkins. It's going to be Suarez. I don't know why you won't put Suarez. Maybe it's because you think Suarez is too good. Pena, Stoyer, Chris. Yeah, that's fine. Lungu in there, interestingly. Choices have been made. I probably shouldn't actually put Windles in here. I probably should just keep Docampo in, because he's not going to get a lack of fitness levels. But the gap that we have at the top is not exactly large still. They've done a very good job at sticking with us, to be fair. We can't afford to drop too many more points. Although, actually, it looks like they've dropped points in their game in hand anyway. Sorry, not game in hand, but I think they've drawn. So as long as we win, which we did, the gap's now back to 9 points. And I think that should be pretty much... In fact, that might just win us the title, in fairness. With 3 to go, we're 9 points clear, and our goal difference is severely better than them. Get you guys in. Ah, yeah, we do the double. Perfection. Right, I need a second pee break, chat. It's been a long old stream so far. We're already over 5 hours in, but another pee will happen, and then we'll go for the final stretch as we try to get to Europa League final. I'm going to grab yet another drink from the fridge. Enjoy your second whiz quiz of the day. Newsflash, it's the same as before, so if you get it wrong, that's all. Okay, and he's back again with another protein shaker prepared full of water. The question is, what am I having this time? I'm probably just going to have some more blue raspberry, honestly. It's so good. The answer was obviously Mark Wilson. Oh, sorry about that. Let me just turn that up for you. Better? I physically can't. There we go. It just smells so good, man. It's just as well this is 0 sugar. Ooh. And this time you'll actually get to see the colours. Because before, when it was in my big holy bottle, you couldn't actually see how blue it is. But trust me, it's very blue. Oh, yes. Now that is... Oh, my goodness me. That's even bluer than I thought it was going to be. Dabba D. Frankly, I've got to live in a blue house with a blue window. Just to drink the damn thing. That's far bluer than I'd anticipated. It's striking. Exclamation mark, Holy. You know what to do. Ah. Whew. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's not out yet. I think it's coming in late March is what I was told. But obviously they sent out some previews of it, and the Cola Koala. The Cola Koala is goated too. In fact, the last 2 flavors they brought out, the Cola Koala Energy and the Brew Raspberry Hydration, are phenomenal. Ooh, depends. We're getting pretty close to it, Bagpuss, to that being needed for... When I go to the second set of coffee, to be fair, I'm out of ones in the fridge at this point. I decided if I was going to be going long today, which I knew I was going to be, I filled up a load of these protein shakers and just put them in the fridge. That way I could just grab them. 100 subs. What to do? A dry teaspoon of holy. That would be very sweet. That's very nice. Right, Newell's Old Boys. I hope I haven't missed too many team reports. I'm sure I have missed a couple, unfortunately. But they'll end up getting added back in again once I go and go back around. Maybe next season when I actually have time to do that. I almost feel bad that I didn't put it in the blue protein shaker now. I've actually got one of those too.
This isn't where I park my car.
Pochowana, hang on. Rotwica. Rotwica? Forgive my pronunciation, but thank you very much for the follow. Or if you happen to be Polish, dziękuję. Let's see. Newell's Old Boys again. I just give me Brighton at this point. I want them. I think we can take them. Our records against English sides is a little bit sketch, but we drew with Tottenham. We drew Man United that time. Have we played any other English sides? I feel like we haven't actually encountered them as much as you'd think. Matty Cash is signing. Good news. I do get the feeling we may end up losing the cup final, though. Which does kind of suck. But if it gets us to a Europa League final, I'll happily take that trade-off, frankly. More Polish citizens are getting confirmed. Yeah, they are good, England, as well. That's the youth guys. Like, they are 7th in the league. Then again, it was Newcastle that were the ones that were really good in the league phase. Admittedly, that's probably who we'd play in the final if we got to them. That would be very tough. Where did Brighton finish, actually? 9th. So, they've not been perfect. They must have dropped some points. Lost to Famalicão. Beat Besiktas. Lost to Sporting. Okay, that's quite easy to expect that. Only just narrowly beat a relatively poor Rangers team. Beat Legia. Like, lost to Girona as well. Got past Slovan Bratislava. That's pretty easy for them. Atalanta's a pretty strong result. Narrowly beat Bologna. Like, we actually lost to Bologna, but should have done better. It's Hove. That's Brighton and Hove to you, which is unfair, frankly. They should really only get one team entered at this stage, but hey. You can't fight City Hall. Oh, that's not great. No wonder they're doing badly if he's got a broken finger. I'm trying to think what the best case scenario for us down at the bottom is. Because all the teams down here are basically teams we don't want to get relegated. I think the best case scenario would be that if Zagłębie Lubin and Ruch Chorzów end up sliding in and getting relegated along with Jagiellonia, who are cooked. Because everybody else down here, Legia, Rakov, Lech Poznan, we don't really want to lose any of them from the top flight, but we're probably going to lose 2 of them. I think, honestly, the best case scenario is that Zagłębie Lubin go down. And it's just one of the others. I guess maybe Lech Poznan? Just because they haven't been in Europe for a couple of seasons, so maybe they'd be the least bad one to get relegated, but I would really like... I'd rather they didn't. Worst case, though, is that we lose 3 European challenging teams in the same season, which I don't think I've ever had even come close to happening on a Building a Nation save before. In fact, I'm pretty certain of all the years of playing Building a Nation saves, I've only had a team that was in Europe the previous season get relegated like maybe once or twice. Ever. And we could use 3 of them in the same season here. Right, Brighton, full strength, Hjörtedal, Obradovic, and John Boy. In he comes. Catalar, Fila, Momparus. Should be good. Should make sure I haven't excluded someone crazy on the bench. Abdullahi Aguirre. No, we should be right. Marta is still in a job. Not only that, she's actually top of the league. Playing them in the league. I think we play Rakov. The problem is... Yeah, I could. But that would be interfering in nature. And much like a documentarian, I could never interfere with nature. You know me. I'll watch the bear eat the antelope. I don't think those creatures ever mix with each other, really. But if I was there, that's what I would do. I'd cover my eyes, of course. I'm not a madman. Right, Brighton. I don't know if we're a home or away to start with. But someone's getting a squad number. And it's Ranjbar! Nice to see him back. Don't know why he lost his squad number. Ian Antelope, are you a bear? Oh, that would make sense, actually. I was about to ask, are you a bear? But the answer was, of course, yes. Okay. So we're at home first. Important. They've still got Matt O'Reilly in this team. I'd be curious to see what this Brighton lineup actually looks like and how they've developed their squad in the last 6 years. Probably not at all, right? I want to see if there's any names that stand out in this Brighton side. Why doesn't the Europa League music play here? Kostelas, Minter, Gruda, Jorginho, Vife. Oh my god. Hinshaw at right back. Ogilvie there as well. This is quite a strong team. I think we might struggle a little bit. But have a little faith, right? At least we've got a story for the recap. Because I do think that over 2 legs, if we do go out to them, it's going to be fairly narrow. Real-time pause. Oh, real-time. Oh, forgive me. I don't really know what that means. I haven't actually played any of those types of games, sadly. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. I did play Divinity Original Sin 2, but that's the closest I've come. And that was only for 1 day, until I got really quite ill the rest of that day. Don't know why. It was nothing to do with the game, obviously. It just put me off for some reason. Once you start randomly, uncontrollably shaking in the middle of the day, you're like, I'm going to go to bed. 20 minutes in and Naeem is just a ratings machine, as usual. Uh-oh. Oh. Go on, win the header. Oh, no. I don't know if that was actually our player that headed that, or whether it was a Brighton player. That's a really good pass. You can just sort of see that little extra bit of quality that they've got. I'm not sure we're quite strong enough to beat a team like Brighton. Thankfully, you don't have to play teams like Brighton in the Champions League. You have to play much better teams like Barcelona, but we still probably have a better chance against them because they look up for it here. With arsenic that day? Possibly, yeah. Now, she was actually using botulinum toxin that day. On the plus side, the kitchen counters have never been cleaner. I was going to say, is that not a foul? Oh. It is a foul, but it isn't a highlight. Yeah, you can tell the quality gap because we can't even get the ball off them. And when our tactic relies on a lot of, you know, having the ball, we're not amazing. We're okay in transition. But I suspect that if we can't get a lot of the ball, it means we're going to get tired quicker. We can't form our nice passing. If we're going to win this game, it's going to be because we catch them on the break in situations a little like this. But, oh, hello, look at that little spin. Yes! Never mind. Mumble and he shall listen. Stefani Monperous's 4th goal of the season in the Europa League, but that's also his 18th goal in all competitions. That extra PPM that he got that gets him forward further, my goodness, has that been lethal. To have nearly 20 goals from number 10, which is supposed to be a creative position in this team, let's not forget it's an advanced playmaker. I don't think I've ever had an advanced playmaker get anywhere near that time of goals. He could get to 20. Because we'll be able to play in those. Oh no, actually he would have to be rested a little bit because if we got to the final actually takes place before our last league game, as we found out last season. Oh, the Mumbler would definitely be in ahead of Gruder, for sure. I can't believe we're actually winning this now. This might actually play into our favour. Now that we've got a lead to protect, they will push even more bodies forward. We can continue playing on the break. I think this game was going to heavily be dedicated to who scored first, and it was us. And now we look kind of in control. Oh, go on, have a shot. Oh my god, he scored! It's 2! Jens Hjortedal with his 7th goal in the Europa League in 1 season. I can't believe that's gone in. Wisła 2, Brighton 0. We're heading there, friends. Monperous with the assist. I can't believe this has actually made it all the way through. It's a low effort. The keeper's just unsighted by it and it slots straight in. Okay, now this is serious business. Now we just need Dusan to step up. And then the whole gang's got one. What we need is Dusan Obradovic to be assisted by Katala. That's how we know. Then you know it's fate. We've actually done quite well. Slow start, but now we look really good. I wonder if we start to get more of the ball now too. I mean, we've been the better side. I think we'd struggle in the final against Newcastle if we did get there, but that's okay. I've never done that in-person D&D stuff. During COVID, we did an evening of D&D. Viking ran a campaign for us online, but that's the closest I've really come to it. I've always wanted to be honest. But I think you just need the right group of people and the right experience from those to welcome in a newbie to know what they're doing, I guess. And I just unfortunately don't know enough people for that. You need that one person that's just really, really competent, I think. That's done it a lot, whereas we were all absolute newbies. I think Viking had done it once or twice, but that's about it. And this was about 5 years ago now. Uh-oh. Are we going to get second phased here? Oh, he's just cooked him. Don't foul him. Don't foul him. No! Oh, Dusan, you stupid man. He's going nowhere. What are you doing? This could be a pivotal moment in this tie. 2-0 up on the hour mark, and Dusan's like, how about I give away a penalty for no reason? He's fouled Matt O'Reilly. He's going... All right, DeCampo saved penalties before, but we haven't had one for a while. Don't know much about the type of games. Yes, that is correct. Sorry, I forgot how that topic came up, Lord Justinian. Oh, he saved it! What a man. Oh. Now then, Dushan, you owe De Campo dinner for the rest of the season. Because he has just saved your ass there, buddy. I think it possibly was a penalty just because I think he fouls him. And I'm just arguing that he was just really dumb to foul him in the first place. Bro was going nowhere. What a save. He's just trying to play it out so that De Campo needed his time to shine. Imagine we score a third goal now. Oh, go on. Oh. It was written in the stars chat. Wisła 3, Brighton 0. And look who it is. That's going to be offside, isn't it? It's going to get disallowed. Oh, why does it only say 6 goals then? He already had 6 before today. Maybe that isn't how you tell. Either way, Yen sets up... Oh, deflection as well. Dushan's got his goal. They've all got one now. Every single one of them. And an assist for Hyotadal. The midfielders have just run the show. It's Redondo time. John's been okay. I almost don't want to take him off at this point. Fuck it, I just won't. I'll let those 3 continue to cook. Save the other subs just in case. Oh, I see the deflection going the way. Right, okay, that makes sense. Brighton have not been 3-0 bad. This is exactly how it felt for us when we were getting screwed by Dinamo Zagreb. We lost the game 4-0 with very similar stats to this. We're the baddies this time. This could have easily been 2-1 if that penalty goes in. But that midfield holy trinity of 3. 3-0 to take to the Amex. I'd be very confident about our chances. 3-1, we've had it go wrong before. Like, and 3-0 we've had it go wrong before, to be fair. But surely that couldn't happen again, right? Don't foul him. What a block. What a block. Yay! Wonderful seal dive. Oh, imagine we catch him on the break now. Go on. Pivot around the side. There's got to be a runner. There's the runner. It's Montperouse. The red mumbler for 4. And he's hit the post. The Holy Trinity. Good. He did look a little on the offside there. Love the diving headed clearance, though. Completely unnecessary, but I'm here for the exuberance. I think that would have been disallowed. Hyotadal's got it all. Assist, goal, yellow card. Gordie Howe hat-trick, perhaps? That is a... Why did he... I was going to say, why did he kick that long? But actually... No. Why did he kick that long? Oh, please don't cost us a goal because of that. That is very annoying. He had no reason to kick that ball long. The tactics tell him not to. And just the one time his lack of teamwork gets the better of him. And now Jorginho Ruter has got them back in the game. All because of the keeper. He has admittedly saved us a goal today, so I can't be too mad at him. But that was definitely on him. And also the misplaced pass. Ah, dear. I mean, a 3-1 win is still very good, but I just don't know if we can hold on in the second leg. Pillars of Eternity. It's more about Time Lord just more than anything else. I sort of don't have the time to learn games like that at the moment. Just, yeah. I have a simple mind. I need the simple things. I'm still happy with the team, but that does... Plus, it means Newcastle are going to have to try really hard. Not that it matters, because the final's ages away. But, you know, I mean, whoever we would play if we did get to the final, Newcastle or Girona, would be very, very tough. Because if Girona are capable of beating Newcastle, then they're clearly good enough, right? Yeah, we're going to rotate massively for the cup final, which means we'll probably lose it and the board will get angry. But hopefully they'll understand if we reach the Europa League final. Uh-oh, brief update from the board. Wait, why are they updating me now? Oh, upcoming cup final. Oh, God, this is where they pile the pressure on. Wish the squad the best of luck. They're not going to be quite so forgiving when they see the lineup for this game. I suspect. Dude is injured. No, how's he got on this season? Oh, he's broke his arm. Right. Not great. Yeah, so he's actually been playing for a team that's getting relegated. And not playing well either. In fact, are they officially relegated yet? Because they were bottom. Oh, not technically, but they're about to be. Frustrating. We'll circle back to those. Oh, not mandatory to join. Right. So do you think the other teams are going to take it up, or do you think they'll just stay in the existing football pyramid? Yeah, brief update. You're out of a job. Oh, God. We should. He's got 2 years left. I think he does have a clause. I'll try the older Obradovic method. Ah, man. I couldn't gaslight any further. I do like that we have an effective gaslighting loop, though. I've never managed to do that before. Using each player to talk to the other one to actually get them both to agree to stay. If I get to do it a third time, I'll be very impressed. We're definitely not doing that. Meetings are for wimps. Relegation counter. True. Let's have a look at the fixtures. Interesting. So I take it there is advantages to them being in that league then over just playing in the reserves or playing in the pyramid itself. What Olympiacos, don't want to miss those. Well, I love that you see. You can tell where I was up to O. Right, let's have a look at the fixtures for the final 3 league games because that will give us the actual breakdown of what's happening. So, right now, Jagiellonia are basically gone. We can exclude them really. They are sadly relegated after such a good, nice comeback. But everybody else, really, from Lechia downwards, although I think they're likely going to be okay. Actually, they're only 3 points out of it, but they do have a better goal. Not that it matters because they're head-to-head, isn't it? So Legia are away at Cracovia the next game. That's not good for them. Lech Poznan host Górnik Zabrze. They should be able to get something there, you'd think. Lechia hosting Brukbet. You'd think they'll get a chance to win. We're playing Rakov next as well. It's not great. And then next week, Rakov are away at Brukbet themselves. Lechia are away at Górnik. Legia host Pogon. They're good this season, though. Lech Potter. I tell you what. Oh, Lechia are playing Radomiak, and then Lech Poznan playing Legia. Who's the other? Rakov. They're all playing Górnik Zabrze. Górnik get to be kingmakers at this point. It's 3 over 4 goals. I don't think we would, because we literally wouldn't. We're already champions because we have a head-to-head advantage over Cracovia. So no matter what they do, they cannot overtake us. Even if we lost every game from here on out, we would still be champions because we've already beaten Cracovia home and away this season. They've done very well to keep up, to be fair. They're points for. They can have over 70 points this season and still not win the league. Yeah, to be fair, I missed that part as well. Because I don't think it gave us our initial budgets, did it? As far as I know. Let me just check. What if it's just because the league's still got a lot of things up for grabs? No, I haven't got our new budgets yet. Out of interest, what is the second tier looking like? I want to see who's going to replace these bastions of Polish brilliance that are going to get relegated here. So yeah, Marta's lads, pretty much guaranteed, I would say. Arca coming up too, and then it's one of these guys. Wisła Płock, Bitom in there too. Polonia Warszawa, I'd love to see them finally get out. The fact that Puszczyny Płomice haven't managed to get promoted is... They have so many good players. We get the Arca Raiders back in it. They've got some good players. I'm really excited to see what Piast can... The problem is Piast will probably lose a lot of those players that have made them really good this season in the summer for not a lot of money. I don't think we've had a single season in this save where the top 4 teams have been the same. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that most of the time the European teams have only got at most like 2 of the same team in Europe in any given season. I'd like to look through the numbers for that to actually find out. All right, so next match. Pick rotation, full rotación. We'll put the proper goalie in though, just in case. We'll start Tomashevic here. Don't want John playing in here. I do, however, want Dudu starting. Swap those. Oh, no, that's fine. Pena can play. Awesome. This will be enough to win the top. It probably won't. I actually suspect that. This is quite a good team, to be fair. You'd think we'd do okay. I probably should have started Ranjbar, actually, now I think about it. Fingers crossed, friends. Come on. Oh, shit. So we did, in fact, lose the cup final. Hopefully the Bulls don't care too much. Oh, God. Might be him cooked for the season, actually, as it happens. And someone called Jakub Grasha make his debut for us during this game, too. Wanted by nobody? Cool. Oh, yeah, the league is way more fun because of it. Although, for building a nation, you do sometimes want that consistency. I'm okay with it being more fun at the same time. Now, I say that now, because at the moment, Poland are getting loads of points regardless of who's in Europe for some reason. But it would be nice if we could just get a couple of teams that kind of do a bit. Control thing. Basically, if we weren't instant resulting matches, the seasons now... This stream would be 20 hours long because I'm essentially... I think I worked out it would be like 35 matches worth. We had 15 league games left, plus the cups, that's 18, plus Europe. There was a lot of games to do. Yeah, it's not an easy game to be thrown into, to be fair to him. Yes, when Legia sacked their coach, they replaced him with the old guy that left Jagiellonia at the end of last season. So he's not responsible for the mess that they're in. Their new manager looked like he was bailing them out a little bit and now has gone back to not bailing them out. it would seem. Right. Finally, we've got there. The final game of the stream. Away to Brighton. To decide whether Thursday is either going to be a cup final with some transfers attached. That'd be a nice birthday stream. Cup final on my birthday. I'd have to suit up and everything. Individual training. Sure. I mean, it depends sort of what you're struggling with individual training. For me, the things I do with individual training, generally speaking, is I try to use an additional focus on a player to improve a weakness of theirs when they're below the age of about 21. After that, I tend to switch over to role training. Because for me, you get more benefit out of training a weakness than you do of improving them over the whole. I think I'd have to suit up. Oh, totally, Pep. Like, I wouldn't be doing that off stream. But that's just... Today's a bit of a special case as well. Like, normally we wouldn't be skipping every single domestic game. But I knew that the only way for us to reasonably get through it was to just watch the European stuff. I'm glad we've at least we've done well, though. It's not like we've just kind of bopped our way there. We have actually reached... Oh, hello. Wait, do we only have 3... Hang on. Are you sure? I could have sworn we got... Don't you get 12 subs for the... Am I an idiot? Do we not normally get 12 subs for the Europa League? That was weird. It wasn't showing them. It's like it glitched out from the cup final and wasn't showing the subs. How strange. I'm gonna say, I believe the only competition we play in where we have 9 subs is the cup. Right, thank God for that. Glad I checked. Individual training. I don't really have time to go through it in detail, but basically what I mean by this is... Fuck it, I'm just going to do it. Why not at this point? In for a penny, in for a pound. We've already been live 5.5 hours. What's an extra couple of minutes while I explain this? So, individual training. This is just what I do. Other people have different approaches they take. Where does it go? So, in here, for example, right now he's 21 at this stage. So, the individual training focus you want, I think we did have him on defensive positioning at one point. So, you take a look at a player and you address... You'd know what role the player plays in for your tactic. And you'd be able to look at the positions highlighted there and see what weaknesses they had based on that. So you then choose an individual training focus that's based on that. One of my favorite ones is defensive positioning because it works really well. So does final third, attacking movement. Those 3 are my favorite, depending on what type of player you've got. Up until about the age of 21, 22, I feel like those are really, really useful because you'll get so much more gains out of it. Whereas if you put them on specific role training, it's too broad and you'll end up developing things that they're already really good at and you won't be able to improve their weaknesses as much. Once they turn like 21, 22, I then switch them over to it because you're going to get less improvements at that point. So yeah, training intensity, I have it all on automatic. That's how it's set up. Hopefully that makes sense, basically. And I just do that for each individual player when I think about it for the most part. Not all of them will have them, but I probably at some point do need to go through and actually have a little closer look at the individual training setup we use. Might be something for me to do in the summer, but the last couple of days I just haven't had time to dive into those things. Right. Let's go. Final or bust. Who's getting a squad number this time? It's... The game keeps removing Ranjbal's squad number, and I don't know why. That's the second time today I've had to give him the number 71. Do you think after every game I just take all of his clothes back and remove the numbers for no apparent reason, only to then give him back to them with the exact same numbers on afterwards? Or was he 72 earlier? You need to improve tonight. We won the first leg. I might take the pressure off them though, just in general. I still worry. Brighton are very good, and at home, you know what the FM home advantage stuff... Okay, so that's a slightly different setup. Howell's in, Watson's in. Howell actually scored against Legia earlier in this tournament. Concerning. The key is not conceding early. If we can, the longer we can go without conceding that first goal, the better. I don't even care if this is a boring 0-0 draw. If it gets us to the final, that's all that matters. Like at the start of this season when we did get dropped into the Europa League, I know I said, oh yeah, we should be good enough to go pretty deep and maybe even win it, but I actually didn't think that we were quite good enough to go the whole way, just because some of the teams that end up in the latter stages of the Europa are kind of ersatz Champions League teams that often are in there, like your Newcastles. But we have had a relatively good path, like Stuttgart, Freiburg, Brighton are teams that we're unlikely to see in the Champions League. Stuttgart occasionally, maybe. Come on. Michael Fieler, 1-0 to Wisła. Come on. Let's go. Oh, please don't be offside. No. That would have calmed the nerves like nobody's business. Shit. Do we at least get to see it? I assume someone was stood in the way. Oh, it's probably off the original shot, right? He's probably offside when Banks shoots. So I think the argument is the guy that was stood in front of the goalkeeper off the original shot, even though that shot didn't reach the goalkeeper, is offside, and therefore that's a shame. That's one of those ones that's a little bit annoying. Because he himself, I don't think, actually was offside. It was the guy that was in front of the keeper on the original one. I can understand it being offside if the original shot goes in. I suppose it still counts. It's one of those frustrating borderline ones. Though for some reason we seem to get disallowed quite a lot, because I guess we just create a lot of chances where we've got a lot of bodies in the way. We've got a lot of skates in the crease. This is where we immediately... Oh, wow. Just immediately go and concede. Oh, no, come on. Actually, it would kind of suck if we conceded straight away from that, because it's just the swings in the games. Just like the last match where, you know, it could have been 2-1 with that penalty. We save it, and then all of a sudden it's 3-0. Oh, well done, Stefan. He's going. Katola can't even keep up with him. He's found him, though. Please do something here. Oh, look for the creator. Come on. Nice. Although we have kind of turned a good chance into quite a low-key, not very good chance. That's frustrating, because it seems like we had a really good opening there, and we've turned it into quite a bad one. Unless Naeem's going to cook it. Oh, he's gone all the way through. Square it! No. Okay. What? Oh, my God. Come on. Surely we had a shot on the end of that, right? Nice little Cruyff turn there from Naeem, but he's got to be finding a pass. We've started this game so well. I love a highlight like that. Yeah, he's dummied every single player on the pitch, including our own ones. Are Brighton all right? We've turned up at the Amex and are absolutely flying. Sopranos ending highlight. Perfect. No notes. He's just clattered that all the way back to Docampo. Okay. FM does do that sometimes, right? Yeah, where the hell did that cross go? Corner flag? Just straight over the bar. Knowing him, he probably shot it into the side netting. ITV highlights. Yeah, you just get a random advert. Oh, dear. The first leg of the new... I almost read that as new girl. Who's that girl? It's Newcastle. It was 1-1 at St James's Park between Newcastle and Girona. Catala's in again. Brighton are opening up a bit. Oh, surely. That one must be off. That one must be onside. I think he's actually tried to pass that to Montparnasse, and it's just deflected into the path of Michael Fieler. We do finally lead at the Amex. We've been really good here. But look how open Brighton are. They're leaving so many gaps. Montparnasse is basically filling in as a secondary striker. He's definitely trying to pull that back to him, isn't he? Oh, 100%. He's definitely trying to play that to the mumbler, but it finds its way into the path of Fieler anyway. We will take that. Come on. That makes me feel a lot better. We've been so good. 15 first half shots. 6 on target. Why are we playing so much better away from home? Brighton really haven't turned up. They also feel like they're playing a slightly rotated team. The team doesn't look as strong as the first leg. So much so that they're bringing on... What? That's another guy from Burnley. Okay. Right. I mean, we've been brilliant. 1-1 in the second leg as well. Us against Girona, I feel like we'd have a good chance. I mean, if we could beat Brighton, then Girona's on the... We could definitely do that. Newcastle would be tough. 3 first half subs. Brighton is 7th in the Premier League at the moment. So they are still within the... They're capable of getting there, yeah, for sure. You don't know how to make your own skins? No, because I don't know how to do it. I couldn't possibly make a video about something I have no clue about how to do. So there is... I don't know what the content like is out there for that, but I simply do not know how to do any of that stuff. I'd like to learn how to do it a little bit, but I feel like even if I learned a little bit of how to do it, I still don't think I'd be confident enough to actually tell other people how to do it, I suppose. Giving up on winning? Yeah, it's... Because the team they put out in the first leg was really, really good. They played kind of okay. I wonder if it is just that they saw the defeat and went, you know what, screw it, no point. Uh-oh. Osman's in. Leon Osman? It's not Osman, but still. I know for a fact that some of our CAs might be quite high. Montparnasse is now considered world-class by the game, so he actually probably is. Maybe in the 160s, perhaps. Yeah, my skin tutorial video would just be me installing Mr. Teeny's skin. That's pretty much it. Right. Why have I not made more subs? The game was just getting away from us. Montparnasse has actually played quite well, and yet he doesn't seem to be getting a good rating for some reason. Obradovic will let him off for a little bit here. Give Nigel a run. Why not? Rest. Oh, Shockley can finally play the role. That's good. Freshen up the wingbacks, or not, because apparently we don't have any more. Yeah, that is frustrating, actually. Fuck it, we'll just... How do I want to replace both the middle players? Not even with a 3-1 lead, I still don't trust it. But what I will do is bring on Duru. Because why not? Brighton is 7th in the Prem right now. Well, they were last time we looked anyway, before the first leg. Yeah, when I saw Osman, I just immediately thought of Leon Osman. What a guy. Why is my assistant saying we should bring on Abu Coffee when I've literally just brought on someone to play in that position? In fact, he's on the ball right now. I think he'll be a force to be reckoned with next season, is Shokri. I really do think there's a quality player there, and we'll have 3 really good wing-backs available to us too. Oh, the build-up. Oh, it's beautiful. We go to the final, baby. Who was that with that assist? Because they need a kiss. I think that might have been Pena. It feels like something he would do. He back-heels that into the path of Duru without even looking. Is it Pena? It's Nigel! Nigel with the back-heeled assist. He's not played much at all this season, but my goodness me. That might be the assist of the year there from Nigel. He's still got it. He's a forgotten man in many ways. He'll probably end up at GKS Katowice next season, but regardless, if that's the last thing he does meaningfully for the club, then I'll take it. And we're heading to the Europa League final in quite comfortable style in the end. A 5-1 victory on aggregate against... Imagine if it had crashed there. And the final will be against... We don't know, because it's 2-2 on aggregate. Oh. I mean, we obviously want Girona, right? That also means we get relegated next season. If this is anything to go by. Final today, as if. Ah. Oh. Super slow. Yeah. Newcastle win it on penalties. I would say they'll be tired, but they won't, because the final's not for ages yet. Ah, man. I mean, we've got to a Europa League final. That means back-to-back Europa League finals for Polish sides. That's good. I mean, whoever we played, they were good enough to reach the final in the first place. So what does that do for coefficient now? At 19.1 is pretty solid. Still only 5th best on the year, actually. And that means we're going to go above Turkey and the others, which we kind of already were. Up to 7th is nothing to be sniffed at. Nothing. I still don't think it's that time yet, because I don't even know if that's going to nerf them. That might actually make them worse. More impactful, I simply don't know. New Zion. I believe it does, yeah. Yeah, we're losing a bad year next year, which means we could easily climb into the top 5 next year with the right... We'd have to have another season like this, which, given the state of our league, I'm not sure we will. As an Arsenal... Oh, obviously not, but Arsenal were never on the cards. Arsenal aren't in the Europa League, so very much so. To even be dropping seasons like this, it does help that we've had a year where we're in the Europa, which will unlike... This is probably the last year we ever play in the Europa League ourselves. But yeah, we full match, suited up, because why the fuck not? In my birthday suit and whatnot. It won't be. That does make my life a little bit easier in terms of things I have to do off stream, I suppose. Holy shit. Now, was there anything else I needed to quickly check on before then? No, because everyone else is out of Europe, aren't they? I'll have a little look at the stats. And you're going to have to watch the recap video to figure out who gets relegated. I might put it in the Discord later. We'll see, because I've got to go and play these games straight away anyway. Big Nige, I mean... Where's this? Was that his only contribution of the season? It must be, right? Oh, no, tell a lie, he did get a second assist. Don't know who it was against. Other finals? They're not in other finals. There are no other Polish sides in other finals. We're the only Polish team left in Europe. Oh. God, I'm knackered, man. So Man United versus... Wow. Annoying that Man United are there, but... Go on, at least be the... Please tell me the Champions League final isn't just 2 English sides. That's Chelsea Real Madrid. It's slightly better. A transfer stream grassy outfit. I don't know what that means. But it's a final. We have to wear a suit. It's... In general. I mean, those are the finals. I love how we have the most possession in the Champions League despite not being in it. It's impressive. Holy shit. Right. I'm absolutely twatted, my friends. So... Tune into the recap to find out who actually gets relegated from this true menagerie of nonsense that we call Polish football right now. But Thursday is going to be a Europa League final for the 2nd season in a row, and this time it's us. We get to win a major trophy. I say get to win a major trophy as if Newcastle have no say in it. I've decided we're going to win a major trophy. And that's what we're going to be doing on on Thursday. Holy shit. I'm so knackered. Shit, I was like... Is that a vest? Of course it's a vest. I would never wear one of these without a vest. Right, let's see who I can send you lovely, lovely folks over to this after. I'm so tired, man. I've got so much stuff to do off stream as well because I've got to capture highlights of all the goals that we've not even seen and the games from the other Polish teams. Thank God they went out earlier in a way just for that. Oh, I'll still be working like 8 o'clock tonight, I think. But it's either way, we've managed to get through it. And it only took us just under 6 hours. When I like, knuckle down, I can do an all right job. Just have to save some energy for Thursday now, which will be a sort of birthday stream, which is going to be nice. Oh, my back is hurting like crazy. Ah, oh, some really lovely folks over to Robbo. Not our longest stream, but one of them, I would say. So yeah, join me on Thursday. Basically, that's all I can really say. Stay tuned to figure out who exactly... I finished a marathon in under 6 hours. Honestly, even if I was running it, I'd be pretty pleased with those kind of times. Sort of, yeah, pre-birthday, given that we're not here over the weekend, obviously, because I'm in Poland. So, I will see you guys on Thursday. I'm going to sit down for a minute and try to drink some normal water for a little bit. Actually, no, to be fair, this is hydration, so... and deep breath. Thank you for joining me today. You've all been lovely. Thank you for the gifted subs earlier. And